Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Luffy ate different devil fruit brought by his main mother? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Warp writer for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Garp's men were still in shock at the sight of seeing his grandson's crew rocket away in their big lion ship, while Kobe was still starstruck at seeing his idol perform another impossible stunt. Meanwhile, Garp was laughing his lungs off. Ha 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 ha. That's definitely my grandson. He's always been a crafty little punk. You sure you want to be laughing? Said Akiji, laying on his chair. HM? Garp side-eyed the admiral. I doubt Sengoku would be happy that you let your grandkid escape. Akiji said indifferently. Garp smirked. I wouldn't worry too much about Sengoku, and besides, whoever said Luffy's escaped? This confused some of the Marines. Kobe asked, what do you mean, sir? Luffy's caught the eye of his dear old mom. This news surprised his subordinate. His mom. Luffy's mom. To everyone's shock and disbelief, the usually cool and calm Admiral Akiji had just gasped very loudly and jumped from his chair, staring completely terrified at Garp. Why, you don't mean the she-demon, do you? Garp proudly smiled and crossed his arms. You betcha. And if my calculations are right, Luffy is getting significantly closer to where she is. The poor fool. Kobe noticed his friend and partner Helmeppo sinking down on his rear end, pale-faced and frightened with his mouth hanging open. Kobe made quick glances across to his comrades, who were all trembling and or pale. Kobe suddenly got very nervous. Who is Luffy's mom? She's a Marine captain, but honestly I'd peg her strength as an admiral at the least. Garp blurted out, "A admiral? How can someone as strong as an admiral only be a captain?" Kobe screamed, now as pale as the others. Garp thought for a moment. She hasn't really got many chances at a promotion. Most pirates choose to avoid her. Avoid her? Kobe replied. Back when she first graduated from training, she single-handedly wiped out an entire pirate crew on her first mission, and after that she wiped out another pirate crew of over 500 men in less than 10 minutes. She rose to captain rank at record speed, but since then any pirate with even the slightest bit of sense has chosen to avoid her, and I can't say I blame them. Garp explained. She's that strong. Luffy's family is truly amazing. Kobe said in amazement. Amazing is one word, terrifying is another, kid. Akiji spoke up. Let me give you a piece of advice. There's a long list of unspoken rules that a Marine must never break, and never crossing the she-demon is high on that list. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen Admiral Akiji this unnerved before. Kobe whispered to Helmeppo. It's kind of unsettling. I heard he once hit on the she-demon a long time ago, and she sent him to hell. Helmeppo whispered back. Hell? What does that mean? Don't know, but I do know that it'd be wise to listen to him. You know that story Vice Admiral Garp just said about her wiping out a crew of over 500 in 10 minutes? Yeah, I heard that crew had over 20 crew members with bounties over 60 million, and the captain had a bounty of 150 million. Wow, she must be super strong. Kobe whispered excitedly. Akiji, you was. How dare you badmouth my daughter-in-law behind her back? Gar screamed angrily. I mean, sure, she's the most terrifying and sadistic woman I have ever known, and sure, even if you cry your eyes out begging for mercy, she'll keep beating you senseless till she's satisfied, and Uea. Out of nowhere, Garp fell on his knees, raised his arms up in the air, and started yelling. Luffy, you lousy grandchild of mine, run for your miserable life. Hell's got feet and a ship, and she's coming for you. I guess Garp developed a decent poker face from being her father-in-law, but terror is terror, and nothing can hide the fear anyone has for that woman, said Helmeppo wisely. Wow. Luffy's mom must really be a monster. Kobe choked out quietly while looking at Garp. The news of how terrifying Luffy's mom was scared him, but at the same time really intrigued him. For some weird reason he wanted to meet this woman. On Dawn Island, in Fusha Village, early in the morning at the local bar, the beautiful green-haired bartender Makino was finishing cleaning up the bar after last night's celebration of Luffy's new bounty. She honestly thought the men would party all night if it wasn't for all of their wives dragging them by the ear. She knew the wives of the village did the things they did as a way to help her out, but also out of habit. Over 10 years ago, Makino had a responsibility even more important then, and that was being Luffy's surrogate mother. She was always asked to take care of Luffy for months on end whenever Garp and his mother were out on marine business. The wives helped her by making sure their husbands never partied too late, and she certainly appreciated it. It was hard enough to watch Luffy as is, but she loved every moment of it. But honestly, she felt more like his big sister than his mother. Speaking of Luffy, Makino eyed the wanted posters of Luffy and his crew. They were neatly placed side to side of each other on the bar counter. She first looked at Luffy's poster. It was a picture of him with a big Luffy-like grin. She loved that poster, it was her little reminder that Luffy was happy. The next was Pirate Hunter Zoro. She had already known about him from Luffy's previous bounty, and she could really say was that he was really scary looking. After him was Cat Burglar Nami. Makino wasn't quite sure how she felt about a girl like her being a part of Luffy's crew, based upon her attire in the poster, but knowing Luffy it probably wasn't a big deal. She always hoped he maintained his innocence even while on the sea. Next was Black Leg Sanji. She skipped him. Next on the list was Cotton Candy Lover Chopper. He was so cute. Luffy always did have taste for pets. Next was Devil Child Robin. She took a moment to think about her. When she was younger, she heard a story about a girl who had got a very high bounty at the age of 8. At the time, she thought she was so cool, but as Makino grew older, she realized how hard a life she must have led. But now she was with Luffy. She'd be safe with him and maybe even happy. The last two on the list were Sniper King and Cyborg Frankie, easily the most unique-looking members of the crew. This was definitely a weird crew, but if they made Luffy happy, then so what? Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden arrival of Whoop Slap, the village mayor. "Morning, Makino," she smiled at him. "Good morning, Mayor. Strange to see you up so early." Whoop Slap took a seat closest to him. "Thought I'd see if you needed any help cleaning up, but I should have guessed you'd be done by now." "Sorry you ended up doing it all by yourself." Makino smiled appreciatively. "That's sweet, Mayor, but I like the work and I also love being the bartender." "Really? Why's that?" the mayor asked, smiling. "Well, when I think back, so many things might not have happened to me if my parents didn't open up the party's bar. Including never getting the chance to meet Luffy." Whoop Slap frowned. "Humph. That boy, the constant disgrace of our village," Makino chuckled. "Come on, Mayor, you should just admit you're proud of Luffy." "Never." "So you are proud?" "What?" "No." "Ugh. Never mind." Whoop Slap got up from his chair and walked toward Makino, and then noticed the wanted poster of the Straw Hats. "Hard to believe." "What?" "There's a group of kids out there dumb enough to follow that brat." Makino laughed. "Yes, I guess it is a bit of a surprise." "Hey Makino, how do you think he's doing?" asked the mayor with a small smile. "Oh, do you care?" asked Makino mischievously. "Of course. After all that boy's put me through, I think I have a right to know." Makino smiled. "I bet he's having the time of his life. Although I'd wish he'd send a letter or something saying if he's alright. I'd send one, but I don't know how you'd message a pirate, like I'd want a letter from that brat." "Then why do you always check the mailbox looking for a letter from him?" Whoop Slap blushed. "Shut up, Makino." Makino just smiled. Whoop Slap took a deep breath. "Oh, by the way, I got a transponder call from Garp. He said he met Luffy." Makino's face lit up. "Really? What did he say? Is he doing alright?" "One at a time, Makino," said the mayor. "Sorry." Makino apologized. "So how is he?" "Garp didn't say much, but he says he's the same, so he's doing well," Makino said in a dreamy voice. "Good, I'm glad he's doing fine." "Makino? Still, I'd wish he'd write at least once. I wouldn't worry too much. You know how that family is." Makino didn't laugh this time and just stood there smiling distantly. "Yeah, one more thing, Garp also said that Luffy's going to run into Lilia pretty soon." "Really? That's great. Mother and son reunited at last," said Makino cheerfully. "Kind of sounds like something from a book." "Makino, are you mad?" the mayor shouted. "The moment that woman catches up to Luffy, he's as good as dog chow." "Mayor, there is nothing to worry about," Makino assured. "Sure, Lilia can be a bit intense, but she loves Luffy with all her heart." "If you say so," said the mayor, not really believing her. "I'm not saying there won't be drama and fighting. I'm saying that she's a good mom, and will do what's best for Luffy in the end." "If you say so," the mayor said dryly. "I have to go. Bye, Makino." "See you later, Mayor." Makino waved goodbye. The mayor left. Makino truly believed that there was nothing to worry about. She had looked up to Luffy's mom since she was a teenager. To her, she was the ultimate woman. Both strong and beautiful, and also capable of raising a child on her own, even if she was gone a lot. Makino knew everything would be alright, somehow. This was Luffy's mom after all. This wasn't going to be a smooth job. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, Luffy woke up extra early and couldn't go back to sleep, so he carefully exited the boys' cabin so the others wouldn't wake up, although it would probably take more than a few loud noises to wake Zoro up. Luffy found himself up on the upper deck. It was a beautiful morning as the began to rise on the horizon. Luffy took a moment to admire his new ship, the Thousand Sunny. He had to admit this was a fine ship. He was lucky to find Frankie. But he still couldn't help but miss the Mary. She was the first crewmate they lost, and he vowed not to lose another. Luffy looked down and noticed Nami, in a white buttoned shirt and a blue mini-skirt, on lower deck, leaning on the rails, gazing dreamily at the sunrise. Nami, morning. Nami looked up and smiled at her captain. Morning, Luffy. Luffy immediately jumped off the upper deck and onto the lower one. He landed in a kneeling position, then raised himself to face his navigator. You're up early, said Luffy. Nami shrugged. I always wake up early. It's more unusual for you to be up this hour. I woke up and couldn't go back to sleep, explained Luffy as he glanced behind Nami. Looking at the sunrise? Yeah. Nami nodded and then turned back to the railing. I like to savor peaceful moments like these, since I know they won't last. What makes you say that? Because they never do, stated Nami. If it's not being chased by the Marines, it's another crazy situation. Luffy chuckled. You have a point, and I'm still trying to process what happened with Water 7 and Eni's lobby. Nami continued. In the span of a few days we got 300 million berries and on the same day lost 200 million of it. Got told the bad news about Mary. You and Usopp had that big fight. Robin was taken by those CP9 jerks. We almost died trying to save her. Then we said goodbye to Mary. And after that we found out your grandpa is a famous Marine. Nami stopped. You know there was more than that. Like getting the Sunny and Usopp coming back. Luffy, how come you didn't tell us your grandpa was Garp? Nami asked curiously. Luffy was taken back by her question. Well, it's not like I'm upset that you didn't tell us, it's that I want to know why. Nami continued to push. Well, you see. Luffy started to sweat beads. He wanted to escape, but by that point Nami had already caged Luffy on the railings with her arms, and leaned in so close she and Luffy's faces were only inches apart. Akiji mentioned your grandpa before when we met him, but you just denied knowing what he was talking about. Nami's eyes widened a bit. Don't tell me you thought we'd abandon you if we found out. No, it's not that. That never even crossed my mind. Luffy almost shouted. Then what? Nami said sternly as she narrowed her eyes. Luffy sighed in defeat. I didn't tell you because it would bring back bad memories from training. Nami blinked, then laughed, and released him from her arm cage. That's it? Really? Why, you were scared? You. That's priceless? Luffy was as red as a tomato. Stop laughing. It's not funny. Nami regained her composure. Sorry. But really fear for your grandpa. That was it? Yeah. Luffy said dejectedly. He had never felt so embarrassed. Sorry for giving you the 3rd degree. Nami said. It's just that only now knowing you have a grandpa made me realize how little I really know about you. That's what bothered you, said Luffy, surprised. Yeah. I mean, was one of the first to meet you, and I should at least know a bit about your past, shouldn't I? What do you want to know? Asked Luffy. You mean you'll give me an answer? Nami asked back. Yeah. Luffy said with a grin. You're right, we should know a bit more about each other as crewmates. Okay. Let me think. Oh, I know how about this. Do you have any other brothers, besides Ace, or maybe a sister? No. Luffy said flatly. Nami might get mad if she ever found out about Sabo, but how is she ever gonna know? He's dead. But I do have 2 cousins I'm close to. They're both twins and one of them is a girl. One more question, Nami said. What's your mom? Luffy blinked. Why do you care? Because I've got a feeling she's no ordinary lady. Being your mom alone proves she's above average. My mom is an incredible woman. She smiled in adversity and laughed at danger. Sounds a lot like you, Nami surmised. Me? No way, I can't even begin to compare to her, Luffy said as if the idea was preposterous. She's also really strong. How strong? You remember Akiji? How could I forget? I'd say she's as strong as him. Nami was shocked. Seriously? Yup. My mom also happens to be the most terrifying woman I've ever known. Wow. Nami wondered what it would be like to meet this woman. Any more questions? Nope, you're off the hook for now, Nami said. I think I'll head out to draw some maps. See you later, Nami. Nami walked off. Bye, Nami. Luffy lingered in that spot. He thought about his mom. Would she be mad at him for being a pirate? He'd never regret being a pirate, but he did regret not telling his mom that he left. He was afraid she would be angry at him. After all, she is a marine. Not more than an hour after Luffy and Nami's talk, a marine ship, only a couple hours of casual sailing away, was patrolling that part of the sea, unaware that a pirate ship was close by. The ship was like any other marine ship, except for the symbol on its sail. On it was a creepy-looking gray-faced, tall skull-like picture with devil-like wings drawn from the back of its head. This was the mark of one of the most feared group marines on the sea. The unofficially named Demon Unit. Its captain was known as Aura D. Lilia, aka the She-Demon. Captain? Called one of the ship marines from one of the ship's rooms. She was a young girl, maybe only a year older than Luffy and just as tall. Captain, urgent news. What is, Shauna? Asked her commanding officer, who she was running towards. Captain Aura D. Lilia, the strongest female marine. She was beautiful, strong, courageous, and just about the ultimate woman and the inspiration to every little girl and woman in the world. The captain diligently, with her arms folded and her face blank, scanned as far as her eyes could see to look for pirates, or one of our scouts. This was some heavy news she was about to give. Yes? He spotted the mark of the Straw Hat Pirates. Lilia's eyes widened. Why, you're serious? The female marine, Shauna, nodded. Yes. There is no mistake, Lilia smirked. So, my son and I will reunite at last. Good. So we've finally found Luffy, huh? The captain and Shauna glanced to see a teenage boy about Shauna's age walking towards them. His marine's jacket was unbuttoned and his hair was pointing in every direction. Ren. Shauna groaned. You just got up, didn't you? You're so unprofessional. Oh, lighten up, sis, scoffed Ren. I'm up now, aren't I? A good marine should be up at the crack of dawn. Shauna glanced at the captain. Right, Captain? Captain Lilia didn't seem to hear her. Captain? What? Lilia said offhandedly. Oh, yes. Ren is dumb, yeah. Hey! Screamed Ren. While I agree Ren is dumb, said Shauna. That's not exactly what I said. What? Said the captain, breaking her thoughts. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. So it's true that Luffy has been spotted? Asked Ren. Yes, answered Shauna. I just got the report. Captain, what are we going to do? Isn't it obvious? Asked the captain with a serious tone of voice. We're going to. Captain? Shouted one of the lower officers. What? The captain snapped. The officer flinched. A pirate ship has been spotted. Seriously? Now, why yes, ma'am, he replied meekly. Ugh, groaned the captain. Captain, we just can't ignore a pirate crew, reminded Shauna. Don't be such a stick in the mud, sis, said Ren. We can ignore one little pirate. In the distance was the sounds of multiple loud cheers and cries of men coming annoyingly closer. When the three turned to the direction of the voices, they saw a faint, but identifiable humongous battleship that outsized their little marine ship by 1,000 feet creeping closer. What was that about a little pirate, what? Shauna asked teasingly. Never mind, said Ren dejectedly. We definitely cannot ignore them. We don't have time for this. Captain Lilia muttered bitterly. You know, it's just our luck that a pirate crew finally works up the nerve to face just when we finally find Luffy, said Ren almost humorously. Do you think they even know who they're dealing with? Asked Shauna. Maybe not, answered Ren. Their ship is so big they might not have seen the insignia on the sail, and if they did notice, they probably think that the numbers alone will help them win. Ha! Laughed Shauna with an evil grin. If numbers is all they have, then they're in for a bitter awakening, right, Captain? Captain? No reply. Shauna turned to face the captain, and then flinched at the sight. Her captain had a dangerously dark aura around her. Captain, ignoring her, the captain said. I'll be back in a minute. With that, she jumped so high she easily reached the top of the ship. Subsequently, a big bearded man, presumably the captain, stepped forward to threaten them, but was cut short by the flying fist of Captain Lilia. The hit was so brutal that it broke the man's face, leaving him with a horribly disfigured and broken nose that was bleed puddles, missing teeth, and probably a concussion. He fell backwards and lay unconscious. Captain? The pirate crew yelled, Ren and Shauna cringed at the sight. Brutal, they both said in unison. You be asterisk 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 asterisk, shouted one of the pirates. He was big and muscular. How dare you sucker punch our captain? I'll kill you! The pirate charged at her. Poor idiot, said Ren sympathetically. He and Shauna had strong eyes so they could see the fight despite it being so high up. Captain Lilia swatted the pirate like a fly with the back of her arm. Who's next? She asked dangerously. Every member on the deck charged at her with a vengeance. An army versus a woman. How could they lose? You think they stand a chance? Asked Ren. Nope, stated Shauna. Me neither. Lilia charged at them like a rocket. She ran down anyone in her way, and the ones around her were blown off the ship by the power of the momentum alone. The ones she ran over looked like a horse had stomped on them. It's raining pirates. Shauna groaned. We don't have nearly enough cuffs for all these guys, said Ren, disappointed. Hey men! Fish out the pirates with the nets, we'll figure out something. I doubt she'll need her devil fruit power in this fight, said Shauna as she heard the screams of pirates begging for mercy, but still getting brutally beaten. If she were a normal girl, she'd probably be covering her ears and wishing for it to stop. Yeah, Ren agreed. But that might be a good thing. At least they don't have to deal with that hell. A little while passed and all the pirates were defeated, tied up, and were left on their anchored ship to be picked up by a bigger ship from the Marines. I can't believe it took over an hour to get those pirates beaten and tied up, said Captain Lilia bitterly. It might have gone quicker if you hadn't knocked so many of them off that ship, said Shauna in a scolding fashion. What was that, Shauna dear? The captain said in a tone of voice that would make grown men wet themselves, and glared at her demonically. Nothing, Captain. Shauna knew that there was some fight you just can't win. Shauna, I've told you both to call me Aunt Lily, said Captain Lilia. Like you two did when you were little kids. I can't do that, Captain, Shauna stated. You're my captain. It wouldn't be proper. You're my niece, how can it not be proper? Asked Lilia. I don't mind calling you Aunt Lily, Captain, Ren spoke up. But Sis thinks since we're twins whatever I do reflects on her. Well, it does, said Shauna. Ever since we were kids people have assumed since you're a slob, I'd be one too. I'm not a slob, Ren retorted. I'm hygienically challenged. Shauna didn't even bother retorting. Anyway, Captain Lilia, it was really awesome how you took down all those pirates single-handedly. Shauna smiled at her in admiration. Yeah, it will never stop surprising me how strong you are, Aunt Lily agreed Ren. Shauna smacked him over the head for saying Aunt Lily. But we might have lost track of Luffy, Captain Lily said disappointingly. Don't worry, Captain Lilia, Shauna assured. I had the scout keep track of the Straw Hats, and I told him to send reports every half hour. That's great, Lilia said, slightly more cheerful than usual. You're the best, Shauna, Captain's pet. Ren coughed. Shauna smacked him over the head. Luffy, Lilia started dreamily. I'll see you soon. You and I need to have a talk. Ren and Shauna stared at her. The aura of determination around her was even stronger than it usually is. Luffy's a dead man, whispered Ren. Oh, shut it, he is not, retorted Shauna. Are you serious? Asked Ren in surprise. Have you not met the woman? Once she gets her hands on him, he'll be lucky if he even comes out of this in one piece. You know I can hear you, right? Said Lilia. Ren flinched. What, you know I was kidding, right, Captain Lilia? Ren laughed an awkward laugh. Shauna sighed at her brother's faux pas. I have to admit I'm excited to see Luffy too. Oh, excited to see your future groom, are you? Lilia mischievously grinned. It's common in Japan for cousins to have romantic feelings for each other. Shauna blushed. That's not it. I just want to see my cousin. That's all. Sure, said the captain, not believing her. Well, I'm more interested in seeing these two babes Luffy's got on his crew, Ren said as he held the wanted posters of Cat Burglar Nami and Devil Child Robin. After saying that, Shauna punched a hole through the poster and drove a fist into Ren's face, knocking him off the upper deck. H's nose was bleeding and broken, and his face looked like it was hit by a giant 10-ton hammer. How many times do I have to say to not mention those women in front of me, brother dear? Said Shauna with dark aura similar to Lilia. Lilia ignored them. Luffy, you and I will meet again soon. I don't know what I'll say, but just know that you're in big trouble, mister. She shouted and unintentionally released a strong wave of Conqueror's Haki. The wave knocked out some of the new recruits and made Shauna and the more experienced Marines fall on their butts. Captain Lilia. Shauna groaned. Oops. Sorry, his mom revealed. Luffy's demon appears, unaware that one of the most fearsome marine units in the organization were heading in their direction. The Straw Hats were eating breakfast. Gotta say this is a really nice kitchen, Nami commented. You have a surprising eye for detail, Frankie. Thanks, big sis, Frankie said happily. But I guess some credit should go to those galley law guys. Them too. Usopp agreed. I'm sure with your skills the sunny will never break. Can't say I hate the new kitchen, Sanji said cheerfully, and I can't disapprove of the training room. Zoro agreed. You know something's good when both Zoro and Sanji agree, said Chopper. It's a nice ship, said Robin. By this point Frankie was in tears and then broke out into his signature pose. You guys are super. I love you. The only one who hadn't said anything was Luffy. Luffy was always one of the loudest Straw Hats, but today he seemed distracted. He was absent-mindedly eating a plate of scrambled eggs that were an unusually normal portion. He wasn't even trying to steal the others' food. They looked at him with worried expressions. Nami felt like it was her fault Luffy was acting like this. Maybe she had touched onto a sensitive topic that made Luffy uncomfortable, but still, Luffy had finally finished his plate of eggs at a pace that he would usually finish 10 plates of food. Hey Luffy? Sanji called. He was a little worried and frankly becoming a bit insecure that Luffy of all people wasn't digging into his food like usual. Kind of hurt his cook's pride a bit. Luffy didn't respond. Luffy jerked his head up. What? Oh, yes, Sanji, you need something? Not really, he replied. You want seconds? No thanks, I'm not that hungry, Luffy said. Silence. Not hungry. Everyone thought in unison. Needless to say, the Straw Hats were more than shocked, they were horrified. Some of them even gasped while the others sat wide-eyed. Even Robin was shocked at Luffy's answer. Luffy had just said that he wasn't hungry. Luffy could eat a month's worth of food and still have room for another month's worth. That's it, something was definitely wrong. By that point Nami had practically jumped out of her seat and darted towards Luffy. Luffy, can you and I talk? Huh? Whoa! Nami grabbed Luffy by the arm and dragged him out of the kitchen without thinking. The rest of the Straw Hats were left confused of what had just transpired. That was weird, said Frankie, trying to sum up the situation as best he could. What was weird? Usopp asked. Nami dragging off Luffy or him saying he wasn't hungry? I don't know, Frankie said, not able to process everything that had just happened. Where'd Nami take Luffy anyway? Chopper asked. I don't know, Zoro said blankly. He grinned a second later. Maybe she took him to the women's room to talk. He said this to provoke the cook. Sanji fell for the taunt. How dare you even consider that my darling Nami would ever even look at that idiot captain like that, you stupid moss head. Don't shout at me, you stupid love cook, Zoro shouted back. In under 5 seconds Zoro and Sanji began another of their infamous fights. You know, I wonder if they do this just to annoy us at this point? Usopp asked as he looked at the swordsman and cook annoyingly. I doubt those two are that smart, said Frankie. So what do you think Nami took Luffy to talk about? Chopper asked his two friends, who shrugged. Luffy was acting pretty strange too. I hope nothing's wrong. We should just let them be for now, said Robin, who had been silent for most of this. Whatever is wrong, I'm sure Nami will take care of it. Yeah, I guess you're right, said Chopper. Frankie and Usopp nodded in agreement. Robin smiled at them, but she was kind of worried herself. She had a good idea, more or less, of what Nami and Luffy were going to talk about, because she had listened in on the conversation they had had earlier in the morning. Being able to make your ears appear poof onto a distance, so you can hear your friends' conversations, is a handy skill. While the other Straw Hats contemplated Luffy and Nami's strange behavior, the latter had dragged the former to her map-making room and then tossed him on the floor. Nami took a moment to contemplate what she would say as Luffy picked himself up. They stared at each other eye to eye. So want to talk? Nami asked. About what? Luffy asked. Did what we talked about earlier bother you? She asked. Well, Luffy started to look uncomfortable. It did get me thinking. Luffy, I'm sorry I made you feel bad by asking those questions. Nami, don't happily dash. Let me finish. The orange-haired navigator barked, then subsequently took a deep breath. I'm sorry I made you feel bad, but I don't regret asking. What? Luffy was confused. The thing with Robin taught me something. Nami paused, having trouble finding the words. We're cremates. What affects one of us will affect all of us. So I don't think we should keep secrets from each other. Nami, you're right, bud. It's not like I'm the best example of an open book. After all, I betrayed you guys, my friends, to save my village only to have you guys bail my sorry but out of that jam and get badly injured in the process. Nami, none of us blame you for that. We're friends, it's our job to do stuff like that. Well, I blame myself for that. If I had trust you, then we could have fought together to save Kokoyashi. But I was too stubborn to ask for help, just like you are now. Me? I'm not being stubborn. Yeah. Whatever. Nami waved her right hand dismissively. Just remember, we're all here for you. I'm here for you, if you ever need to talk. She sat nervously, not making eye contact with Luffy. Luffy smiled softly. Nami, thanks for your concern. But, Luffy shook his head. No buts, just thank you. Something is bothering me, but do you mind if we leave it at that for now? Nami sighed. Fine. Her compliance surprised Luffy. He thought she would press forward, but she said sharply as she opened the door to leave. We'll have another little talk real soon. Got it. Luffy squeaked. With that, Nami left. Luffy lingered in the room, laying flat on his back. Nami was right, something was bothering him, and that something was his mom. While Luffy was thinking about his mom was thinking of him. The Marine captain thought back to when Luffy was still a newborn. He was one of the most wild babies she had ever known. When she tried to give him bathes, he'd shatter the container she'd bath him in. Even when he was in the womb, he was wild, always kicking so much it hurt just to move. Ironically, the only time he overstood still was when she fed him. But she loved every moment of Luffy's life, and she wished she'd been there more. Captain? Said Shauna in a concerned voice, breaking Lilia's train of thought. Yes, Shauna? Asked the captain maternally. I thought you should know that we should be reaching the Straw Hats within the hour, she informed. The she-demon was practically shaking with excitement. Captain, please don't lose control of your hockey and knock everyone out again. The men just got up, groaned Shauna. She giggled. I said I was sorry. Shauna's expression said she was annoyed with her, but then it changed to concern. Thinking about Luffy? Yes. She nodded and smiled absent-mindedly. Do you think he's eating well? Shauna shrugged. Maybe. He can catch sea kings, so he's not gonna starve. Are you worried about Luffy? Lilia asked. Why should I be worried about him? She said stubbornly. Because you like him, Lilia teased. Actually, I stopped liking him, Shauna said certainly. Now he's more like my little brother. Yeah, I know, Lilia said bluntly. Why you now? Said a surprised Shauna. But why have you been teasing me all this time? Because it's more fun to tease you than it is to tease Yuki, she explained. I'm going to kill you. Shauna charged at her, but Lilia simply blocked by put her hand on her niece's head and making her run in place. After a minute she gave up and just muttered curses. Speaking of Yuki, we should tell her that we found Luffy, shouldn't we? They both stared at each other and silently agreed not to inform her. Yuki was a member of the unit too and easily the strongest under Lilia, who had trained her. But more importantly, she loved Luffy, like Shauna used to. If she did come, then things would get a bit too messy, said Shauna. Besides, she's got that important job of ending the war, Regalatin, said Lilia. It's too important for her to just leave. So what are we talking about? Cameron, who came out of nowhere, making Shauna jump, but Lilia remained calm. Stop popping out of nowhere like that, Shauna shouted. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Don't be so dramatic, said Rin calmly. You're my tough twin, right? So a little thing like me appearing out, ouch. Shauna smacked Rin over the head, leaving a huge bump. Next time I'll use finger pistol. Remember that. Rubbing his bump, Rin asked, so, when are we gonna reach Luffy and his crew? If all goes well, within the hour, answered his twin. Great, said Rin. So Captain, what's the? Rin was silenced when he saw his commanding officer state. The dark aura she emits was even more intense than it was usually, and she just stood there motionless and facing one direction, forward. Aunt Lily, we don't need a plan, she said sternly. This is my son we're talking about. He knows only one way to deal with a situation, and that's head on. Shauna smirked. You're right. Luffy's always been that kind of guy. Honestly, I don't think there's any better way to face him than to fight him head on. After all, Luffy's spontaneous actions can botch plans on both ends. Ren, on the other hand, was skeptical. For the most part, what they said made sense. He knew Luffy. Whatever the challenge, he wasn't the type to think things through. He was the type to rush into any situation, to any fight without hesitation, even if the opponent was an admiral or worse, Uncle Garp. But this was different. His opponents are his cousins and his mom. There's no way he could just shrug it off and just go charging in there like nobody's business, like he would anything else. But that didn't matter. What did matter was that he was going to fight Luffy, and he was gonna win. Someone's excited, Shauna said teasingly. Huh? Said Ren, losing his train of thought. You're clenching your fists. Shauna pointed to Ren's fists. You only do that when you're excited about something. He laughed. You're a pain in the butt, but you know me too well. He punched his hand and smirked. What can I say? Luffy and I have unfinished business. You two have always started fights like that ever since we first met Luffy. What can I say? He's a strong opponent, and don't pretend you don't enjoy a good fight as well. I don't want to fight my family. Yeah, you do. Shauna didn't respond. So, Captain. Lilia's dark aura reached an even higher level of scary. It's probably better not to talk to her right now. Ren nodded. As the marine ship was creeping even closer, the Straw Hats did their usual routines and antics. Zoro trained in the new training room. Usopp and Chopper were fishing for new fish to put in their aquarium. Sanji made a snack for Robin, who was reading a book. Frankie was doing a maintenance check of the Sunny. Nami and Luffy were the only ones acting differently. Nami sat alone in the lounge thinking if she said the right things to Luffy. Luffy was still lying down in the room where Nami made maps, thinking about his mom and how guilty he felt about leaving her the way he did. They both felt unsure of themselves. But they both knew one thing. This wasn't like them. Nami jolted up from her seat in the lounge. Luffy jolted up from the floor of the room he was in. Luffy's like my little brother, so of course I want to know what's bothering him, she thought with a smirk. Nami's right, I need to talk to someone about this. Keeping my feeling bottled up like this is no good for everyone, thought Luffy with a serious face. Nami and Luffy left their respective places and left to find one another. The former to make the latter spill his guts, and the latter to tell the former what was on his. They both ran into one another at the upper deck of the Thousand Sunny. Captain and Navigator stared intently into each other's eyes. Luffy, Nami, you're right, something has been bothering me for a while, and I've just been too stubborn to admit what's bothering, said Luffy, who cut Nami off. I'm lucky to have crewmates who care, like you. Nami slightly blushed a bit. Well, good. I'm glad you know how lucky you are to have someone like me on your crew. Nami shook her head rapidly to regain her composure. So, you want to talk in the lounge? Yeah, Luffy said awkwardly. Things were starting to get uncomfortable. The two began to walk to the lounge when suddenly, "Marine ship is approaching," shouted Zoro from the lookout. Luffy couldn't help grin at the irony of a marine ship approaching right when he was thinking about his mom. Suddenly an ominous chill went up his spine, like something bad was about to happen. Nami, however, was annoyed at the bad timing and shouted, "How many are there?" "Just one," Zoro replied. "Just one, huh?" Nami said in surprise. "Then they should be no problem, right?" "Don't know," Zoro said with some concern. "Something about them feels strange." "Strange? What do you mean?" "Well, do marine ships usually have that on their sails?" All the Straw Hats, minus Frankie, who was below deck, looked where Zoro was looking. Initially, they saw the faint image of a ship in the distance, but as it sailed closer they could see the mark on its sail. A creepy-looking gray-faced, skull-like thing with devil-like wings. "Not exactly the prettiest thing on the sea, is it?" said Nami, unnerved. "It kind of looks like a pirate flag." "I think I know that flag," said Robin from the lower deck. "You do?" said her shipmates in unison. "Whose is it?" asked Sanji. "It belongs to the Demon Unit," Robin stated. "Demon Unit?" Luffy repeated. For some reason that sounded familiar. "What's so special about them?" asked Usopp. "They're regarded as one of the most fearsome group of Marines in the world government," Robin said in a grim voice, causing Usopp and Chopper to scream. "So what's up?" shouted Frankie, who came up from below deck. "Marines are attacking, as usual," said Sanji nonchalantly, as he lit up a cigarette. "They are? What are we gonna do?" asked Frankie. "We could run?" proposed Usopp. "It's too late for that," Zoro stated, as he came down to the deck. "They're already too close. We'll have to fight." "Hate to admit it, but," Sanji went silent. Chopper spoke. "Sanji, are you? Angels have come!" Sanji shouted, startling Chopper and the rest of his crewmates. Sanji went into love mode and started twirling around the ship like a crazy ballerina. He broke out of love mode when he saw something. "Who's that guy standing next to them?" What are you talking about? Chopper asked. There are 2 beautiful ladies on that ship. Beautiful ladies? Repeated Luffy. Then he saw it. They all saw it. Standing prominently at the topmost part of the ship were 3 Marines. One was a teenage girl, about Nami's age, with long raven hair that stretched to her shoulders and pale pretty skin. Next was a messy raven-haired teenage boy, the same age as the girl. They both were in standard soldiers' uniforms, except the boy's was unbuttoned. Finally there was a woman in a high-ranking Marine's jacket stood with a very potent, unexplainable aura. She had an expression that could kill the faint of heart. She was very beautiful and tall, with long raven hair, like her subordinates, that stretched all the way to her lower back. All 3 were staring directly at Luffy. Luffy's heart raced and his hands shook uncontrollably, and his face broke out in a cold sweat. Nami noticed Luffy's reaction and asked in a concerned voice, Luffy, what's wrong? Luffy didn't seem to hear her. He said in a volume just audible enough for the Straw Hats to hear, Mom. It was like the world stopped for the Straw Hats, as their mouths hung open. She's your mom. Ren arrives on the Thousand Sunny. The Straw Hats were still trying the new information they had received from their captain. A Marine was his mom. His mom. Garp was one thing, but Luffy's mom was another story entirely. Who's why your mom? Nami asked, surprisingly calmer than expected. She was on the upper deck with Luffy, while the rest were on the lower deck. Luffy managed to regain some of his composure. He pointed a shaky finger at the ship, more specifically the 3 people standing prominently on the topmost part of the ship. The one in the middle, the tall one. That's her. Those 2 next to her are my cousins, Shauna and Ren. So the she-demon is your mother? Interest, Robin said in a neutral, but curious tone. How can you be so calm? Usopp shouted. Then what she said processed. Wait, she-demon? Unless I'm mistaken, that symbol on their sail is the demon unit, Robin explained. And if what I've heard is true, the captain of that unit has the reputation of being as strong as an admiral. Silence. This news surprised the Straw Hats. The strength of an admiral is nothing to sneeze at. Robin continued, I've also heard that she is merciless towards pirates and has a reputation of being one of the most terrifying Marines in the government. There's a story of how she single-handedly wiped out a pirate crew of 500, whose captain had a bounty of a 150 million berry, in under 10 minutes. Usopp's jaw dropped. Are you serious? He turned his head to Luffy. Luffy, how many more Marine relatives do you have? He regretted shouting. Luffy had shadows over his eyes and hung his head down to avoid eye contact with the others. Lou, Frankie! Luffy yelled in a serious tone. Startled, Frankie jumped. Why, yeah? I need you too. Luffy said in the same serious voice. Yeah? The Straw Hats listened closely to what Luffy had to say. Do that coup de whatever and get us out of here. What? The other Straw Hats, minus Robin, shouted. That's a bit out of character for you, Luffy said. Usopp. It was unnerving to see him like this. He and the other Straw Hats took a glance at Luffy's mom. She gave off a serious, no-nonsense woman kind of vibe, which you'd expect from female Marines. She had the same raven black hair and skin tone as Luffy and was as tall as Robin. She just stood there with her arms crossed and a face similar to Zoro when remaining cool. She wore a jacket that only the higher-ranking Marine officers wore. Luffy's mom looked scary, Chopper whispered. Luffy shook his head. Sorry to freak you out. Frankie, do the thing. Without a word, Frankie went to the lower part of the ship, and as he left he said, It's called coup de burst. Hey Luffy, I got a question for you, said Sanji as he lit a smoke. Yeah? Luffy said. How is it possible for you to have such a beautiful mother? Sanji asked as he puffed out a ball of smoke, making the other Straw Hats fall flat. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Luffy shouted angrily. Well, it's hard to believe someone so beautiful could be, in any way, related to you, said Sanji callously. The Straw Hats looked at Luffy's mom again, and they silently agreed that she was very beautiful. None of them could see any of Luffy in her, none except Nami, who saw some kind of similarity, but couldn't place. In response, gritted his teeth and ignored Sanji's rude comment. Hey Luffy, I have a question, said Nami. What is it? He asked. That younger girl with your mom is your cousin, right? Nami said as she pointed at the Marine ship. Luffy nodded. Yeah, her name's Shauna and that guy with them is Ren, her twin brother. Why do you ask? Because she's glaring at me like I killed her best friend, Nami said, a little afraid. The Straw Hats looked at Luffy's cousin. Like Nami said, she was glaring at her with a lot of anger. Her gaze shifted between Robin and Nami. Her eyes were practically glowing with rage and her body emitted a dark, terrifying dark aura. She seems quite angry, Robin said in a neutral voice. Yeah, looks like she wants to kill you and Nami, said Zoro nonchalantly. Don't say something like that so calmly, idiot! Nami shouted. Far back as I can remember, Shauna has always been the kind of girl who gets angry really easily. Luffy stated. Kind of like you, Zoro teased Nami. With that, Nami cracked, jumped from the upper deck, and onto Zoro, knocking him down to the ground. Shut up, you jerk. In any case, I'll protect my darling Nami and Robin from anything, Sanji declared. And how do you plan on defending them from two women, love cook? Said Zoro. Well, Sanji didn't have an answer. Under normal circumstances, Zoro would take this opportunity to crush Sanji's pride in a million pieces. But something was on his mind. Why haven't they attacked yet? Huh? Said Usopp. Hey, you're right. They've just stayed there in that single spot this whole time. They haven't even shot a single cannon at us this entire time. That's strange, said Chopper. Maybe it's because Luffy's on the ship? Suggested Nami. The other Straw Hats contemplated that thought. It definitely would make sense. After all, I doubt a good mother would actually want to arrest her own son, right, Captain? Luffy was silent for a moment, as leaned on the railing. He took a deep breath and said, I can't be sure. My mom has her own way of doings and she rarely does anything the expected way. The Straw Hats were not sure what to say. In any other situation they'd retort with kind of like you, but they knew that would be a bit too tactless. Meanwhile, on the demon unit's ship, Rin was making a request/suggestion. So how about I go over to Luffy's ship and make sure they don't make any sudden moves, huh? He asked in an unofficial tone. You just want to fight Luffy, Shauna accused, dropping her death glare at the female Straw Hats. And flirt with those girls, I bet. Heh. Rin chuckled. He didn't, nor could he deny it. Just go, Captain Lilia said in a dark tone of voice. Captain, are you SWWMHMMH? Rin instantly covered Shauna's mouth with his hand. Are you crazy? Rin whispered frantically, and his hand was kind of trembling. Correcting her like this is like an ant begging a giant to squash it flat. Shauna pulled Ren's hand off her mouth and looked at her captain. Captain Lilia hadn't taken her eyes off the pirate ship, or more specifically Luffy, since it had come into their sights. She just stood there motionless, with a sort of seriousness and determination in her eyes that she had never seen before. One thing was for sure, it was probably a bad idea to annoy Aunt Lily in the mood she was in now. Guess you're right. Thanks, bro. No problem, sis. Oh, and Ren? Yes, sis, ow. Shauna smacked Ren over the head, leaving a very large bump on his head. Wash your hands before touching people, idiot. She rubbed her face furiously. Seriously, it smelt like a rotting fish hit me. Gross. Ren gave an annoyed stare, but said nothing as he rubbed his head. He crouched down, as if he was about to make a jump. Well, I'm off. If you plan on attacking, give me some kind of signal, K. Wait, Ren, called Shauna with hint of concern, which was extremely unusual. Ren, noticing the unusual amount of concern his twin was showing for him, lingered in the crouching position. You need something? Be careful, she said sincerely. And tell Luffy I said hi. Ren smiled mischievously. You're worried about little old me, big sister. I'm touched, ow wow. Once again, Shauna smacked her younger twin over the head. Just go, dummy. Geez, this is what I get for being nice to you, Ren didn't retort. He would have any other time, but he had something more important to do. He jumped and yelled moon bounce. The Straw Hats' eyes widened at what they saw. A teenage boy in a Marine's uniform was bouncing on the air as if it were solid. Sanji spoke first. That's that moon bounce move those CP9 guys used against us at Eni's lobby. That's Ren, Luffy said in shock. I didn't know he knew that technique. Heads up, he's coming, Zoro warned as he unsheathed his swords. Luffy's cousin Ren gracefully landed on the ship's main deck in a kneeling position. He slowly rose from his position with shadows over his eyes. The Straw Hats took a moment to examine him. He was a tall man with slightly muscular arms, and raven hair even messier than Luffy's. His marine jacket was only half buttoned. Their first opinion, he was a slob. Hi Luffy, it's been a while, he said in an all-too-happy voice, and Luffy-like grin. His nonchalant attitude made almost all of the Straw Hats fall over. All except Luffy, who more or less expected a carefree entrance from his more laid-back cousin. Rin versus Luffy. A battle capable of shaking the sea. The Straw Hats were not really sure what to make of their captain's cousin. They were still getting over how nonchalant his entrance was. He seemed so similar to Luffy, but yet something about him seemed so different as well, but none of them could put their fingers on it. But based on what they have seen so far, they could honestly believe. Well, I don't doubt he's Luffy's cousin, said Sanji dryly, that's for sure. They both take situations way too lightly, as if it were just a walk in the park, said Usopp just as dryly. Not to mention they both have that silly grin, said Zoro equally as dryly. They're both idiots, Nami said dryly. Luffy's cousin is so cool. Chopper screamed a squeak. Robin said nothing. Ren laughed at their comments. Man, Luffy, your crews sure are a funny group of rogues. For a brief moment Luffy was silent, but gave a small smile. They really are. Nice to see you again, Ren. Luffy, despite the situation, was happy to see his cousin again, but he knew that he couldn't be off guard. Ren was not the kind of opponent that was easy to beat. Him being on the ship made the situation even more complex. Hey Usopp! Luffy shouted, getting his attention. Yeah? Usopp responded. Tell Frankie to abort the escape plan for now. Wait until I say otherwise. Usopp and the other Straw Hats were dumbfounded. That was actually a good call, which made zero sense from their reckless, idiotic captain. Becoming impatient with the unresponsiveness of Usopp, Luffy shouted, Go! Alright, Usopp ran for the entrance for the lower deck, but didn't get 2 steps in before a gun was shot from the marine ship, with the bullet missing Usopp by mere inches, which caused him to shriek very loudly. The Straw Hats and Ren immediately turned their heads in the direction of the ship. Must have been John who shot, Ren guessed. John? Nami repeated. On the marine ship, Lilia and Shauna looked behind them to see that the sniper, John, was on the crow's nest with a smoking standard-looking sniper rifle. He grinned cockily. That was a warning shot. John, when did you get there? Asked Shauna. She then went into scolding mode. Don't tell me you only just woke up. John blinked and made a what are you talking about face. I've been up since dawn, Shauna. Don't kid me, lady. You have? Said Shauna, genuinely surprised. Must not have noticed you. Sorry, and not have noticed me? John said, upset. I helped tie up those pirates. I wasn't knocked out by the captain's hockey. I made lunch. But his words fell on deaf ears as the captain and Shauna ignored him and focused on the Straw Hat ship again. John sat on his rear and buried his face in his knees. He wasn't surprised by the fact he wasn't noticed. Even though he had been a part of the demon unit since Lilia became a captain, even though he was one of the more important members of the unit, he was always forgotten. He was a plain-looking guy with a total lack of presence. He had regulation height brown hair, was of average height, and was lightly tanned with brown eyes. A completely plain-looking man. How is it that no one notices me? John blubbered. What's that guy whining about now? Thought Shauna, who was annoyed. Hey Usopp, said Zoro. He saw the sniper. I think you can go now. That sniper seems to be distracted. Why, you sure? Said Usopp timidly. He did not want to be shot to death trying to abort an escape plan, but then he noticed John, the sniper, wallowing in a pool of self-pity. Guess you're right. Usopp ran for the lower part of the ship. Ren sighed, that John, he's way too sensitive. He then smirked, well, I can't really complain, since I don't really want to escape with you all. So tell me, Straw Hats, what's next? I think you know, Zoro answered with a smirk, while he pointed his 2 swords. Remember, one of Zoro's swords were broken by a marine captain in Eni's lobby. At Ren, Sanji got into a stance, Nami pulled out her Climax, Chopper had a rumble ball in his hand, and Robin crossed her arms ready to use her power. They were all ready to take anything Ren could throw at them, but, hold on guys. Luffy ordered with commanding voice. He leaped from the higher level deck to the lower deck and landed in between his crew and Ren. He raised his body to glare at the smirking Ren, who seemed to know what the pirate captain was thinking. Stay out of this. I'll handle Ren on my own. Luffy, are you sure? Nami asked in concern. She always felt reluctant to leave Luffy to fight strong opponents on his own, but this was especially difficult. This man, Ren, was his family, and Luffy himself said that they were close. To be honest, I'm not, said Luffy with a smile, surprising his crew. This is the first time in a long time I've had at least a little understanding of my opponent's strength, and to be honest, it scares me just a bit. You're making me blush, Luffy, Ren said with a chuckle. But don't think you're the only one who's getting nervous. I also haven't got the chance to fight someone whose strength I know well in quite a long time. Well, you've always been a smarter fighter than me, so you have less to worry about, Luffy chuckled back. The Straw Hats glanced back and forth between the two cousins, and they could all tell one thing: they both wanted a one-on-one fight. The crewmates backed down, but kept their guards up. They wanted to be prepared for anything that could happen next. Luffy and Rin stared each other down, most likely to evaluate any kind of changes in each other, or maybe just to intimidate the other. Without warning, Luffy made the first move, Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy's arms struck at bullet speed, but Rin braced himself. Iron Body. The technique absorbed the impact of the attack as if it were nothing. This surprised neither Luffy nor any of the spectators, since they had all seen how powerful a defense the Iron Body technique was when they fought CP9. But what really shook them was the powerful shock wave created when Luffy's pistol connected with Rin. The force was strong enough to shake the ship itself. Luffy retracted his arm, then twisted that same arm, Gum Gum Rifle. He swung another punch, and this one connected. Rin showed a sign that he actually felt it, although barely. Luffy's not holding anything back. Nami muttered with surprise. I don't think that's true, Zoro said, catching the attention of the other Straw Hats. I agree, said Robin. It looks to me that Luffy is just testing Rin, and the same could said for Rin. In a way, the battle hasn't even begun yet. I think that's what makes this bout even more impressive, Sanji said, in genuine awe. The fact that neither of them have even begun to show their full strength. Even though Rin hasn't made an attack yet, I can still tell he's a powerful fighter, Zoro said knowingly. Luffy's family is really strong, Chopper said excitedly. A family of monsters, Usopp said dryly. Not to shabby cows, Rin said, never losing his cocky smile. You've definitely gotten a lot stronger since the last time you and I have sparred, but I can't say how strong till we stop playing around, Luffy smirked. Thanks, you're a lot tougher too, but I got to ask, said Rin in a tone that was inviting trouble. He pointed at the ship behind him. Even if you do manage to beat me, what are you gonna do about Sergeant Smax-a-Lot and Captain Demon over there? Luffy and the other Straw Hats glanced behind Rin. Luffy's mom and his cousin hadn't stopped glaring daggers at the Straw Hat ship since they got here. The idea of fighting either one of them was not a pleasant thought. We'll find a way, Luffy said unconfidently, making the other Straw Hats fall flat. Most of them yelled, that's all you can say. Well, you're still as annoyingly optimistic as you always were, huh? Rin said. Shut up, said an annoyed Luffy. Let's fight. Music to my Ren's eyes widened. Shave. He disappeared from sight. Luffy looked in all directions, searching for the Marine, finding him behind him, with his arm around Nami, surprising her. He gently took her hand into his. Ren spoke in a silky voice. My, what a pretty girl we have here. Please forgive me, my sweet. I usually make a habit to address beautiful women whenever I see them, but I got excited over seeing my cousin. I hope you can understand, and might I say you're even more beautiful in person than in your wanted poster. Would you please do me the honor of having dinner with me this evening under the moon and stars? Before Nami could answer, Sanji shouted, as the others' just sweat dropped at the romantic scene. Get your hands away from her, you lousy piece of crap. Hey, I don't recognize you, said Rin, taking his eyes off Nami and glancing at Sanji. Are you a new member or something? I recognize everyone else here from their wanted poster. Did you join at Water 7 or something? At the word wanted poster, Sanji's eyes darkened. Unlike everyone else, he had a draw wanted poster. A very poorly drawn wanted poster that looked nothing like him. In anger, he was about to attack him, but something beat him to the punch. A blast of air came hurtling from the sky. Rin, who noticed the air blast, used the moon bounce technique to avoid it, and the other Straw Hats avoided it at the last second. The blast of air exploded on impact with the ship's deck, creating a very noticeable mark on the sunny. What the heck was that? Usopp shouted. But before anyone could answer him, someone shouted, Ren, stop flirting with girls and do your job. Shauna shouted so loudly the Straw Hats could easily hear her. Hey, you witch! You almost killed us! Ren shouted back, letting go of Nami. Good, I was trying to kill you. Why, you little... He couldn't find the right words to say. When I get my hands on you, run! Luffy said, trying to get his attention. Things had a habit of getting real ugly when the twins had a sibling squabble. Are you forgetting something? Oh, right. Shave. Luffy, who was expecting an attack, prepared himself, but instead of an attack, Rin appeared next to Robin and, once again, put his arm around her and took her hand. I'd like to apologize for my sister's rash actions. She's always been jealous of very beautiful women. Once again, before Sanji or anyone else could react, another blast of air came crashing from the sky. Shauna shouted, "Get serious. Stop trying to kill me." Ren retorted, "Hey Luffy, is this normal?" Zoro whispered, "Yeah." Luffy sighed. Ren and Shauna argue as much as Zoro and Sanji. Maybe even worse. "Seriously?" said Chopper. "That was a lot of arguing. And does your male cousin always flirts like that?" Nami asked in drawling voice. "Yup." He nodded. He looked at Ren, who was still arguing with Shauna. Wanting to get Ren off the ship as soon as possible, Luffy shot his pistol at the distracted Ren, who, at the last second, used moon bounce to avoid the attack. "Cheap shot, Kaus," Ren shouted in midair. "Anything to get you off my ship!" Luffy shouted. This is where the real fight begins. Luffy jumped in the air to attack Ren. Gum Gum Pistol! Luffy stretched his arm at high speed and it seemingly cleanly hit Ren. But at the last second Ren used the moon bounce technique to lessen the damage and used both his hands to grab Luffy's arms in a tight grip. "Crap! Luffy!" Nami and Chopper shouted with concern. Ren tossed Luffy up in the air and then shouted, "Tempest Kick!" He swung his legs so fast it created a wind so strong it would slice Luffy in half if it hit. Luffy, using exceptional acrobatics, avoided the attack by inches by doing a midair somersault. "Crafty punk!" Ren muttered bitterly. "Gum Gum!" Luffy was going to take advantage of the altitude. He pulled his arms as far back as he could. "You want to turn this into a midair battle? Then fine!" Ren shouted at the top of his lungs. "Let's see how you can handle a guy who can actually stay in the air." Moon bounce! He launched himself skyward using a very powerful moon bounce that made a very loud sound. He got into a stance similar to Luffy's by sticking his arms behind, but instead of his hands sticking out he just stuck out his index fingers. "Finger! Bazooka!" They both shouted in unison. The Straw Hats were amazed at the sight. Ren's fingers clashed with Luffy's palms, creating another shockwave even more powerful than the ones before. The clash lingered for only seconds, but to the fighters it was lasting hours. "Copy, cat," Luffy managed to taunt. "Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, Kaus," Ren managed to retort. "Those two are amazing," Chopper said in awe. He knew his captain was fighting for his life, but he's never had the chance to see him fight someone with strength equal to his before. "Indeed," Zoro said with a smirk. "Luffy's cousin truly is a formidable foe. Almost want to fight him myself." "I hope Luffy kills him," Sanji said bitterly. He was still angry about his initial encounter with Ren. "You guys do realize Luffy's fighting for his life, right?" asked Nami, annoyed at them, while Robin just watched. Still in their clash, Ren took his shot. Moon bounce. Kick! Ren attacked Luffy with a roundhouse kick powered with the moon bounce, and sent him flying, and he crashed onto the crow's nest roof. "Luffy!" Some of the Straw Hats called out in concern. On the marine ship of the demon unit, Shauna watched with the look of someone who was impressed. "Wow! I didn't think those two softies would go all out like this. I kind of expected them to be unable to actually use any of their real power to attack and be reluctant to use any of their real skills at all." "Both of them remember," Captain Lilia said mysteriously. This was the first time she had said a word in a since Ren left. "What?" "They both remember their sparring matches when they were younger," Lilia continued as if that were enough to explain everything. "They have an even record, right?" "Right," said Shauna certainly. 217 win, 217 losses. I had almost forgotten about that, but those two have never forgotten. Mark my words, win or lose, this is a battle capable of shaking the sea itself. Shauna nodded with understanding. This really is a battle capable of shaking, not only the Grand Line, but all four blue seas as well. This isn't a battle between a pirate and a marine, this is a fight between men. Shauna grinned and whispered to herself, those two are such big saps. On the Thousand Sunny, Ren gracefully landed onto the deck. He ignored the glaring Straw Hats and focused his gaze on the rising Luffy, who was picking himself up from the roof of the crow's nest and dusted himself off. This fight was far from over, but he wouldn't be Ren if he didn't throw an insult or two at an opponent. He cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs. "What's wrong? I thought you wanted to kick me off your ship." "That's right, I will," Luffy shouted back. He got into the position of the Gum Gum pistol. "Which is why I won't hold anything back." Gum Gum pistol! He jumped from his spot and shot the powerful attack with added momentum of a downward angle. Like before, Ren was prepared iron body. Ren's technique absorbed the power, but this time he appeared to really feel the blow. Luffy landed hard on the deck. That iron body technique is real pain in the neck. Usually Rin would make a smart aleck response, but this time he seemed to be thinking about something else. He was, creepily, muttering something from his breath. Pistol, rifle, bazooka, there's also Gatling and battle axe too, and what else? Rin, what are you? Luffy, you still use those moves you developed with Sis and I back then a lot, right? Rin asked mysteriously. Yeah, Luffy responded. This was an unusually tense atmosphere for a talk with Rin. The Straw Hats listened closely at what he had to say. Then I've got some bad news for you, Rin said with a grin. What? Luffy asked, feeling uneasy. Pretty soon all those techniques you had used against me will be completely neutralized. This I promise you, Kaus. What's going on up there? Frankie asked from below deck. Usopp was with him, and he had told him Luffy's cousin was on the ship just in time. All it would take would be one pull of a lever and they'd be out of here. I think a fight's broken out, said Usopp. For a while now the ship has been shaking as if a big storm had just suddenly brewed. Usopp figured it was a fight between Luffy and his cousin. Hey Usopp, Frankie said seriously. Yeah? Between you and me, how do you think Straw Hat will fare against these guys, his family? How would I know? Said Usopp. I know you're no fighter. But speaking as someone who's known him for a long time, what do you think? Usopp thought for a moment. Honestly, Luffy seemed different somehow. Tense, he might have even been nervous. It makes sense, don't you think? Said Frankie grimly. He has to fight his family. It's got to be hard for him. Usopp contemplated what Frankie said. Yeah, you're right, Luffy must be feeling conflicted. But he'll still work his rubber butt off trying to make sure we're all safe. Because that's just the kind of guy he is. I guess you're right, Frankie said with a grin. But in the back of his head he was still pretty worried about the man he called Captain. What do you mean all my techniques will be neutralized? Luffy shouted at his cousin very angrily and upset. Rin just grinned cockily. I mean what I mean, Kaus. Your biggest advantages in a fight won't work on me, but feel free to try if you don't believe. Ren's overconfident stare pestered Luffy to no end. In an act of losing his temper, Luffy retaliated. Gum pistol! His rubber right arm stretched at Ren with bullet speed, but the cocky cousin was prepared. With a graceful move of his own right arm, Ren gently, but firmly slammed the back of his hand against Luffy's wrist. The attack itself was weak. Worst case scenario, it would leave you sore for a second, but for some weird reason Luffy lost control of his arm and it went wild like a stray electrical wire cut by a storm, making him lose his balance and stumble clumsily on the deck. Luffy looked shocked. He could barely feel his arm as it went wild. What the? Ren took the opportunity. Shave! He appeared inches away from Luffy, startling the captain, and then roundhouse kicked him with enough force to break a normal man's jaw like glass. Luffy was sent flying hard into the railings. Then subsequently his arm retracted with a dull thump. Ren stared at a disoriented Luffy with a cocky expression. Well, I believe I just proved my point, wouldn't you agree, Kaus? I don't get what you just did, Luffy said as he picked himself off the ground. But it won't stop me from kicking your butt off my ship. We'll see, won't we, Luffy? Ren retorted. Shave! Ren instantly appeared in front of Luffy and went in for another roundhouse kick, but Luffy was prepared this time. He intercepted Ren's kick with his left arm and went for a punch with his right, but Ren blocked the attack with his iron body technique, which absorbed the attack. Luffy cursed himself in response. Ren jumped away from Luffy to gain some distance, while at the same time Luffy stretched back his arms at a quick pace. Gum. Shave! Ren appeared in front of Luffy and in an instant he gracefully hit Luffy gently, but firmly right behind his shoulders, and just like before Luffy lost control of his arms and, once again, they went wild. The arms swung in every direction, up, down, sideways, diagonally, you name it. The scariest part was that Luffy couldn't even feel his arms as they ran rampant in the Grand Line air. In an act of desperation, Luffy tried to headbutt Ren right in the kisser, but the flirtatious Marine used the shave technique to avoid it and appeared only a few inches away from his previous spot. How is he making Luffy's arms go crazy like that? Nami asked with concern. I don't know, Zoro said in a neutral voice, but he was getting nervous at the thought of how this fight might end. But if Luffy can't find a way to defend against whatever he's doing, then he'll be in serious trouble. Nami silently gulped. If Zoro said it, then it was in danger. After all, the green-haired swordsman rarely doubted their straw hat-wearing captain. She turned to the smallest straw hat. Chopper, do you know what he's doing to Luffy? He shook his head somberly. I don't know, but he might be. He's disrupting the nerve flow. Robin answered. What? Nami asked as the others looked at Robin curiously. He's disrupting the messages Luffy's brain sends to his arms. Robin explained. That alone can be bad for any fighter, but theoretically it could be even worse for the captain. What do you mean? Zoro asked calmly. Well, it's bad enough to lose control of your arms and legs in any battle, but for our captain it could very well be his Achilles heel. Picture this, the captain stretches his arms as much as he can and then suddenly loses all control of them. Then what would happen? Robin questioned. They'd go wild and he'd lose his balance. Zoro realized in shock, and then he'd stumble around and be an easy target for his cousin. Nami realized in shock. Yes. Robin answered grimly. So that's what he meant by all his techniques being neutralized. Zoro seethed angrily. So how is Luffy going to stop this? Chopper screamed upset. He could try to fight without stretching. Robin proposed hopefully, but anyone could tell that she wasn't sure that that plan would work. She just hated seeing Chopper upset, but that's Luffy's whole style of fighting. Nami almost screamed. I don't think I've ever seen him even attempt to fight someone strong without stretching. He'll just have to adjust to it, and fast, because if he doesn't he might just lose. Zoro said coldly. Nami glared at him and resisted the urge to smack him over the head this time. She just felt so frustrated with this whole situation, and not just because it was a seemingly hopeless situation. She'd been in enough seemingly hopeless situations that she was more or less used to them, but this time all of this just felt so wrong. They were fighting Luffy's own family. His mom, his cousins, who he himself said he was close to, were their opponents, and just like always they'd have to fight if they wanted to survive this. That was a fact. She accepted that as a fact a long time ago. But still, was this really the only thing to do is to fight, she thought to herself. Her mind wandered to her conversation with Luffy early this morning, which felt like a lifetime ago by now. It was a relatively short talk, but to her it was a meaningful and intimate talk. She saw Luffy in a different light at that moment. Within a few minutes she had learned more about Luffy than she had ever known about him since the time they met each other back at Orange Town. Her train of thought was suddenly interrupted by Sanji, who had been silent for quite a while. It doesn't matter, he said softly. He took a few steps forward, took a deep breath, raised his arms and shouted, Luffy, you can't lose to him. All the Straw Hats in attendance stared at him, even Zoro, who hated him, with all. Make him pay for flirting with Robin and Nami and for bringing up the wanted poster. His whole body then ignited in a glorious blaze. Silence. The other Straw Hats and Rin looked at Sanji with looks of annoyance, confusion, and downright stupefied. That's what this is all about. Zoro shouted in annoyance, with swords unsheathed and teeth bared at him like a wild animal, breaking the silence. You idiot, he didn't even mention your stupid-looking wanted poster. He said he didn't recognize you. As in you're a total no-name. A loser. What was that moss head? Sanji growled at Zoro. With that another fight broke out between the swordsman and Cook, that idiot. Nami sighed as she rubbed her head. She turned to Chopper. Hey Chopper, have you made that medicine yet? You know, for his brain. I'm trying, but I think he might just be a lost cause. Chopper sighed, while Robin just giggled softly at the drama. Are those guys like that often? Ren asked curiously. Yeah. Luffy, whose arms went back to normal, laughed. The tension in the air suddenly seemed to disappear. Luffy picked himself off the ground and stared at Ren with his usual confidence-filled grin. They're a riot. All of my crew is. Oh really? Ren grinned as much as Luffy. Well, I am happy for you. You're living your dream and I'm living mine. Run? Luffy said. It's too bad I have to arrest you all. Moon bounce. Rin jumped 1,000 feet up in the air and immediately did a continuous mid-air flip at the rate of a motor-powered wheel. As he was flipping in the air, the wind picked up and got stronger and stronger. What's he doing? Luffy said as he and the rest of them looked up in awe. Meanwhile, on the Demon Unit's ship, Shauna and Lilia looked up at the swirling ball of wind with looks, not of dread, but annoyance. That idiot! Shauna said frustratingly. Moon bounce. She jumped on the air and moved at bullet speed, followed by a blank-faced Lilia who subsequently grew a pair of devil-like wings. Super Tempest KIYAHHHHHHHH. Ren was hit hard and painfully in the side by his twin sister Shauna's surprisingly powerful fists, and then lost control of his Tempest kick, and it was sent flying downward towards the ships of both the Thousand Sunny and the Marine's ship, while he was sent crashing down onto the deck of the Thousand Sunny. While holding the spot he was hit in, Lilia, knowing the stray Tempest kick would cause way too much damage, intercepted the blade of air by using some blade of black energy in the palm of her hand and cut it right down the middle like butter. The two pieces of air went in opposite directions and then landed harmlessly in the ocean, causing a big splash that only looked intimidating. The Straw Hats were trying to process what happened, but were failing as their mouths hung open like idiots. But Sanji was too pleased with seeing Rin a battered and bruised mess on the deck to really care about anything else. Did Luffy's mom just? Nami began, with her mouth hanging open and eyes widened. Yes, Robin answered calmly. And his cousin? Yes. And would that attack have? I believe so. Nami took a deep breath. Why'd they stop it? That could have taken us all out, and them along with it. That attack is so big it would have destroyed their ship along with ours. I guess that's just one more similarity Luffy and his cousin Rin have in common. They're both reckless idiots, Zoro said neutrally and then smirked. It's almost nuts how everyone in that family is crazy strong, feared Marines with the reputations and strength to go with it. A Whitebeard commander, the most wanted man in the world and revolutionary. And last but not least, our own idiot captain who's going to be king of the pirates. Luffy's family is so cool, Chopper said in awe. You know Luffy really does come from a family of monsters. Nami sighed as she rubbed her forehead. She looked up at the Marine captain known as Lilia, too tired to really react to the devil wings and her flying. And apparently a demon too. Looks like we'll be facing more of that monstrous and demonic strength, Robin said as she saw Shauna gracefully land on to the deck right next to the half-conscious pile that was her brother Rin. Oh no, the ship. Nami moaned when she saw the broken planks in the spot where Rin crash landed. We just got this ship too. Luffy, who had been silent for a while now, gaped with an open mouth and wide eyes as he saw Shauna land on the ship. He wished he had let Frankie perform the coup de burst earlier. Sure, Rin would have been a problem, but they could have taken him. But now, why'd you stop me? Rin shouted at Shauna as he picked himself up off the ground. Are you kidding? You would have killed us if you had gone through with that attack. Shauna shouted back. No, I wouldn't, Rin declared. He looked to his left and to his right. He extended his finger to, most likely, evaluate the distance between the two ships. Oh wait, yeah, I would've. Sorry, you idiot! Shauna smacked Rin over the head, which left a noticeable bump on his head. Shauna turned her attention to Luffy and his crew. Hello, Luffy, she said with a voice. Hi, Shauna, Luffy said, finding his voice. She glanced at the 5 pirates in the distance. Are those people a part of your crew? Yeah? This felt awkward. Shauna bowed to the Straw Hats, surprising them. Hello, Straw Hats, I am Aura D. Shauna, and I am Luffy's cousin on his mother's you for taking care of Luffy. I can only imagine how much he's put you all through. My apologies. Oh, no, Luffy's no trouble at all, Nami replied to her. It felt weird to be bowed down to by a Marine, but she could only imagine how weird it felt for the Marine herself. Wait a minute, wasn't she the one who was shooting dirty looks at her and Robin a little while ago, or was it someone else? Oh well. Right, guys, right, they all said in unison. Shauna raised her head. She gave a sweet smile to the group. You sure? You mean he hasn't gotten you involved in a bunch of do-or-die situations, like getting eaten by sea kings or being nearly killed by some really strong bad guys? This girl really was close to Luffy. Nope, they all replied to her. Look at you trying to be nice to pirates. Rin laughed. Next thing you know, we'll see Luffy doing complex math equations or Aunt Lily showing mercy to pirates. Oh wow, Shauna smacked Rin in the head again. Shut up, Rin. Nor Luffy were not fooled by Shauna's sweet caring sister act. They knew she was just doing her own method of evaluation. Luffy was dense, but even he wasn't so dense that he never knew that Shaun treated him and Rin protectively, like an older sister. While this girl's just like Ace, Nami said in surprise. I'm skeptical whether or not she's that guy's sister, let alone related to Luffy. Zoro said tactlessly. She seems really kind, Chopper said. Is it wise to forget she's a Marine? Robin asked. She's so beautiful, Sanji exclaimed with hearts in his eyes. Nami took a good look at Shauna. She looked as tall as Luffy. She had raven hair that went to her shoulders and pale white skin like her brother. Nami had to admit she was very pretty. But Robin was right. They couldn't forget that they were fighting Marines. You all seem like the kind of people who are worth trusting, Shauna said kindly. She then immediately unstrapped some sort of 6-inch black rod-like thing. With a snap of her wrist it became a 5-foot-long, iron bow staff. For added intimidation she twirled it around to show expert skill with the lethal weapon and then pointed it at the straw hats in the corner. It's too bad we have to arrest you all, it figures they all thought, including Ren and Luffy. Wait just a moment, Shauna, said a deep feminine voice. Suddenly, Captain Aura D. Lilia, captain of the Marines' unofficially named Demon Unit, aunt of Ren and Shauna, and most importantly mother of Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, descended onto the deck of the Thousand Sunny on those black devil-like wings on her back, which disappeared in an animation of black smoke. The Straw Hats looked at her with mixtures of fear, confusion, surprise, and hid behind Robin's legs, shaking in fear. Luffy's expression was actually unreadable. He looked at the woman with a blank expression, as if his tiny mind had finally exploded due to all the stimulation today. Zoro and Robin instinctively raised their guard against the arrival of the new adversary, although there was some feeling of conflict high in their hearts at the thought of fighting Luffy's mother. Only one Straw Hat was visibly pleased. Another beautiful woman! Sanji squealed in delight and twirled around like a wild man on drugs. We have been blessed with the presence of 2 beautiful angels. Technically we've been cursed with the appearance of a devil. Zoro corrected Sanji. How dare you call such a goddess a devil and a curse? Sanji roared at Zoro and burst into red-hot flames. Don't yell at me, you stupid love cook! Zoro roared back. The swordsman does have a point, Mr. Cook, Robin said. Her nickname is the She-Devil. Oh, not to worry, my darling Robin, I shall melt the heart of the demon, and reveal the angel behind the Sanji was interrupted by the quick swing of his Katetsu sword, which the cook easily blocked. You do realize you're talking about Luffy's mom, right? Zoro reminded Sanji. Sanji didn't give a valid reply. What's with those 2? Shauna asked curiously. Not sure, Ren answered. But I think that blonde one is the flirtatious type. Just like you, Shauna said obnoxiously. You would get along quite well, I'd bet. What do you mean? Ren asked obliviously. Are you kidding me? Shauna shouted incredulously. Nami ignored the bickering pairs and took the chance to get a good look at Luffy's mom. She agreed that she was beautiful and not to mention had a mature aura to her. With a closer look her skin looked lighter than Luffy's and was closer to Shauna, and Ren's skin looked too young to be Luffy's mom, but apparently she was. The only thing all 4 family members seemed to have in common was their raven black hair and incredible power and strength. Mom, Luffy said, finally finding his voice. All this happening at once was making his brain melt. Hi, she didn't reply. Late reaction much, Luffy? Ren said, not reading the mood at all. He then glanced back and forth between mother and son. It occurs to me that this is an awkward situation. You just now realized that, Shauna said, so I think I'll just go. Ren was about to bounce away, but Lilia spoke. Hold on a moment, Ren. Lilia commanded in a tone that left no room for argument. Ren froze in place. Yes, ma'am. Lilia turned to Shauna. Where is the nearest island from here? Not too far, ma'am, Shauna said officially. Just 70 kilometers due east. It's a desert island. Good then. Shauna looked at her with suspicion. Captain Lilia, what are you? Men! Lilia shouted at the top of her lungs. Head to the island 70 kilometers due east from here. I'm taking this ship there. I guess we know where Luffy gets his volume, Zoro said as he and the other rubbed their ears. Wait, did she say? Lilia's body emitted a black, dangerous-looking, gaseous substance that spread around the entire ship like a mysterious and dense fog. The Straw Hats moved their feet away from the mystery gas, but it passed by them harmlessly. Captain Lilia! Shauna yelled. What the heck are you doing? Luffy, what is this stuff? Nami shouted loudly. Guys, hold on tight. Mom's about to do something big. Luffy shouted. Demonic transformation, giant demon wings of hell, Lilia bellowed. The black gas spread outside the ship, and the gas started to take shape of a pair of giant black wings. Nami noticed something extraordinary happen to the gas. It's becoming solid. Nami shouted. She's right. Chopper screamed. To the touch the solid gas felt leathery and hard, like the skin of a lizard or any other reptile. The Sunny now had a pair of scaly, gigantic, powerful-looking wings set right below the railings, and he had a feeling Frankie didn't build them. Quite interesting. Robin to a glance at the mysterious solid. The work of a very powerful devil fruit, I would imagine. Suddenly the ship took flight, and not because of coup de burst. It took several strong flaps of the newly added wings to get the ship off the sea, and the passengers lost their footing in the process and fell. But once it got a few feet in the air, the ship soared into the high blue sky. Despite the situation, all the passengers on the ship greatly enjoyed the chance to fly in the sky. Even Luffy forgot about the fact that his overpowered supermarine/mom was only a few feet away from him. The other Straw Hats greatly appreciated the view they got from flying in the air, especially considering that all the other times they went up in the air it was a glorified thrill ride/death trap. Although the fact that they were being flown by a super powerful and super strong Admiral-class Marine whose main job was to kill and or arrest high bounty pirates like them. After a minute of flying, Usopp and Frankie climbed up onto the main deck. "Why are we flying in the air?" Usopp shouted. When he shouted, the black wings making the thousand sunny fly flickered between its solid form and its gas form, and then the ship suddenly went out of control in a capsizing-like fashion. Nami and Rin nearly fell off the ship, and they would have too if not for Robin catching the former with her flower fruit power, and Shauna catching the latter and subsequently slammed the poor guy hard onto the deck, causing even more damage to the lion-figured ship. The ship managed to regain control of itself. "Thanks, Robin," Nami said appreciatively to her savior. "Haven't you hurt me enough today, woman?" Ren screamed unappreciative to his savior. "My ship!" Frankie wailed in horror. His head went in every direction. He saw all the damage that was caused while he was below deck. The planks were splinters and dented, and the spot where Luffy was sent crashing in the observation roof had a crater. "Hey!" shouted the deep, angry, feminine voice that belonged to Captain Aura D. Lilia. Up until now she had remained standing in that one spot on the center of the deck as if she owned the ship. Her black aura around her flared up. She turned to Usopp and Frankie with her arms crossed. Nami couldn't help but think that she looked a lot like a parent scolding her child. "Long-nosed liar! Pervert cyborg! Wow, she hasn't even spoken a word to them, and she's got their personalities down pat." Nami whispered with a sign of being impressed. "It's not exactly an effort for me to manifest wings to make this ship fly, but if you break my concentration you'll kill us all. So if you don't want to die." She paused for a moment, closed her eyes and reopened them to reveal that both of her eyes turned entirely red and began glowing. She looked like the devil himself. "Use your inside voices." Her voice was so threatening it made everyone, even Robin, feel a chill go down their spines. "Why, yes, ma'am," Usopp and Frankie said together. Her eyes returned to normal, and she smiled sweetly. "Good. Who is this woman?" Usopp whispered, using every last bit of his willpower not to scream. "She's Luffy's mother. She used her power to make the ship fly, and she's in all likelihood going to take us to an island to torture and kill us," Robin said with a sweet smile, making Usopp shiver in fear. "Never mind her," Frankie said hysterically, although, judging from his careful whisper, he really did mind her. "What happened to the Sunny?" "Oh, it's probably best you don't know," Nami said, "but, trust me, it's for the best." "Oh, and Usopp?" "Yes." Nami smacked him over the head. "Ow!" he moaned in a whisper. "What was that for? You nearly got me killed." She glared at Usopp with fire in her eyes. Guys?" Chopper spoke up. "What is it, Chopper?" Robin asked. "Should one of us get Luffy?" They all glanced at their, usually fearless captain, sitting in a mess of fear and self-pity. This was not one of his finer moments. "I'll get him," Ren offered. Before anyone could say anything, Ren went to Luffy and hung him over his shoulder, without Luffy giving any sort of struggle. Ren roughly dropped Luffy onto the floor. Luffy?" Zoro said, not entirely sure what to say or ask. All the Straw Hats and the twins surrounded Luffy's body. "What is it, Zoro?" Luffy replied in an unenergetic and depressed tone. "Are you okay?" "Oh sure, why wouldn't I be, Luffy?" Nami said with concern. "We're worried about you." "No need to worry about me, guys. I'm fine." They looked at each other. "He didn't look fine. Let me try something," Ren offered. He cleared his throat. "Luffy, you are a weak and pathetic excuse for a human being. You'll never become a pirate king, and you'll die a miserable and pathetic death." Silence. It took a few seconds to process what he had said. Shauna's face went red with fury. "How in the world would that? Who are you calling pathetic?" Luffy sucker punched Rin in the face. He's back to normal. Chopper whispered with didn't want to be yelled at by Luffy's mom. Nice to have you back, Captain. Zoro smirked. I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but good to see you acting like you. Usopp whispered jovially. He too didn't want to be yelled at by Luffy's mom either. Told you it would work. Rin smirked while holding the spot where he was hit. Boys. Shauna sighed. They've driven me crazy for years. Sounds like you speak from experience. Nami said sympathetically. She glanced at all the male members of the Straw Hat crew. Believe me, I know where you're coming from. I'll take your word for it. Shauna laughed lightly with Nami. Shauna blinked, stepped away from Nami, and shook her head. What am I doing? I can't get along with pirates. She glared at Rin. Run! Why'd you help them? Because Luffy's our cousin. Rin said bluntly. Liar! Rin rolled his eyes. Fine. I just wanted to earn some brownie points with the beautiful Nami and Robin, he said as he leaned closer to Nami, who scooched far away. Hey, don't use me as your girl bait. Again. Luffy said to Rin angrily. Luffy, Rin said with a know-it-all smile. You're supposed to use your family for your own personal gain. It's part of the cycle we live in. What kind of a warped mind do you have? Shauna asked in disgust. The kind that gives me the idea that I have a shot with girls like Nami. Rin went to Nami. So do you think you'd like to have dinner with me tonight? Before she had a chance to reject Rin, Shauna was going to hit him over the head with her iron bow staff, but Sanji beat her to the kick, or at least he tried, but Rin used shave to avoid the attack. What's your problem? Rin seethed. My problem is you keep trying to seduce my Nami. I'm not your Nami, she said bluntly. Stop getting near Nami. Sanji said, ignoring what Nami said. You sure are cocky for a rookie pirate to a rookie crew, whoever you are. Rin said to annoy Sanji. I'm Sanji, he said through his gritted teeth. Black leg Sanji? I have a bounty of 77 million. Black leg? Rin repeated. The one with the weird face, is you? Sanji was shaking with rage, while Zoro watched with amusement. No, you idiot. It's a drawn wanted poster. No one in this world has such a stupid face. Near the red line, a big man in an iron mask just sneezed. Apologize, you insensitive. Sean chose to block out the rest of the argument. She turned to her captain/aunt, who had their back turned to them all. Captain Lilia, Shauna called. Why have we not tried to Areaya? Shauna screamed, and so did the others. The ship was descending faster and faster. Everyone had to hold on to something or else they'd fall off and die. It all lasted 3 seconds, although it felt like 3 years. The ship landed hard near the shore of the desert island she had mentioned before, and made a big splash. Captain Lilia used her mysterious power to lower the anchor. She turned to face the group. Welcome, Straw Hat Pirates, to our battleground. Battlefield? Most of the people present screamed, minus Zoro and Robin. What is she talking about? Nami asked no one in particular. Isn't it obvious we're going to have a fight here? Rin answered. Demonic transformation. Wings of hell. Captain Lilia called dramatically. Black devil-like wings materialized onto the marine captain's back. They were much smaller than the ones used to carry the ship into the sky, but were a bit bigger than her. She used the wings to fly up into the sky. Alright, here is how things are going to work. 3 factions of the Straw Hats will fight me and my 2 lieutenants in a group versus 1 battle. No objections? Although it seemed obvious to everyone that there would be any objections allowed. Wait, a group versus 1? Shauna said. Doesn't that seem a bit unfair? Are you objecting? Lilia asked in a cold, spine-tingling tone of voice. Nope. Shauna squeaked. Just what makes you think we'll do what you say? Zoro inquired coldly, then unsheathed his 2 blades. I'd prefer to fight you all at once. How dare you threaten the beautiful, angelic Lilia? Sanji roared. Angelic? Open your eyes, love cook. She's called the she-demon for a reason. Zoro argued. How dare you say such words against my Lilia? Sanji, that's my mom. Gross. Luffy said incredulously. You shouldn't speak ill of your own mother, Luffy. Sanji said kinda fatherly. And you shouldn't flirt with another guy's mom. Luffy seethed angrily. Well, I guess it's nice seeing Luffy act a bit more himself, even though his mom basically challenged us to a last man standing survival tournament, right out of the blue. Nami said tiredly. So much has happened today that she didn't even have the energy to yell at the boys for being stupid. Like mother, like son. Shauna said dryly. Like mother like son, you know I can see the resemblance now. Nami said dryly. Guys, when she says fight, does she mean all of us? Usopp asked with a whimper. Probably. Ren answered, but I don't wanna. Usopp whimpered. Hey, don't cry, long nose. Ren said comfortingly. You've had to deal with Luffy, right? Dealing with Aunt Lilia is basically the same, except much worse. A lot worse. Is that supposed to make feel better? Usopp shouted. Ren just shrugged. Has everyone just ignored what Luffy's mom just said? Frank said. She's floating right there. Chopper pointed up at the sky. Guess even the most terrifying things will be just another day for our crew. Robin thought out loud. Lilia looked down on the groups of people chatting and arguing like she wasn't even there, with indifference. This is how kids act sometimes. That's just a fact. To get their attention was a technique pretty much every single parent knows. You yell. Loud. Quiet. Lilia shouted even louder than before, when she was ordering her men to follow them. This startled everyone down on that ship greatly. She certainly had their attention now, didn't she? Shadow hand. Lilia stuck out her hand, which became black and gas-like and big. The black gas hand reached for the passengers on the ship, and it spread around them like a smoke screen. What hell is this stuff? Nami asked, feeling uneasy. She couldn't see a thing. It was completely pitch black. Think of it as one big black hand made of demonic energy, gorgeous. Ren explained nonchalantly. What aha? Nami and the others were, literally, swept off their feet and sent floating into the sky. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't break free, and after reaching a certain height they did not want to. When reaching Lilia's altitude, most of the Straw Hats' hearts nearly jumped out of their throats. Even without the devil wings on her back, Lilia had a very terrifying presence, and the scariest thing was that it looked like she wasn't even trying. It was as if she was born scary. Alright, here is how the games will be played. Lilia began. She motioned her right hand, and then, subsequently, Zoro, Robin, Nami, and Frankie were released from the big black gas hand in mini black gas clouds around their waists. They floated in the air, unable to control themselves. Pirate Hunter Zoro, Cat Burglar Nami, Devil Child Robin, and Cyborg Frankie will fight. She motioned her hand again, and this time Shauna was released from the big black gas hand. My beautiful niece, Shauna, Moss Head, you better not lay a finger on her. Sanji immediately roared. Oh, what do you want me to do, love cook? Zoro roared back. Let her kill me? Yes. Sanji replied without any hesitation. I'll kill you. This is going to be a headache. I just know it. Shauna sighed. I wonder how strong Shauna is? Nami asked curiously. She has to be at least as strong as those CP9 agents, right? Perhaps, but I believe that there may be a difference between them and her. Robin analyzed. What do you mean? Their strength? Not exactly. Whatever it is, I don't think I want to fight that girl. Frankie said. She has that strong woman vibe, and that's always more trouble than it's worth. Afraid to get your butt kicked by a girl? Nami teased. No! Frankie retorted. I just think she'll be a lot of trouble. She is Luffy's cousin, right? Yes, but that doesn't change the fact you're scared. Frankie chose not to reply. Nami noticed Shauna glaring at her with those evil eyes. Why do you keep glaring at me? No reason. Shauna in a dark tone of voice. Next up are... Lilia began. She motioned her hand, and then Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper were floating off the giant black hand in dark clouds that acted like cuffs. Black leg Sanji, cotton candy lover Chopper v.s. She motioned toward Ren, who floated off the floating hand. My adorable little nephew Ren. Ren blushed at being called adorable and little, while Shauna snickered at those two words. Aunt Lily, this is great, Sanji said with a vindictive smile. I'll get the chance to crush that flirtatious jerk for insulting me and flirting with Nami and Robin. Oh, thank you, my darling Lilia. He's not gonna let the wanted poster thing slide, is he? Nami asked, although she and everyone else already knew the answer. Nope. Robin answered good-naturedly, and finally, Lilia stared at Luffy with cold eyes. She motioned her hand, and whatever was left of the giant black hand shrunk to the same size as everyone else's pitch-black clouds. I'll have a one-on-one with Straw Hat Luffy. It was the first time she had even spoken to and acknowledged Luffy since descending onto the Thousand Sunny. No fair, Luffy complained. Can I join up with Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper? Nope. And your matchup is the only fair pairing in this crazy whatever we're doing. Shauna hollered, if there's no further questions, let the battles begin. With the snap of her fingers, the black clouds, minus Luffy's, started moving on their own, taking the groups in different directions, as if following a pre-planned course. Once all of the other people had gone out of sight, Lilia stared at Luffy with an unreadable expression. Now let's talk. For the weirdest reason, Luffy heard funeral music go off in his head. Why? Went the Shauna group as they went to a pre-planned location to begin their fight. The black made sharp turns and loops on the course they were assigned. Shauna knew that this was her captain's sick, sadistic little way of amusing herself by the pain of others. How long is this going to last? Nami wailed. She looked like she was going to barf. Her question was answered when all the clouds made a sudden stop and descended onto the sandy ground of the desert island, and then faded away like smoke. The group stumbled around a bit, dizzy and dazed from the flight. Nami looked around and it reminded her quite a bit of the Alabasta Desert, and just as hot. Alright then. Shauna pulled out her 5-foot-long black iron bow staff and pointed it, threateningly, in the direction of the Straw Hat group. Shall we begin? Now. Nami moaned. She still felt sick from riding those black clouds. Fine by me, Zoro said as he unsheathed his Wado Ikimanji and Sandai Kitetsu. He threateningly pointed them at Shauna. Well, this should be interesting, Robin said with a smile. Come on, at least let me puke my lunch out first. Frank groaned. The flight took its toll on Frankie as well. Sorry. No can do. Shaun charged at Zoro with blinding speed. She swung her staff with enough force to crush a man's skull. Zoro managed to block it, but could feel the power all throughout his body. You're strong, Zoro said in a raspy voice. You're not too bad yourself, Shauna replied earnestly. The bow staff wielder and swordsman clashed, swinging their respective weapons at each other with great skill and blocking each other's attacks. What do we do? Nami asked. Just stand here? I think we should look for Luffy, don't you? Robin said. Agreed. Frankie nodded. So let's let Zoro handle this chick while we go look for Luffy. Shauna, with her above-average hearing, had heard the plan the small group had concocted. I don't think so. Shave! In the blink of an eye, Shauna disappeared from Zoro's sight, and in the next moment she appeared above Robin, Nami, and Frankie. With her staff vertically placed, Shauna's left hand griped toward the top end and her right gripping the middle. Hammer stomp! The trio scattered in different directions as Shauna's staff went down vertically straight at them. When her staff connected with the ground, it created a huge quake, making Frankie and Nami fall over and Zoro and Robin stumble around. Whoa! Nami groaned. She gasped at what she saw. Shauna's attack left a pond-sized crater, where Shauna stood at its center, and a noticeable cloud of dust. She totaled this place with just one swing. Man, is everyone in that family crazy strong? Frankie wailed from another spot. Well, yeah, Shauna said as she used the moon bounce technique to get out of the crater she created. All of us are pretty strong. There's me, my brother, my mom, Luffy, Ace, Uncle Garp, or Vice Admiral Garp, I mean, but I'd say that my captain is toughest of all of us. I've heard Aura D. Lilia is as strong as Admiral, is that true? Robin asked curiously, as if not bothered that Shauna just formed a huge crater with her bow staff. Is it true? I've seen her take on all 3 admirals and win, Shauna shouted enthusiastically. I've tried to beat her like 1,000,000 times, but I got but handed to me every time. Is that so? Nami said awkwardly. Hold on, did you say she beat the admirals? They were nearly wiped out just fighting one, but Luffy's mom beat all 3. Talk about a woman. Robin and Zoro also had their mouths hanging wide open, shocked at the revelation. Yup, how is someone that strong only a captain? Zoro couldn't help but ask. Most pirates avoid us when they hear we're within 100 miles of them, so we really don't get many chances at promotions, Shauna explained. In fact, right before we found you guys, we were attacked by a bunch of dumb pirates who thought their numbers were enough to beat us, but… Hey! Why am I explaining all this to you? Shauna's cheeks were redder than a strawberry. She shook her head like a maniac. Darn it, I let myself get sucked in. God, I'm an idiot. She sure can be hard on herself. Nami muttered with a sweat drop. I hear a lot of female Marines are high-strung like that, Frankie said. Zoro couldn't place it, but for some reason Shauna reminded him a lot of Tashigi, the Marine woman he had met at Logue Town. Robin just chuckled. Anyway, Shaun regained her composure. Sorry you guys, but I gotta beat you. Otherwise my captain will get angry with me. She, once again, pointed her staff threateningly at Nami. Why me? Nami groaned. She pulled out her climax and prepared herself for battle. To hell with it. You are on. Guess there's no getting out of this, is there? Frank sighed. I guess not. Robin said with a smile. Zoro was feeling a bit forgotten. While the Shauna vs. Nami, Zoro, Robin, and Frankie was getting underway, Rin, Usopp, Sanji, and Chopper had just arrived at their destination via the black clouds. Oh! Usopp and Chopper both groaned in unison. They felt like throwing up chunks right about now. That was the worst thing ever. Usopp groaned. If I never go back up into the sky again it would be too soon. Chopper complained. Sorry about that, guys. Rin said sympathetically. My Aunt Lily can be a bit whoa. Sanji swung a high-speed kick straight for Ren's head, but Ren ducked at the last second and leaped backwards. Ren glared at Sanji furiously. What's this, is a fight, right? That is what the beautiful Lilia said, at least. Beautiful Lilia, Ren said with a sign of disgust. That's my aunt, man. Gross. You and Luffy have no appreciation for beauty, Sanji said. I too have an appreciation for beauty, Ren retorted. I know Nami and Robin are beautiful, don't you dare say their names, Sanji screamed angrily. Scum like you doesn't have the right to even think about angels like them. Shut up. I'll think about who I want to think about. Oh yeah, Usopp and Chopper's sweat dropped at their argument. Aren't we supposed to fight? Usopp said. Well, they are fighting, Chopper pointed out. Not exactly the kind of fighting we should be doing right now, is it? I'm going to kill you! Sanji and Rin shouted at each other. Sanji charged at Rin with blinding speed, then he kicked. Collier, iron body. Rin crouched down slightly. Sanji's kick was absorbed by Ren's defense. You got lucky, Sanji growled. Sure. Rin grinned. Moon bounce kick. Ren swung his leg faster than Sanji could react. When Ren's attack connected, Sanji was sent flying back at least 20 feet, but he managed to stay on his feet, although he did need his hand to keep himself up. Sanji! Usopp and Chopper cried out in concern. I'm alright, Sanji said as he rose up and dusted himself off. He then glared at Rin. Alright, I admit you're pretty good, but I'm still going to kill you, Rin smirked. You're not too bad yourself. I could tell from that kick that you're strong, but like you said, I'm still going to kill you. Okay, Usopp said, feeling a bit out of place in a battle of monsters. We'll just leave now. Right, Chopper? Yeah. Chopper nodded. Sanji, do your best and try not to get hurt. Shave! Rin appeared right in front of Usopp and Chopper, making them squeal and fall on their behinds. Sorry guys, but Aunt Lily would kill me if I just let you escape, so you'll have to stay and get your butts kicked. Ah! Usopp and Chopper screamed in fear. He's gonna kill us, afraid so. Sorry. Ren raised his index finger. Finger piece, point, try and shoot. Sanji intercepted Ren's attack and kicked him straight in the chest and sent him dragging back about 3 feet away. Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper screamed happily. Sorry to keep you waiting, guys, Sanji said coolly. Ren wasn't happy to be kicked, but didn't react right away. Not too bad, Black Leg. But don't think I'm done yet. Nope. Not by a long shot. Sanji got into a stance. Bring it on. I'll take anything you dish out at me and then repay you with a full-course meal. I can't wait, Ren said excitedly. While everyone else were fighting their respective opponents, Luffy was being flown to an unknown spot on the island with his mother using her demon wings to fly ahead of him. After another 15 minutes they had arrived. Luffy descended onto the sandy ground and the black cloud transporting him faded away, but honestly he wished he was still in the air. Pirate, huh? Lilia descended onto the ground. It certainly is an interesting choice for a marine's child and grandchild to make. Her calm voice sent a chill down Luffy's spine. But it makes perfect sense knowing you're his son. His son? Luffy thought. She means that dragon guy who's supposed to be my dad. Mom, do not speak unless I tell you to speak, Lilia roared. Yes, ma'am, Luffy squeaked. In any case, since everyone else is putting their lives on the line, I believe it's only fair we do too, wouldn't you agree? Oh, Luffy realized it like where this was headed. I'm sure they're all doing okay, so there's no real reason to. So how about we spar like we used to when you were younger? Luffy felt like his heart had just stopped for a second. What his mom called sparring he called a one-sided beatdown. How about we not? Okay. Demonic technique, Shadow Fist. Lilia's fist started to become black and gaseous. She swung her fist and it became 10 times larger and it went straight for Luffy, not looking much different from Luffy's third gear. Yeah. Luffy just barely managed to dodge the attack, which was good since it left a huge crater when it hit the ground. Luffy looked down. Whoa, your reflexes have improved a lot since the last time, Lilia said earnestly. Oh, thanks, Luffy replied, but still. I'd figure you would be at a higher level by this point, she said bluntly. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Luffy screamed defensively, temporarily forgetting his fear of his mom. Well, how do I put it? Lilia thought for a moment. Your stretching pulls a few millimeters to the right, which decreases the maximum power, and at your current level, you'd be killed in an instant by anyone with real experience. She really thought this through, didn't she? Luffy thought depressingly. Oh yeah. Well, I'll show you. Gum Gum Pistol. Without even thinking, he shot his pistol straight at Lilia, but, shave, Luffy didn't even see the blur. Lilia just disappeared from sight. From behind Luffy, Lilia spoke. Not good enough. Luffy's heart skipped a beat. Before Luffy could react, Lilia back-slapped Luffy, sending him flying like 30 feet away. He made a dust cloud when he landed. Ow, that hurts even more than Grandpa's fist of love. You're going to need a lot more strength if you ever hope to even stand a chance against the opponents at my caliber. Luffy struggled to get up. But I didn't come here to critique your fighting ability, I came here to talk. Luffy's eyes widened at what he saw. The black demonic energy surged around Lilia, like she was on fire. Demon transformation, full body demon. The demonic energy completely encased Lilia, like a swirling black cocoon. A huge gust of wind was being formed by the force of Luffy's mom's power. I am so dead, Luffy said grimly as he held up his arms over his eyes to keep the sand from getting in them. He knew what was happening. Suddenly the gust stopped and the black cocoon of energy had faded away. Replacing it was Lilia in her hybrid human form. She had those same black devil-like wings. Her body was like a revealing demon costume with part of her chest and belly and face being shown. The rest of her body was sleek and smooth looking. Her head had 2 little black horns sticking out from the corner of her forehead. The tips of her fingers had claws that could tear through steel, and her back had a huge and long pointy tail that slithered in the air like a snake. Sanji would swoon at Lilia's demon hybrid form. She looked really beautiful in that form, as if being the personification of femme fatale. Of course, she also looked the scariest woman in the world, at this point in time. Her cold glare seemed to be enhanced by her new form. This is the power of the human fruit demon model, Lilia exclaimed. For some weird reason, funeral music went off in Luffy's head again. 5 years ago. It was 5 years ago, in Fusha Village on Dawn Island. Luffy was 12, Ace was 15, and Shauna and Ren were 13. Luffy had just gone down to the village for no real reason, but blow off steam after an argument with Ace over eating the last few pieces of bear meat. A younger Ren and Shauna, secretly, followed Luffy to make sure he didn't do anything stupid. Luffy went to his favorite place in Fusha Village, Makino's Party's Bar. When he passed through the doors, he saw one of his most favorite women in the world talking to his other favorite woman. Mom! Luffy screamed happily, temporarily forgetting about his, and ran to her. Luffy! Lilia hugged her son tightly, and after a moment she released him. Luffy, what are you doing down in the village? I thought you'd still be up in the mountains. Oh. Before Luffy could explain, Ren and Shauna burst through the door and ran toward Lilia. Aunt Lily, run! Shauna! Lilia hugged the twins tightly. Looks like it's a party. What, is Ace going to run through the door and hug me too? Speaking of hugs, don't I get one too? Makino asked. She approached the group. I'm starting to feel a little left out. Makino! Luffy hugged Makino, who hugged him back. But seriously, what are the 3 of you doing here? Luffy felt embarrassed to answer. Luffy got into a fight with Ace and came here, Ren explained bluntly, which earned a glare from Luffy. I see. Lilia smiled. She turned to face Luffy. Want to go back up the mountain to talk to Ace? No. Luffy puffed his cheeks childishly. I don't want to even see that jerk. Well, I guess there's no point in forcing you to apologize to each other, Lilia sighed and then clapped her hands. It's a long walk from the mountains. Do you three want a snack? Sure. All three of them chimed. Makino, do you mind? Lilia asked. Not at all. I love to cook for the kids. Makino said pleasantly. Thank you. Hey, Aunt Lily? Aren't you supposed to still be in the Grand Line? Shauna asked. Oh, actually, I got some time off and thought I'd visit you all. Lilia explained. Plus, there's someone I wanted to introduce you to. Who is it, Mom? Luffy asked. Oh, she was here a little while ago, but seems she's run off to explore the village. Oh well, I'm sure she'll be back soon. Lilia said. She? Luffy repeated. As if just noticing the twins, Luffy glared at them suspiciously. Hey, what are you two doing here? We followed you secretly. Rin said bluntly. It was secret till you said it. Shauna said sarcastically. Honestly, how are you and I twins? Why'd you follow me? Luffy asked, feeling annoyed. 'Cause we thought you'd get yourself killed on the way here. Rin said bluntly. I actually don't mind you saying that part. Shauna said. What do you mean get killed? Luffy yelled incredulously. We mean you have a habit of ending half dead when you're on your own. Rin said bluntly. Pretty true. Shauna agreed. I want to kill Dash. Now you three. Lilia said soothingly. Luffy, you should be happy that Ren and Shauna care enough about you that they follow you all the way from the mountains, and you two, there is always a nicer way to put things. Understand, everyone? We understand. They forced themselves to say, Good. Now hug. Lilia said in a quiet, but commanding voice. Shauna, who had a secret crush on Luffy, was more than happy to hug Luffy, and Ren subconsciously followed whatever his older twin did, and Luffy went with the flow and hugged both his cousins in a group hug. Hey, wait a minute! Luffy screamed. Mom, you agree with them? Well? Before she could answer, a man outside yelled, Pirates! Pirates! Luffy, Shauna, and Rin screamed, with mixtures of shock and excitement. Oh dear! Lilia said with disappointment. Guess I have to work during my vacation. Mom, can we come? Luffy asked. Yeah, can we, Aunt Lily? Rin and Shauna said in unison. No. She dismissed. But why not? Luffy complained. Because you three are kids, not to mention my baby and my sister's babies. We are not babies, they retorted with blushes on their faces. We're strong. No, Lilia said in her demon voice, which scared them quiet. She turned to the exit. Ace, you get in here too. I don't take orders from you, by Dash. Lilia, wordlessly, used her shadow hand to roughly grab Ace and pull him into the bar, then pulled him in, so they faced each other. Want to repeat that? Lilia said threateningly. And no maim. Ace replied weakly. Lilia put him down. You kids stay here, she ordered. Oh, Yuki. I hope she's safe. Yuki? Shauna said. But Lilia left before she could ask. Luffy, sometimes I wonder how you are even remotely related to your mom. Ace said. What's that supposed to mean? Luffy felt annoyed. Everyone was annoying him today. Oh, nothing, Ace said, although he obviously meant something. What are you doing here anyway? Luffy asked suspiciously. No reason, Ace said unconvincingly. You came to take more meat from me, didn't you? Would you quit it with the meat already? Ace shouted. Shut up! Both of you! Shauna shouted with her own version of demon voice, which shut Luffy and Ace right up. You know, we probably could have helped beat up a few pirates. Rin groaned. Yeah, I don't get why she didn't just let me help. Ace complained. Come on, you guys. Makino began. Lilia just doesn't want to put any of you in harm's way. You guys get it, right? They didn't answer. If they disobeyed and went to fight the pirates, Lilia would kill them regardless of the results. They all said in unison. Fine, but we can at least look, can't we? Shauna suggested. Good idea, sis. Rin cheered. Aunt Lily wouldn't have a problem with that, right? I wouldn't if I were you guys, Dash. But the kids weren't listening to Makino. Let's watch. Luffy cheered and all four of them went to the exit and peeked outside. Looks like nothing has happened yet. Indeed, the pirates had only just now left their ship on the docks, and they all looked murderous. Luffy noticed that there were about the same number of men as in Shanks's crew, except these guys didn't seem as cool. Some of the men were scrawny, while others were muscular, but all of them were ugly. Pff. Ace scoffed. I could take them all out easy. Yeah, whatever, Ace. Shauna dismissed. Come to think of it. Ren began. I've ever seen Aunt Lily in an actual fight. Have any of you? Aside from sparring matches, I don't think I have, Luffy said, while Ace and Shauna shook their heads. Makino, have you? A couple of times, although just seeing her fight once was enough to scar me for life. Makino explained with a smile, while washing a dish nonchalantly. So we get to see the she-demon in action, Shauna said excitedly. She's not so tough, Ace claimed. I could take her any time of the day. But Ace, didn't Mom knock you out in one move when you tried to fight her? Luffy said. Did she? Shauna giggled. Shut up! Ace screamed with a blush. I was just a kid back then. She wouldn't stand a chance against me now, said the boy who nearly wet himself when he was in the grip of Aunt Lily. Shauna teased. I'm going to kill you, Shauna! Ace threatened. Hey guys, and said before Shauna could retort. I think something's happening. The others stared in the direction of where Ren was pointing. The pirate had made it to the center of the town, and Lilia stood in wait for them, as if this was just a simple meeting between acquaintances. Luffy had to resist the urge to run out there and break every last one of the pirate's legs, when he saw that most of the men were giving his mom lust-filled looks. Suddenly I feel like disobeying Mom, Luffy muttered threateningly. I know how you feel, Luffy, Shauna said sympathetically. But Aunt Lily would kill you for even thinking of going out there. Luffy grudgingly agreed, but he certainly wasn't happy about it. Sure, he knew his mom was strong, but he never knew how strong. She had made him have sparring matches with her to help train him, but every time he got his butt kicked before he could really do anything, and she didn't even try. Luffy wasn't even 100% sure what her devil fruit power was. He knew that black gas that comes from her body was part of it, but aside from that he knew nothing. But Luffy and his family were about to wish that they had never found out about Lilia's full power. So would you please leave? Lilia asked politely. Sorry, gorgeous. Their captain chuckled, with a disgusting grin. He was a wide-built, muscular man, who dwarfed Lilia and the rest of his crew in plain size, with long and unruly blonde hair. He wore a white shirt with the sleeves torn off and an old pair of black pants. Strapped to his back was a giant, 7-foot-long battle axe. But me and my boys kind of have an itchin' for some pillagin'. But if you stay right here and wait for us like a good little girl, while we're working, and I promise we'll come back to have some fun with you. He and the rest of his crew were snickering perverted smiles and lustful eyes. However, Lilia wasn't amused. Sorry. Nothing personal, but I make it a point not to spend too much time with. Lilia grinned. Disgusting, smelly, trashy pigs like you. The pirates stopped laughing. Their expressions changed to stunned looks of disbelief. Their captain seemed none too pleased with the insult. Immediately, he unstrapped his giant axe and roared. You be asterisk 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 asterisk. You will die! With a fury he swung his axe down with powerful force, but Lilia avoided the attack in a blur of speed and appeared several feet away from her previous spot. Him and his crew were all stupefied. Why, what the? You know it is never wise to attack someone out of rage, Lilia lectured. The captain growled in frustration. His axe was stuck in the ground. Really, who taught you how to? Her voice trailed off when she saw 3 single strands of black hair floating in the air. They were hers. No, you didn't, Lilia muttered dangerously. You actually touched me hair. My beautiful hair, you severed it. The pirates would have laughed if not for the dangerous tone Lilia was using. Through a work of bravery or stupidity, the captain spoke. So what if I did? You were acting so tough before, but now you're crying over your stupid hair? Stupid hair? Do you have any idea how long it takes to grow out my hair to this length? Years, Lilia lectured darkly. A woman's hair is her life. It's a sign of her individuality. Yet you mock it. Tearing even a few strands of it ruins the art that was made from it. I see you are of the worst kind of filth. Lilia, eyes widened, revealing her eyes were glowing red. You must pay. The entire pirate crew began to tremble with fear. They were beginning to realize how outclassed they truly were. Suddenly Lilia, surrounded by some kind of black energy. Demonic transformation, full-body demon. Lilia was encased in a swirling cocoon of black, and a strong gust of wind began to form. After a second the black energy faded away and Lilia was in her hybrid demon form. She's the she-demon, shouted one of the pirates. She's one of the most dangerous marines out there. What? The other pirates screamed with fear. We have to run! They all ran, but, as everyone knew, there's no running from the she-demon. Luffy, Shauna, Ren, and Ace stared wide-eyed in disbelief at what they saw. Lilia chased the pirates down like dogs and painfully defeated them one by one. It was terrifying, but inspiring to watch. After 7 minutes, Lilia had defeated all the pirates and left them in half-dead, unconscious piles of flesh on the docks for the marine ship to pick them up. The kids' mouths hung open at the display of raw strength and power. "So are you feeling scared?" Makino asked. They nodded. "You shouldn't be," Makino said. "Lilia would never attack you for." "I think, Luffy, are you sure you two are related?" Ace asked blankly. "I think so," Luffy replied blankly. That was the first time Luffy had ever seen his mother's hybrid demon form, and now today. After 5 years, Luffy has to face that demon in head-to-head combat. Sanji vs. Rin. Battle of Pervs. While Luffy was busy going face-to-face with his mother, the other Straw Hats were busy with their own confrontations. "This is ridiculous," Zoro complained uncharacteristically. "She's blocked all of my attacks. She's really fast. I can't even touch her with any of my lightning bolts," Nami said. "Give me a shot," Frankie said, while lifting his arm vertically and unlatching his hand to reveal the multiple barrels built into his arm. "Weapons lance! Shave!" Shauna shouted. Frankie shot out a rapid fire of bullets at Shauna, who used the shave technique to avoid the attack with a blur of speed. "Dang it! Where'd she go?" For the past 10 minutes Shauna had, mostly, played defensively and bounced around the battlefield. When Zoro attacked, she blocked with her bow staff. When Nami used her lightning attacks, she would use her faster-than-lightning reflexes to dodge, and even Robin couldn't catch her because of how fast Shauna was. "Frankie! Look out!" Zoro yelled. "What?" Frankie then noticed that Shauna was right behind him, but before he could react she punched him in the face so hard that he was sent flying at least 10 feet away. "Frankie!" his friends yelled in distress. "Is this it?" Shauna said with an overconfident grin. "No offense, but I expected better from a crew with an overall bounty of over 600,000 berries. You shouldn't get too comfortable or else you'll regret it. Like you said, we're a crew with an overall 600 million berry bounty. We didn't get it for being pushovers." Nami smirked. "What are you acting so cocky for?" Zoro asked. "You're just gonna hide like a wuss and leave the dirty work to the rest of us." Again, Nami, in response, smacked him over the head with skull-cracking force. "Shut up, you insensitive jerk! I'm so gonna help take her down." "Really?" Robin said with intrigue. "You seem unusually motivated. Why is that?" "Why?" Nami's face went a bit red. She didn't really know the answer herself, but she knew that she didn't want to lose to Shauna. But the real question was, why did she want to beat Shauna? To prove herself? But she didn't obsess over that kind of thing like the boys do. But she couldn't ignore this nagging feeling in her heart that wanted to show Shauna that she was a useful member of the crew. "But why, Luffy? Why am I thinking about Luffy in a time like this?" Nami thought. She noticed Robin staring at her with her usual grin. "What? Oh, nothing," Robin replied. "I just realized a pretty important fact about you, Nami." What is that supposed to mean?" Nami asked, flustered. "Guess you don't just love money and tangerines, do you?" was all Robin would say. "Huh, not to interrupt your conversation, but have you two forgotten that we're in the middle of a fight?" Zoro interjected. "Oh yeah? Sorry, Zoro," Nami replied offhandedly. "Hey guys!" Frankie yelled as he ran toward his friends. His metal nose was dented from Shauna's punch, and his face was noticeably swollen. "Get focused, cause this chick's not gonna be easy to dash. So you're still conscious, huh? Guess they don't call you a cyborg for nothing, but I honestly can only blame myself for not being able to one-shot you when I had the chance. I won't fail again," Shauna interrupted venomously. She was surrounded by a dark and demonic aura similar to her aunt/captain. "Shave!" Shauna instantly appeared in front of Frankie, who flinched at the sight. "Oh crap!" Shauna swung her fist at full force. Frankie tried to block it with both his iron arms, but her punch was so strong that it left a huge dent on both arms and sent Frankie flying 30 feet away. When he landed, he created a huge dust cloud. "Frankie!" His friends screamed in distress. The dust cleared and Frankie lay in a mid-sized crater. He groaned, showing he was at least conscious. "It is not my day, she's got a lot of power," Zoro muttered. "Looked to me like she was venting," Robin said indifferently. "About what?" Nami asked hesitantly. You're surprisingly dense, Nami, Robin said with an knowing smile. What's that supposed to mean? Nami asked with a scowl. Oh, nothing, Robin said again. Nami muttered an inaudible curse. She was becoming uncharacteristically annoyed with the older woman. Watch out! Zorp screamed. Without warning, Shauna charged at the group with an insane speed. Like a rocket, no less. Zoro pushed Nami and Robin out of the way. Shauna swung her bow staff with amazing level of power, but Zoro blocked it with his own power, and the two clashed. Glad to know that you're actually worth your berries, Shauna said while pushing against Zoro with her bow. Glad to know you're this strong. I was getting a little bored, Zoro said as he pushed back against her with his swords. While Zoro and his group were clashing against the powerful Shauna, Sanji and his group were having an equal amount of trouble fighting against the flirtatious and strong Rin. Moon bounce! Rin jumped high up in the air to avoid Sanji's kick. Sanji was not pleased with Rin avoiding all of his attacks. Slippery son of AB asterisk 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 dot. Tempest kick! Rin swung his leg diagonally and a powerful blade of wind was produced, and went straight for Sanji. But he avoided the attack by lunging to the side. Rin descended onto the desert ground. He glared at Sanji. If he's gonna keep dodging my long-distance attacks, then I'll have to use my new move. What are you muttering over there? Sanji said impatiently. Get over here so I can kill you! Be careful what you wish for, Black Leg, Rin advised. He moved his arm to his should and straightened his hand. You might just get it! Tempest slash! Rin swung his arm at high speed and a blade of wind was produced. It went straight for Sanji at a speed that was much faster than the Tempest kick and tore right through Sanji's right sleeve and cut him right below his shoulder. Sanji! Usopp and Chopper, who were watching the fight from the sidelines, screamed as they saw a stream of blood flow out of Sanji's arm. I'm alright, Sanji assured, while holding his wound. It's just a scratch. How do you like my Tempest slash? Rin asked. It goes without saying that it's an altered version of the Tempest kick. It has less power than the kick, but it's several times faster. I'd go as far to say it's the little brother version of the Tempest kick. Not as powerful than the big brother, but a lot faster. I can relate to that. Really, why is that? Sanji asked curiously. For some weird reason, he was getting curious about this guy, who was Luffy's cousin. You want to know? Rin said, feeling a bit surprised. Didn't think you'd care. But fine, I'll tell you on one condition. What condition? You three have to tell me why you guys joined Luffy's crew, okay? Why? Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper asked. Meh. Just curious. Rin shrugged. Oh, and can I get Nami and Robin's measurements? Hell no, you perverted freak! Sanji shouted angrily. Oh, come on! Rin pleaded. How about I give you my aunt and sister's measurements in exchange? Really? Sanji squealed, but then shook his head viciously. No! 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 I will not be swayed by a shallow bit of intimate information of two very beautiful women. How do you even know that kind of stuff? Usopp asked. No matter how close a family they were, it seemed a bit much for a guy to know another woman's measurements. I tailor all the unit's outfits, Ren explained nonchalantly. We don't see much action, but we do see a lot of danger, so the uniforms get messed up and I patch them together. You admit to being able to sew? Usopp said weirdly. Dude, I get to measure all of the women on board. It really worth it, Ren said with a sleazy smile. All of the women's measurements, Sanji wheezed. But I make it a point not to get involved with the people you work with, Ren said. So it doesn't really mean anything. It means everything, Sanji shouted. Why is knowing a person's measurements such a big deal? Chopper asked Usopp. It's a human thing, Usopp answered dryly. This really is a battle between pervs. Oh yeah, this is a battle, Ren remembered. And you two are involved. This isn't a spectator sport. Rem wordlessly used shave and appeared right next to the two members of the weakling trio, who yelped. Me and my big mouth! Usopp groaned. Sorry about this. Ren was about to punch Usopp with jaw-breaking force, but just like the last time, Sanji went to intercept Ren with a kick, but this time Ren was ready. Ren rotated his body and grabbed Sanji's leg and hurled him into the air. Moon bounce! Ren leaped into the air and got into a kick stance. Moon bounce kick! Rin kicked, but Sanji, with expert acrobatics, did an upward midair flip and avoid Ren's attack. Sanji, while upside down and above Ren's head, grabbed both of Ren's shoulders with both of his hands, flipped down, and kicked Ren's lower back. Sell! Ren was sent crashing down to the desert ground, which created a huge cloud of dust which completely covered Ren from sight. I've been wanting to do that to you since I met you, Sanji said after landing gracefully onto the ground next to Usopp and Chopper. Did that finish him? Chopper asked as he watched the cloud of sand. I doubt it. That guy doesn't seem to be the kind of guy who goes down easy, Sanji said. Just as Sanji said it, blades of air came flying out the sand cloud and hit Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper head, leaving multiple cuts on their bodies. Dang it! I let him get me! Sanji shouted frustratingly. Tempest slash! Machine gun! Ren said softly as the sand cloud faded away. Guys, are you okay? Sanji asked while glaring viciously at Ren. He got me. I'm dead, Usopp said dramatically as he fell to the ground. Usopp! Chopper screamed hysterically. Stop playing dead, you coward! Sanji screamed angrily. Usopp only had a few minor cuts on, and Chopper had a minor abrasions on the side of his head. Sanji, on the other hand, took the full force of Ren's assault. He had deep cuts all over his body, and he breathed heavily, as exhaustion began to kick in as a result of the long fight. He is? Chopper said. Shut up! I could still get away, before he kills me! Usopp whispered defensive. That wouldn't work. Ren spoke up. My hearing is above average, and I can still hear your heartbeats. Aw crap! He knows! Usopp screamed. It wasn't that hard to figure out, Sanji said dryly. Sanji, your wounds look bad, Chopper said as he looked at the cuts. You need to get them treated. I'm fine, Sanji dismissed. Besides, it doesn't look like he'll let us just go if we ask him. You've pegged me pretty well, Ren smirked. But that said, I don't gain pleasure from bullying the beaten. Just surrender and our ship will treat your injuries. Go to hell, Sanji spat. I don't want, nor do I need your pity. Besides, we have a doctor far better than any you guys could have on your little ship. Sanji, Chopper said softly. Besides, Sanji continued with a sly grin. Who says I'm beaten? I did, like a minute ago, Ren said obliviously, ruining Sanji's cool guy moment. I know that, you moron, Sanji shouted angrily. But it makes sense that you'd be on Luffy's crew with that level of stubbornness, Ren humored. Sorry for underestimating your drive. This time I'll take you down with no mercy, Sanji smirked. Right back at you, dash. Moon bounce! Ren jetted towards Sanji, catching him off guard. Finger pistol! Ren jabbed a finger in Sanji's right thigh, causing him to scream in pain. Gah! Sanji screamed. Sanji! Chopper and Usopp screamed in distress. Sanji forcibly pulled his thigh away from Ren's finger, which caused his own blood to splatter. Then he immediately kicked Ren in his chest, sending him skidding back 5 feet. Sanji charged forward, ignoring all pain, and went for another kick to the chest, but Ren was ready. Paper body! Ren's body became like paper in the wind and swayed past Sanji's kick, irritating him. Ren's body went back to normal, and he swung his arm at high speed. Tempest slash! But Sanji, with superhuman reflexes, avoided the attack by ducking. He dodged it, Ren said with, Collier shoot! Sanji kicked Ren hard in the neck and sent him flying upwards into the air. Ren recovered and wordlessly shot a tempest kick. The blade of air appeared to be way off course and was sent meters away from Sanji, but moments before it hit the ground it curved and went straight for Sanji. Crap! My body won't move! Sanji cursed, as he tried to avoid the attack. Jump point! Chopper, in jump point, leaped to save Sanji and avoided the tempest kick. Chopper was on top of Sanji and smiled. You okay? Yeah, but what are you doing? Sanji asked. What are you talking about? This is a battle between him and us, right? Besides, you're too hurt to keep fighting, so as your doctor I'm telling you to leave it to us. Chopper ordered kindly. Us? Exploding star! Usopp shouted, as he shot one of his stars. Ren was still in midair when he was hit by Usopp's exploding star and was blown up in a fiery ball of heat. Did that get him? The answer was no. Ren descended from a cloud of smoke, with his cloths charred and his face very angry. I'm normally a chill guy, but what the heck? Usopp flinched. He seems mad, Chopper said. You'd be too if someone tried to shoot you down, Sanji said. I'd want to kill that jerk. Hey, I was trying to save you, Usopp screamed, feeling annoyed. You tried to kill me! Ren shouted. You tried to kill me! Usopp retorted. But I didn't mean it! Ren countered. You used that finger pistol thing. I was going to knock you unconscious, and that's supposed to make me feel better. I don't know. Why don't we find out? Shave! Ren appeared right next to Usopp, who yelped. Sanji yelled. Usopp, get away from there! But it was a shout too late. Usopp tried to run away, but Ren swung his fist at breakneck pace and hit Usopp clean in the gut. His legs shook like jelly and he collapsed onto the sand and lay there unconscious. Usopp! Sanji cried out. Sanji glared at Ren hatefully, as Chopper looked on with concern for Usopp. Oh, relax. The guy's just unconscious, Ren clarified. Besides, you guys still have me to worry about. Moon bounce! Ren leaped into the air and he looked like he was about to Tempest kick, but Chopper intercepted him. Jump point! Chopper, in jump point, tackled Ren in the air and Ren fell, but he used moon bounce to keep himself in the air. But Chopper was far from done. Arm point! With big, oversized arms, Chopper used the momentum of falling to boost the power of his punches and furiously and mercilessly beat Ren with multiple punches. This ends now. I agree, Ren whispered. This will end now. Paper body! Ren's body turned to paper and he bypassed all of Chopper's punches, used his flexibility to get behind Chopper, and punched him right in the back. Moon bounce! Punch! A huge shockwave sent Chopper crashing down, which made a sand cloud and a crater the size of a boulder. Chopper lay at the center, unconscious. Chopper! Sanji screamed, as Ren gracefully descended onto the battlefield. He looked in bad shape, with noticeable bruises and bumps, plus he was breathing heavily and coughed up a bit of blood. He looked down at Chopper with a hard-to-read expression. The guy could hit, that's for sure. A reindeer that can transform and talk, huh? It's so like Luffy to invite someone like that as a crew member. Diable jam! Sanji screamed as he spun on his toes at high speed. What the heck are you? Ren noticed that Sanji's whole foot was glow red, like magma. Sanji stopped and lifted his glowing foot. It's only fair to warn you that this attack hurts like hell. Sanji charged at Ren and kicked. Iron body! Ren blocked Sanji's kick, but instead of feeling nothing, like usual, he felt an intense and agonizing burn. Aya! It burns! It burns! Sanji kicked again and didn't stop. Sanji was extremely angry. Ren cried out in pain with every kick. This is for Chopper, Sanji said before one kick. And this is for Usopp, he shouted with another. Sanji kept kicking relentlessly. This guy sure is ticked, Ren thought. Can't blame him, though. I did hurt his friends, but still I can't lose, so I'll have to use that. It'll hurt like hell, but so does the rest of my body. Here goes nothing. Ren endured it. He endured every powerful and painful and hot kick Sanji delivered, until finally he saw it. An opening to end it all. Ren flexed both of his biceps so hard that the sleeves of his uniform ripped off, shocking Sanji. This is it. I either win or I lose. Ren clasped his hands together and drove his clasped hands past Sanji's leg and struck his chest. I lack the physical power that Luffy, my sister, and the rest of them have, but with this technique having more power won't matter. Counter pistol! A huge wave of force went through Sanji's body and he spit out blood. Sanji fell and kept falling to the ground, and as he fell he said in a weak voice, "You win." Sanji fell and didn't get back up. Ren had won. Ren was exhausted. He huffed and huffed for what felt like forever. He felt like he'd been hit by a magma-covered hammer, which he, more or less, was. But even with all the pain he smiled, as he looked down at Sanji's unconscious body. "You're extremely strong. Black-leg Sanji. I'm honored to have been one of your opponents. Oh, and by the way, your diable jam does hurt like hell. See ya." Ren turned and started walking, but he barely walked 10 steps before collapsing to his knees and coughing up blood. Strong is an understatement. His kicks cracked most of my jerk, but I got to get moving, to Aunt Lily. Ren started crawling to where his aunt was, while Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper were defeated by Rin, and Zoro, Nami, Robin, and Frankie's battle against the dangerous Shauna, who was gaining the upper hand against them. Not too far from the location of the island, 5 people and a giant black hawk were heading towards the location of the demon unit. They are the best 6 warriors under the great Captain Lilia, the she-demon. They were known as the Demonic Six. The giant black hawk was attached by a strong rope to a sleigh-like contraption and was pulling the 5 people through the sky. "Hey Yuki, can't you go any faster than this?" A big and oafish man with a giant steel hammer strapped to his back shouted obnoxiously. His name was Ridge, the 6th strongest man under Lilia. "You're lucky I'm even flying you jerks to the ship in the first place," the hawk shouted back. "Why don't you just use moon bounce to go back anyway? 'Cause it's way more enjoyable to use you as a reindeer," he answered loudly, making the hawk growl. "That's it. You're dead." Yuki, the hawk, stopped mid-flight. The sleigh-like contraption fell down, and was hanging in the air thanks to the station giant hawk and the exceptionally strong rope wrapped around it. The 5 passengers clung to the edge of the contraption for dear life, although a couple of them didn't seem to care that they were hanging 12,000 feet in the air. "Yuki! This ain't funny!" Ridge shouted. "I think it's funny," Yuki said smugly. "Even with moon bounce, we'll die at this height. Ridge, you should just apologize to the girl so she'll keep flying us." A woman with dark hair that was tied in a knot and beautiful pale skin said blankly, as if she didn't care if they fell or not. She was in a priestess outfit and who looked to be in her mid to late 20s. Her name Najika. She was the 3rd strongest fighter under Lilia. "Yuki, please don't drop us," a woman in her early 20s with neck-length brown hair pleaded. She wore a modest blue blouse and a knee-length skirt. She was Ellie, the 5th strongest fighter in the platoon. "Yeah, if you're gonna drop anyone, drop Ridge," a man in his mid to late 20s begged. He was Oscar, the 4th strongest fight of the demon unit. "Hey, fine. Kick Ridge off first though." "You got it, Yuki," Oscar and Ellie said together. "You lousy traitors," Ridge shouted in outrage. "Selling out a comrade to save your own life is cowardly." "Sorry, Ridge," Ellie said, "but at some point we all have to think about our own lives," Oscar said as he raised his foot, when suddenly, puto 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 puto, went the transponder snail in the 2nd strongest man in the demon unit, Ryzen's, coat pocket. He hung there, clutching a side of the sleigh contraption like it was no big deal. Ryzen was a tall and muscular man. He wore a black leather jacket over a marine uniform. He had slightly overgrown dark hair, and had pale gray and mysterious eyes that made him look very intense. The most noticeable thing about him was the silver shade sword he had strapped to his waist. He pulled out the transponder snail and answered. "Hello? This is Lieutenant Ryzen." "Lieutenant Ryzen, sir, this is Ensign Gabriel reporting." "Sir," the Marine on the other line greeted officially and loudly. "Okay, so what do you want?" Ryzen replied in an unofficial tone. "Sir, I am reporting in to say that, while in you and your team's absence, we had encountered the Straw Hat Pirates." "Straw Hat Pirates?" Ryzen repeated. "They sound familiar. Weren't they the guys who attacked Eni's lobby a while back?" Ellie said. "Yeah, they're the ones," Oscar confirmed. "That incident gave the whole crew an overall bounty of over 600 million berries," Ridge whistled. "Anyone gutsy enough to attack a fortress like Eni's lobby must be extremely strong, but knowing Captain Lilia, she's probably taken them all out by now," Ellie pointed out. "She can be kind of a realist." "That's disappointing," Ridge said depressingly. Yuki and Najika were silent. They knew the Straw Hat Pirates well, or to be more specific, their captain. "Actually, Captain Lilia didn't exactly wipe out the pirate crew," the Marine, who could hear his superiors through the transponder snail, explained on the other line. This genuinely surprised most of the Demonic Six. They all knew that Captain Lilia was one of the strongest and most feared Marine in the business. Despite being ranked a mere captain, she was as strong and as powerful as an admiral. "Are you saying that the pirates are actually giving our captain a hard time?" Ryzen asked intensely. "Well, how do I put this? Captain Lilia used her power to capture the Straw Hat Pirates' ship and flew it to a nearby uninhabited island, sir. We are on our way there right now." "Why'd she do that?" "We don't know, sir." "Ensign, what are the coordinates?" Yuki, the giant hawk, demanded. Answer me!" Yuki shouted, startling her comrades, even Ryzen, who was usually cooler than ice. "It's 36° north latitude, 52 degrees east longitude, Lieutenant Yuki, Mame." "Good. We're headed there right now," she stated. "We are?" some of them asked. "We are. Now get on!" The hawk snapped up her neck, making the sleigh contraption bounce up and give them an opportunity to get their seats. Each of them let go for a single second, then they all used moon bounce to get a spot on the sleigh. Hold on tight. I'm gonna go at full gear. Which meant she'd be moving at about 350 miles per hour. Whoa! Part of the demonic six screamed as Yuki went on top speed. The force of the wind was slamming against their bodies like a raging river. Yuki! What is the hurry? Ridge shouted because the wind pressure made it so loud. I have to get to Luffy. She answered. Who's Luffy? Oscar shouted. He's the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ellie shouted. But what does he have to do with Yuki? Oscar shouted / asked. You mean you guys don't know? Najika asked with a mysterious grin. They shook their heads. Straw Hat Luffy is Captain Lilia's son. Silence. Even Ryzen went wide-eyed over this revelation. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you right, Ridge said after a moment. I thought I heard you say that the captain had a son and that he was a pirate. I did, Najika said, never losing her grin. And for your information, I'm his godmother. What? While the demonic six were fly to the island where the fighting was, Shauna continued her battle against Zoro and his group. The battle was playing out evenly, with Shauna maintaining a strong defense against her pirate adversaries. This is just getting ridiculous, Nami shouted in frustration. She's just one girl, yet we're all having so much trouble beating her. I know how you feel, sis, but she's just that strong, Frank said. Just look how easily she's keeping up with Zoro. Nami looked. Zoro was indeed struggling with Luffy's cousin. No matter how fast or powerful his swings were, Zoro just couldn't seem to get past Shauna's defense and vice versa. The worst part, Zoro seemed to be tiring a bit, while Shauna still seemed to be playing at full gear. For a second Nami thought Zoro might be holding back because Shauna is a girl, but decided that Zoro wasn't that kind of guy. But that just means Shauna is that strong. You're pretty strong, Roronoa Zoro, Shauna said as she and Zoro were pushing against each other's weapons. You're not too bad yourself. Zoro grunted with respect. On the inside, he was frustrated with himself. The fatigue of this fight was getting to him, but Shauna was still at top form. It can't be helped. It seems that superhuman stamina is a built-in trait of her family. It just means I have to take the win as fast as I can. Shauna did something to gain the upper hand. You can't block this, Shauna declared. Before Zoro could retort, Shaun pulled in her bow's staff and shifted it horizontally in one quick second, but it felt like an eternity. Then she jabbed at Zoro, and when he blocked it, he was sent flying back at least 10 yards away, like a giant invisible hand had hit him with all its might. Zoro! His companion screamed with concern. Zoro crash-landed onto the desert sand, but immediately picked himself back up, although a dull pain spread across his body. I'm all right. Just sore. He turned his gaze to Shauna. That attack used the principle of that moon bounce thing in it, am I right? Shauna blinked, then she even chuckled for a second. You're smarter than you look. Yup, that particular technique is called moon jab. I hate to admit it, but I owe Oren for teaching me how to use moon bounce with something other than my legs. He's actually pretty smart when it comes to creative techniques. Well, however you learned it, I won't let it get me twice, Zoro declared as he got in a stance. We'll see, but I gotta admit you're pretty resilient, Roronoa, Shauna said. Moon jab is still in its developing stage, but to be able to get up immediately after taking a direct hit is impressive indeed. It's nothing, Zoro dismissed. Guys? Frankie said. You two are still aware that we're in the middle of a fight, right? Nami reminded. Shauna went red in the face. Aw crap! I did it again. I got chummy with a pirate. Why do I keep doing that? Stupid. 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 Shaun kept bonking herself on the head over and over again. She's way too hard on herself. All four Straw Hats thought in unison. She's so cute, Robin said lightly. Yeah, but she's way too serious for her own good, Nami said dryly. Time to get serious, Shauna said as she swung her bow staff menacingly. Bring it, Zoro said, as he got into a stance. Moon bounce! Oni Jerry! Shauna used the moon bounce to launch herself horizontally, like a cannonball. Zoro charged forward, with his two swords crossed, and they both clashed with all their might and created a shock wave, which blew away part of the sand. I have to be careful about getting close, Zoro thought. If I get hit by that crazy moon jab attack too many times, I'll be done for, which mean I have to keep a distance. Zoro jumped back at least 20 feet, surprising Shauna. 300 caliber Phoenix! Zoro swung his swords and generated an attack in the form of a giant green flaming phoenix, which went straight for Shauna, but Shauna was far from fished. Tempest Kick! Shauna swung her right leg with incredible force and speed, which created a blade of wind even stronger than Kaku from CP9. When the blade made of wind and the fiery phoenix made contact, it created a huge explosion. The spectators had to cover their eyes to keep the sand out of their eyes, but Zoro and Shauna stood there and took it like warriors. Looks like our attacks cancelled each other out. Zoro grinned. Seems so, Shauna said with the same grin. What do you say we go for what the? Several tan arms sprouted out of Shauna's body and restrained her. What the hell is this? Robin, what are you doing? Zoro asked angrily. Sorry, Zoro, Robin said with a smile, while her arms were crossed. But this is a 4-on-1 battle, is it not? She's got a point. Shauna agreed. And it's not like I wasn't going to attack those guys again anyway, so this is justified. Nice work, Robin, Nami said. I was getting worried for a bit. Quick thinking, Robin, Frankie said. Thank you both. Zoro wasn't too happy about the situation, but reluctantly sheathed his swords knowing the logic was sound. So, now that you've got me, what will you do? Shauna asked. Not sure, guess we'll restrain you and then go look for the captain and the others. Robin answered. Is that so? Well, before you do that, could you answer a question for me? What is it? Why'd you all join my cousin's crew? Her voice had an edge of seriousness. The 4 straw hats were startled by the question. Why do you care? Nami said. Luffy's an important person to me. He's like a little brother to me. Besides, you'll all probably get the same interrogation from the captain. From Luffy's mom? Why? She grew a bit pale. Having a heart-to-heart chat with someone who's called the She-Demon was not on Nami's bucket list. Because you're taking care of her, and since you're a group of unknowns, because, in case you haven't already noticed, Luffy's decision-making skills aren't exactly good. They were silent. So, what would happen if Luffy's mom doesn't like us? Nami asked hesitantly. She'd kill you. Silence. Ha ha ha. That's pretty funny. Nami laughed dryly. Shauna was silent. You are kidding, alright? Nami asked hopefully. Well, I guess she wouldn't kill you, Shauna said after a moment of thought. Phew! Nami sighed in relief. Killing you would probably be merciful compared to some of the things she could do to you, such as all of her torture methods. Nami and the others went pale. Dang you, Luffy! Why the hell do you have to always get us in these kind of situations? Cursing his name will only add fuel to the fire, cat burglar, Shauna said. But I doubt she'd kill you, since you all seem like nice people. Good. Nami sighed with relief again. So are you gonna answer my question? Shauna said. About why we all joined Luffy's crew. Right. Shauna turned to Zoro. Let's start with you, Veggie-Top. Veggie-Top? Zoro blushed at his latest nickname. Nami, Frankie, and even Robin started to chuckle under their breaths at Zoro's news title. Veggie-Top, Nami said in between chuckles. Priceless, Frankie said as he laughed. So you gonna answer me or what? Shauna said, ignoring the laughter. Fine, Zoro said through gritted teeth, as he shook of the embarrassment. Laugh, little kids. Veggie-Top. Nami laughed under her breath. Priceless, Frankie laughed. So why'd you join my cousin's crew? Shauna persisted, ignoring the laughter. Fine. Zoro shook off the embarrassment. I joined because Luffy saved my life. No offense, but that seems like too simple a reason, if you asked me, Shauna said. Is there more to the story? Yes. Zoro nodded. Not long after meeting him, I became impressed by his strength and will. Also, I saw a kindred spirit when I heard his dream dash. To become the Pirate King, right? Zoro nodded. You see, I also chase a seemingly impossible goal, and that would be? Shauna inquired. For a moment, Zoro stared at her intently, then he smirked wildly. To become the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro proudly stated. Only the wind made a sound, as the 5 of them stood in silence. Wow, bro, Frankie said in awe. I had no idea that you had that kind of ambition. Nami and Robin, along with the rest of the crew, knew Zoro's goal already, but it still gave them a tingle inside to hear his ambition. A while after that I came face to face with the man I was searching for. Zoro continued. Hawkeye, my hawk, Shauna said. The world's greatest swordsman and a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yeah, and I fought him. A collection of gasps filled the silence in the air. Shauna was the only one who didn't seem fazed. In fact, she seemed amused at the news. I'm guessing you lost? Zoro smirked somewhat emptily. I was annihilated. I didn't even stand a chance. I was just some punk who didn't understand the strength of the world. But it made me stronger in the end, and it was on that day that I made a promise to Luffy. I will not lose until the day I become the world's greatest swordsman. Promise. The word invoked a memory within Shauna's mind. Daddy, come home soon, pretty please. No worries, Shauna. Daddy will come back home tomorrow night. And that's a promise. Promise, huh? Shauna's serious, but slightly playful mood changed to depressing and melancholy, and her eyes were shadowed by her raven bangs. The straw hats were caught off guard by the young marine's sudden change in expressions. Shauna turned her gaze to Nami. Citrus Scalp, why'd you join my cousin's crew? Nami didn't react to the name. Citrus Scalp. She was more fazed by Shauna's demeanor. It was like looking into the mirror of her past self. She had a feeling that her answer would have some kind of major effect. What would it affect? She didn't know. Nami took deep breath and answered truthfully. Before I met Luffy, I was just an unhappy girl who lived what could only be called a living hell. I won't go into specific details, but if it wasn't for Luffy, I'd be nothing but someone's slave. That's why I promised him I'd navigate the Grand Line for him. Robin and Frankie were shocked to hear that Nami was enslaved by someone, but they didn't ask what she was talking about. It was obvious that she was thinking back to a very sad time for herself. More promises, eh? Shauna thought. Her expression was unreadable. Nami, on the other hand, seemed to put all of her emotions into that small and vague, but intense and revealing speech. She held her head down as if embarrassed to have said so much. I wonder just how far they'd go to keep their promises. I have a pretty good idea how you joined, Devil Child, Shauna said to Robin, who stood there with her trademark smile. You were cursed with a 79 million berry bounty at the young of age 8. Because of that, many people, both Marines and pirates, sought you out for their own reasons. To survive, you joined up with various organizations and groups, in the end betraying each and every one of them. During those probably hellish days, you sealed away your own heart and stopped trusting the world. 20 years later, fate brings you to Luffy. Knowing him, he didn't think twice about letting you join his crew, and as time went on you fell for his kindness. He melted your frozen heart, and you developed a bit of loyalty towards him. When he rescued you at Eni's lobby is when your resolve hardened. Robin, still crossing her arms to restrain Shauna, was silent. You didn't have to say all that, Nami said angrily, as she saw Robin stand there, uncomfortably silent. She was surprised to hear Robin laughing. You really are a smart girl, Robin said after laughing her usual soft laughter. Everything was true, and then some. Indeed, after getting to know Luffy and the rest, I started to regain my appreciation for life. After the Eni's lobby incident, I finally realized that I could trust Luffy, so I promised I wouldn't leave him again. Promises again? Is that the only word they know? Shauna thought with disgust. Since we're all telling our life stories, Frankie said with his hands on his hips. I'll tell you the super life story of how I dash. Not interested, Shauna said bluntly, cutting at Frankie. What? Why not? Frankie asked, feeling insulted. I got the basic idea of how all you guys joined. Luffy helped you, he earned your respect, you pledged your loyalty to Luffy, blah 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 blah. Am I close? Frankie blinked. Well, that's true, more or less, but there is way more to the story than that. For instance, I really don't care, Shauna said in a bored tone. That made Frankie fall to his knees in depression. You know, now that she mentions it, Nami began, with her fingers on her chin in a pondering sort of way. All of us were saved by Luffy, and because of that we joined his crew. You could almost say you took advantage of his kindness, Shauna said with a dark grin. That caught all of their attentions. That isn't true, Nami said sharply. We'd never take advantage of Luffy's kindness. The strong feelings in Nami's voice startled and shocked the other 3 straw hats to their cores. Zoro, in particular, was especially surprised at Nami's outburst. It's not like he thought Nami was weak-willed, at least not now, but it was just that she exactly screamed. Super loyal teammate, I guess that, Shauna said, with her eyes shadowed by her bangs. You all seem decent enough, for a group of criminals that is. But you guys don't seem to understand a very important fact of life. Promises don't mean a thing to the Straw Hats. What Shauna had said was like someone had thumped them on the head with an iron finger. It wasn't their first time hearing something so morbid before. Tons of their enemies had said things along those exact lines. What surprised them was that it came from Luffy's own cousin. In the short time they had known her, they saw few similarities between the two, aside from the monstrous strength and raven black hair. But, for whatever reason, she gave off a Luffy-like shine. Nami, once again, broke the awkward silence. How can you say that? I'm done talking! Shauna shouted as loud as Luffy would have. She then proceeded to, once again, struggle against the many arms Robin had used to retrain her. But this time she was winning. The hidden muscles in Shauna's arms started to bulge out like she was on steroids, and she just kept pushing and pushing. I can't hold on much longer, Robin grunted through gritted teeth, as her arms shaked and beads of sweat ran down her face. The other Straw Hats were shocked. No one else had ever pushed against Robin's flower fruit ability through brute strength alone. Get ready! Zoro ordered, as he unsheathed his Wado and Kitetsu, and immediately charged at Shauna. Gaha! Shauna broke free of Robin's multiple arm restraint, which turned to flower petals the moment they were broken, and at the same time Robin collapsed on one knee and Nami went to her side. Robin! Zoro muttered under his breath, right before he got within a sword's reach of Shauna. Zoro struck with both swords, but Shauna was more than prepared. With her bow never leaving her hand, she instantaneously blocked Zoro's attack with one arm. In the next second, Shauna attempted to punch Zoro with her moon jab attack, but Zoro instantly swerved to the left to avoid the attack. I told you before that I wouldn't let myself get hit by that attack again, is what Zoro would have said, but, the moment her attack missed, Shauna used the recoil of her own technique to allow herself to drift back at least 10 feet away, putting some distance between her and Zoro. Shauna slyly grinned at Zoro. The beauty of my technique is that it works both ways, don't you think? If it hits, you get sent flying, and if it misses, then I get the opportunity to get some breathing room away from my opponent. Awesome, right? Right, Zoro said sarcastically. If you're done with the explanations, let's get back to Dash. Time out, Shauna said while making the timeout sign with her hands, which made Zoro, Nami, and Frankie fall over. Time out? The three of them shouted in frustration. Just give me a sec, would you? Shauna asked, as she took off her marine uniform and the shirt under it, without a second thought. In response, Zoro quickly turned away, with his cheeks turning a cute shade of red, while Frankie whistled pervertedly, but was disappointed when there was still some fabric under her shirt that covered the majority of her skin, but her cleavage was prominently revealed. What the hell are you doing? Zoro stuttered with a red face, while his back was turned. Seduction? Nami suggested. She doesn't seem the type, Robin said, then she smiled. But with those looks and that body she could definitely pull it off. Oh no, I'm not that type of girl, Shauna said, while shaking her head and fingering something strapped to her waist and shoulders, a set of weights that were equal to 2 whole tons. She unstrapped the heavy-set weights off of her body, which revealed her black bra and large bust, and dropped them on the desert ground, which made a dull thud. Ah! Shauna sighed in relief, then she began to do a few erotic stretches. I haven't taken those things off in months, Frankie leered at the attractive Shauna's half-naked body, but Nami elbowed him in the face. Stop gawking and get serious, you perverted cyborg. Pay attention to the fact that, up until a second ago, she was kicking our butts while wearing a set of 100-pound weights. Thanks for calling me a pervert, sis, Frankie said with a perverted grin. That wasn't a compliment, Nami shouted. Wait, she was wearing what? Zoro asked, while still looking away from the half-naked Shauna. To be exact, I was wearing 2 tons worth of weights, Shauna explained. What? Zoro jerked his head, without thinking, back at Shauna, who was still doing her erotic body stretches. Zoro, once again, looked the other way with a red face and a semi-annoyed look. Would you put your shirt back on already? You're surprisingly innocent for someone called a demon swordsman, Shauna said while rolling her eyes. Then she picked up her marine uniform and put it back, which made groan in depression, and Nami punched the perverted cyborg in the face. I have to admit, it's a bit surprising, Nami said, but it is kind of cute. Robin giggled. Zoro isn't the first guy I'd guess to be shy around naked women. Frankie chuckled. Shut up! Zoro shouted in embarrassment. He jerked his head back at Shauna, who was fully clothed once again, and said, Is your time out finally over or what? Just one more second. Shauna, wordlessly, used the moon bounce technique to leap up into the air. Everyone, including, was amazed at how much height she made. She must have been at least 300 feet in the air. Something that would have taken her at least 2 or 3 jumps to manage. Next she used, once again, wordlessly, the Tempest Kick technique into the far distance. The air blade must have been twice as fast and 4 times stronger than before, because when it made contact with the target, it created a huge explosion that was capable of reducing a huge building to rubble. The Straw Hats were shocked to see how much destruction Shauna could cause after taking off her weights. So, Shauna began after descending onto the ground. Still think you can beat me? Nami and Frankie certainly didn't seem sure, and Robin looked neutral, but Zoro actually seemed pleased with the new turn of events. Nope, Zoro said with a wild smirk. But then what's the fun in that? I don't know why you're surprised, Ryzen, Nijika said to the swordsman. You met Luffy as a baby and several times as a kid, didn't you? I did. Ryzen scratched his head, while thinking about it. I don't remember, Nijika sighed. Ryzen was smart and reliable man, cool too, but he was known to have a very poor memory. You'd forget our own child if we had one. Which is something you'd better not do, my dear fiancé. Yes, dear. Ryzen rolled his alluring gray eyes. Back up here, Ellie said shortly. Lilia, the she-demon herself, has a kid? What have I been saying? Nijika said sassily. I heard you, but how? How what? How can Lilia have a child? I didn't even know she was married. Ridge and Oscar nodded in agreement. Nijika thought for a moment. She knew who Lilia's partner was, but she felt it wasn't her place to say. Just ask her yourself. Besides, I don't know why you guys are so surprised. Lilia is beautiful. Is it really so strange, at her age, that she has a son? Okay, I guess, but shouldn't the same apply to you and Ryzen? Ellie said thoughtlessly. I mean, you two have been interested in each other since before I joined the unit, but you guys only got engaged last month. Ryzen looked the other way, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as he heard the sound of Oscar, Ridge, and even Yuki, who, as a giant black hawk, continued to fly her fellow demonic sticks to the island where her captain had taken the Straw Hats, snickering under their breaths. Their laughter was cut short by the powerful death glare sent by Nijika, whose sharp golden eyes and natural fear factor made her almost as intimidating as Lilia. Probably not the smartest move, ticking off one of the only 2 people in the unit who can actually control the captain, Ellie, Oscar whispered. He had light brown skin and a dark hair that was in an afro. Also, he had black eyes and a powerfully slim, muscular body and was exactly 5 feet 9 inches. He wore a simple green shirt and gray pants. And with that same logic, Ellie, you should be pregnant with Oscar's child by now, Nijika retorted venomously, making Ellie and Oscar the color of tomatoes. What's that supposed to mean? They both shouted with a blush on their faces, making Ridge laugh hysterically, Yuki giggle, and even made a cool Ryzen smirk. You know what it means, Nijika said with a sadistic smile. Pfft, whatever. Ellie sighed, her face still red, then she pouted childishly. I'm just ticked off. I mean, Lilia is always telling us we're more than just a unit and that we are family, but she keeps the fact that she has a son from us. How is that fair? The others were a bit shocked at Ellie's rant. Ellie was always one of the kinder and more cheerful members of the demon unit. It was unusual to see her so upset. I have to admit, it does hit a bit of a sore spot. Ridge nodded. Nijika sighed. Don't take it personally, guys. There is a very good reason Lilia never told you about her son, and that is? Oscar asked. You never asked? Nijika answered, making them fall over. That's it. They all screamed. Yup. Have you guys ever even asked her about her family? Guess I never thought to ask, Ellie said with a small smile. Sorry, I overreacted a bit. Forget about it, Nijika dismissed. It's not like it's completely unjustified anyway. I think we should learn more about each other if we want to grow as a group. I like that idea, Nijika, Yuki said joyfully. Thanks, Yucks. Nijika smiled at her pet name for Yuki. Hey, by the way, does Jillian know about Lilia's son? Ellie asked. Nope. Let's hope she never finds out. Who knows what would happen? Nijika said warningly. Everyone else nodded in agreement. So I guess we've been putting off this question long enough. Her son is a pirate? Ellie hesitated. Everyone readied their listening ears for Najika's answer. Yes. Does that bother you? Ellie, Ridge, and Oscar exchanged glances. No. Virtually everyone in the unit joined because they were loyal to Lilia, not the Marines or the government. Ellie said proudly. Najika and the others smirked. But still, Ellie continued, isn't it kind of strange for the son of one of the most fearsome Marines on the planet to be a pirate? It's not like I know all the details myself, but if you asked me, it makes some sense, don't you think? I mean, Lilia has always marched to the beat of her own drummer, so it makes sense that her son would be like that, wouldn't you agree? When you put it like that, well, it kinda makes me feel a bit nervous at the thought of there being someone else like the captain. Ellie said awkwardly. I see your point, Najika said after a moment of thought. But meet him for yourself, then decide if it's as bad as you think. Okay, I will. But I have one more question. Ellie smiled and turned to their wing transportation. And it's for Yuki. What is it? Yuki asked. Is Lilia's son your boyfriend? Ellie asked curiously. That was way too blunt. The other 4 demonic 6 members thought in unison. Turbulence. What? The moment Ellie asked that, Yuki's entire hawk body started to jerk around like she was having some kind of seizure. As a result, the sleigh they were on began bobbing in every direction. If there were any doubts about whether or not hawks could visibly go red in the face, they were quickly disproven as Yuki's black feathery cheeks wet as red as tomatoes. Luffy isn't my boyfriend for you know. He's more like a little brother. Yeah, that's alright. Just because he's CC cute and sweet, although a bit of an idiot, doesn't mean I'm in love with him. She's so obvious, it's painful, the others thought in unison. It was bizarre to see the usually cool and calm, but sometimes childish, Yuki to get so flustered. In a way, she was kind of like Captain Lilia, stern, strict, serious, has a strong and cool aura to her, but now Yuki acted almost cute, which was a very bizarre thing for almost anyone on the demon unit. So you and the captain's kid know each other, huh? Ridge inquired, feeling a little dazed at Yuki's change in demeanor. Yeah. For a few years now, Yuki said. He's different from the captain, but also quite similar. You'll see when you meet him. Speaking of which, what's the captain doing taking the Straw Hat crew away like that? Oscar asked. You can bet it's nothing good, Najika said with a sigh. I just hope she hasn't done anything too crazy while we were gone, although I highly doubt it. Frankie! Nami cried out, after seeing Shauna get behind Frankie at lightning-fast speed and struck him so hard he fell unconscious. Nami glared at Shauna. Her speed's gone up a ton, her power too, Zoro noted. It shouldn't have taken just one hit to knock out Frankie, but she did it anyway. I've got to admit I'm pretty surprised at how much my physical power has increased. Shauna muttered to herself as she looked at the deep impression her staff left upon the cyborg's flesh. I assumed every part of him was metal, so I used more force than it would take for a more fleshy person. He'll be feeling that for a while. I'm going to restrain her, Robin said in a commanding voice. I probably won't be able to hold her for too long, so you two hit her with everything you dash. Sorry, but I won't let you catch me a second time. Shauna's voice came from behind Robin, making the 3 pirates jump. How did she get behind me so quickly? Robin thought as she made an attempt to escape, but then Shauna swung a hard hand against Robin's neck, knocking her to the ground. Robin! Zoro and Nami screamed. Robin groaned, which proved she was at least conscious. You're still conscious? Shauna said with genuine surprise. Well, you have evaded the world government for 20 years, so it makes sense that you're made of tougher stuff than most. Thanks for the compliment, but you hit hard, Robin said with a grin as she attempted to get up, but stumbled down. A bit too hard. Robin! Nami said with concern as she ran toward her friend. You okay? More or less, Robin said. But between her breaking out of my restraints and that blow to my head, I'm at my limit. She left out that the area around her was spinning, and she could see at least 3 of everyone. Nami smiled at her with sympathy. I see. Well, you just get some rest and leave the rest to Zoro and IK. I can still help, is what I'd like to say, but in the condition I'm in I'd just be a liability at this point, Robin said, feeling ashamed at her uselessness. I'm sorry, you did everything you could have, Nami said with confidence. Just rest and leave everything to us. All right, but be careful, Robin said. Also, she's not a bad person, but don't let her beat you. We won't, Nami assured. Nami, watch out! Robin screamed as she saw Shauna come up from behind Nami. Before Nami could react, Shauna jabbed her finger past Nami's head and onto Robin's neck. The next second, the archaeologist fell unconscious. Robin! Nami glared at Shauna, who looked confused. What? She's just unconscious, Shauna said indifferently. She couldn't fight anymore, so I used a non-lethal knockout technique to put her unconscious. Nami blinked, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. So you helped Robin by knocking her unconscious? I just said that, Nami had to ask. Would Luffy's mom do something like that? Probably. Would your brother do it too? I don't think Rin knows how to do it like I did. He'd probably hit her really hard, Shauna said after a moment's thought. Oh. Nami took a deep breath then screamed. Isn't there a better way to approach a situation than that? Shauna blushed. What's the problem? I said non-lethal, didn't I? That's not the point. Nami seethed. The point is that every single member of your family I've met are insane. Shauna was silent, then she grinned, then she giggled lightly with her hand over her mouth. I guess we all are kind of crazy, haven't we? Out of curiosity, who do you think is the craziest? Nami hesitated, but answered with a smile. I'd Luffy's the craziest, but I get the feeling his mom hasn't shown us just how crazy she can be, and his grandpa is definitely up there with all the crazy people I've met in my dash. You guys met Luffy's grandfather? Shauna said suddenly. When? At Water 7, Nami answered. He made quite a mess for us. I didn't realize Vice Admiral Garp was so close to us, Shauna said. He must have gave Luffy quite the hard time, didn't he? Yes, he did. Hey, wait a minute, if he's Luffy grandpa, then what does that make him to you? Nami asked. Legally speaking, nothing. He's Luffy's paternal grandfather and Ren and I are his maternal cousins, so technically the Vice Admiral is not our family, but he does tell us to call him Uncle Garp. Shauna explained. Oh, I see dash. The thought hit Nami like a brick rock. Luffy had a dad and his name was Dragon, the leader of the revolutionaries, who are basically the mortal enemy of the whole world government, which put Dragon on the very top list of people they wanted to kill. But if Dragon is Luffy's father, then doesn't that mean Lilia is his wife? Luffy didn't know Dragon existed, let alone that he was his dad. Do Ren and Shauna know too? What kind of crazy family situation is this? Hey, Shauna? Nami began nervously. What? Shauna replied. Do you by any chance know who dash? Excuse me. Zoro shouted loudly and irritably, cutting off Nami. So sorry to interrupt your little chat, but in case you haven't noticed, we're in middle of a fight here. Oh man! I got chummy with a pirate again. Stupid, stupid, stupid! Shauna, once again, began bonking herself on the head repeatedly. You really are way too hard on yourself, you know? Nami said, as she watched Shauna hit herself over the head repeatedly. Shut up! Shauna snapped. I'm a Marine. I don't get chummy with pirates. Fine, whatever, Nami said as she rolled her eyes. But do you really need to stop hitting yourself over the head all the time, you know? You sound like my brother. Shauna groaned. Did either of you even hear what I just said? Zoro roared. Shut up! Nami shouted. But he's right, you know? Shauna said as she raised her staff. I have got to finish you guys now. Shauna swung her bow staff with enough force to knock Nami's head clean off, which would have happened if the latter hadn't narrowly ducked the former's swing. Hold on a second, please, Nami begged as she waved her arms frantically. At least let me move Robin away safely. Fine, Shauna groaned. But make it quick, would you? Thanks for the generosity, Nami said sarcastically. She hoisted up the unconscious Robin, which was surprisingly easy considering the difference in sizes between her and Robin, and took her far away from the action. Nami laid Robin under the shade of a large boulder. Now how do I get out of this situation? Nami muttered to herself, thinking up of ways to avoid a hopeless fight. There was no chance in hell she could actually take Shauna, and she was unsure of even Zoro's chances at victory. She would like to just plain run away, but Shauna had proven that she wouldn't allow her to just run, and her climb attack hadn't proven to be much help against her. Oh wait, her climb attack. Are you done yet? Shauna yelled from a distance. Oh, you betcha yeah! Nami yelled in a falsely excited voice. I'm so ready for a fight! Shauna and Zoro raised an eyebrow at Nami's act. Zoro could tell she had something up her sleeve, but Shauna was just weirded out by Nami's change in demeanor. Okay, I'm ready, Nami said in a sickeningly sweet sing-song voice. Is there something wrong with her brain? Shauna asked Zoro. Yes, Zoro answered bluntly. But this isn't one of her usual symptoms. Are you ready? Nami said as she approached the bow staff-wielding marine with a fake smile and her climax in hand. Shauna eyed the strange blue staff. That weird weather stick, huh? If you think that's enough to beat me, you're in for a very rude awakening. My goal isn't to beat you, Nami said as she released those cartoony blue and RD orbs into the sky. It's to trick you. What? Shauna said with a confused look. Then she felt something tape her head. Rain? In the span of a minute, a mid-sized black cloud appeared over Shauna's head and it began to pour rain, drenching the female marine. If I am wet then? Shauna's eyes widened as Nami's strategy dawned on her. That's right, Nami said with an evil smirk, as she released more and more weather orbs into the sky. Even with that monstrous speed of yours, I doubt you can dodge lightning that's chasing your wet body. Shauna began to grow nervous, as Zoro grinned with the feeling of being impressed. Even he had to admit that this was a pretty clever plan. Thunder tempo! Nami called, as the sky grew darker because of the increasing size of the thunder cloud, which now covered most of the sky. A tremendous lightning bolt shot down from the large black cloud in the sky and went straight towards the female marine. This is it, Nami thought excitedly, but then something unexpected happened. In some kind of last desperate effort, Shauna frantically raised her right hand in the air and waved it up in the air like a crazy party person. When the lightning came at her, her hand turned pitch black. Then, as if lightning was solid, she grabbed it and flung it randomly away from her. Nami and Zoro's eyes widened at the sight of Shauna catching and throwing a lightning bolt. How'd you do that? Nami said, feeling completely shell-shocked. Shauna took a deep breath and said, Not sure. Not sure? Nami said louder than she intended to. You just caught lightning! Lightning! I almost wish I could give her a better answer, Shauna thought. Truth is, Ren and I have been taking lessons from the captain on how to control hockey for a couple of months now, but we haven't gotten so good to actually be able to use it whenever we needed it. Truth is, I was just lucky. Don't worry about it, Shauna shouted. Don't worry, you know I'm starting to understand how everyone Luffy fights feels. Nami said, smiling despite herself. What do you mean? Zoro asked as he walked over to Nami. Everyone who fights Luffy, no matter how sneaky or strong, always gets beat. It's like it's genetic or something. I wouldn't go far to say if it's genetic or anything like that, Shauna said as she, threateningly, approached the two remaining pirates. But I guess the way you described Luffy kind of sounds like the captain. Listen, Nami, Zoro muttered, as he got into a defensive stance in front of Nami. I think you should run, because she looks totally pissed at you. Can't blame her, really. After you tried to electrocute her before, I'd be out for blood. I'd love to, but in case you hadn't noticed, she's absolutely determined to make sure we're all beaten to a pulp, Nami said irritatedly. Well, I'd try if I were you, because she looks out for blood. Come on, she doesn't look. Yikes! After seeing the way Shauna was glaring at her, Nami gained a new understanding for the phrase. If looks could kill, Shauna walked casually enough, but the way she looked at Nami made her look almost exactly like Luffy's mom, despite the fact that despite having the same color black hair and pale white skin, they didn't look much alike. As she looked into Shauna's cold, darkening eyes, Nami felt like her soul was being looked right into by a monster rather than a girl. It was as though she was radiating killing intent. Okay. I see your point. Shave! Suddenly, Shauna crossed the dozens of feet between her and Zoro and Nami in an instant, startling them both. Wordlessly, Shauna swung her staff full force at Zoro, who blocked it with both of his swords, but he could feel the force behind it. In fact, the force was incredible, Zoro thought as he, barely, held back Shauna's attack. Her strength hadn't just doubled, it's tripled. Maybe it's 4 times as much as it was before. You seem to powered up a great deal after taking off those weights, Zoro grunted as he glared at Shauna. Enough to take you out, I think, Shauna said in an icy cold voice. We'll see, Zoro growled as sweat trickled down his face. But do you mind moving away for a bit? I've got a bone to pick with Citra's scalp, Shauna said viciously. Then she thought in her head, plus I've got to put her down, so she can't shoot another lightning bolt at me. It was lucky that I could use hockey before, but I don't think I'll get lucky a second time. She might be an annoying and greedy little bee asterisk 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 asterisk, but she's still a crewmate, so if you want her, you'll have to get past me first. Zoro said. That's sweet and all, but where is she? Shauna asked. Zoro stared at her blankly. What are you talking about? She's right behind me. No, she ain't, Shauna retorted. What? Zoro broke their lingering clash, then he jerked his head backwards to see that Nami wasn't there anymore, but, in the span of less than a minute, as though she too could use the shave technique, was now a mile away from Zoro and Shauna. Zoro angrily screamed. How the hell did that cowardly brat get over there? Go for it, Zoro. Nami screamed loud enough to easily hear her. I know you can do it. Why try fighting instead of cheering, huh? Zoro shouted angrily. Oh, come on, Nami shouted. I tried to fight, but it didn't work, remember? So now I think I'll leave the rest to you. Why, you little... Zoro grumbled. Those two act like a brother and sister. Shauna muttered to herself. Whatever. Immediately, Shauna swung her bow staff straight at Zoro, who, quickly, lunged to the side to avoid it. Zoro didn't bother making any snide remarks, he just attacked. Zoro knew that putting any kind of faith in his defense would backfire against Shauna's incredible level of strength and power. His only option was to attack and endure any hits she lands against him. Oof! Shauna winced as Zoro cut her right below her left shoulder, then she smirked. So you're gonna abandon defense and just stick to offense, veggie top? It's a gutsy move, I'll give you that, so I'll just return the favor. Shauna swung her bow staff directly below Zoro's left shoulder, the same spot Zoro cut her. Burk! Zoro winced, as he heard a crack sound. Did she crack a bone? She probably did. From the distance, Nami watched the fight and grew concerned as she saw that Zoro seemed to be on the losing end of the battle. She wondered if there was something she could do, but she knew her options were limited. If she tried to strike her with lightning, Shauna would deflect it. She wasn't any good at close combat either. Although she does know a little bit about staff fighting, Shauna was easily better than her. And seduction was totally off the table. None of her usual tricks would work against her, except maybe one. It was kind of a long shot, but at this point anything was worth a try, right? Hey, Zoro! Nami shouted from the distance. What? Zoro rasped, as he kept fighting Shauna. I'm gonna try one more thing, so get ready to attack, got it? Nami ordered. First of all, I'm always ready to attack, and second, you already tried to beat her and failed, so just let me handle it from here. Zoro, Nami whispered. I didn't know you cared so much, but don't worry, I'm approximately 30% sure that this plan will work. I'm not worried, and by the way, those are terrible odds. Zoro growled. Throughout the conversation between Zoro and Nami, Shauna was thinking, if she's planning to throw another lightning bolt, I might be done for. It was pure luck that I deflected it the first time. And one more thing, how lax are these guys to be having a strategic conversation in the middle of a battle, while in the middle of a fight? You sure are a lax guy, veggie top, Shauna said in a strained voice as she pushed against Zoro's swords. To be having a conversation with Citrus Scalp over there while fighting me is pretty impressive in its own way. Honestly, I can't tell if you guys just aren't taking me seriously or if it's you just don't know how to take things seriously. Trust me when I say that I'm doing nothing but taking you absolutely seriously, Zoro said while grinning as he pushed back. I'll prove it by finishing you off. We'll see about that, won't we, veggie top? Mirage tempo, Nami declared. With her climate act, Nami released multiple multicolored orbs in the sky, created another large rain cloud, which immediately started to rain. Dang! Shauna muttered, then immediately, in desperation, kicked Zoro right in the gut, which sent him sliding back at least 10 feet away. She couldn't let herself get wet, since there was no way she could manifest more haki a second time, so she spun her bow staff over her head at high speed to blow away the raindrops. But that was unnecessary. Nami's goal was not to electrocute Shauna, it was to confuse her. Before anyone knew what was happening, a bunch of bizarre-looking Nami clones appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the entire battlefield. The clones consisted of tall and impossibly skinny Namis, big and fat Namis, short and manish-looking Namis, and small and childlike Namis. This is weird, Shauna said after a moment. I have to agree. Zoro nodded. Zoro, you idiot! I'm giving you an opportunity here and you're blowing it, Nami thought. Well, I guess I can't expect someone as slow as him to take a hint. I'll just have to blast her with lightning again, since it seems to me, even though she can deflect it, she isn't immune to dash. Gah! Nami gasped as Shauna crossed the wide distance between them and slammed her bow staff in Nami's gut. As Nami fell, she said in a quiet voice, How? I won't pretend I understood what your entire plan was, Shauna said as she looked down at Nami's unconscious form. But I guess whatever it was, it wouldn't be good for me. I have to admit that I'm impressed, Zoro said as he, calmly, approached Shauna, swords unsheathed, killer instincts ablaze. I have to ask, how do you know exactly where she was? Even I couldn't tell which was the real one. After a moment of tense silence, Shauna answered. Ren and I have above-average eyesight, when compared to other people, so we can see farther and more clearer than a normal person. I saw a silhouette of her and figured that was the real one, so I attacked. Simple really, Shauna added with a smirk. Simple, Zoro repeated with a blank face. That's definitely impressive and all, but, as I'm sure you can imagine, after seeing my crewmates taken down like this, I'm too annoyed to be amazed. I don't blame you, Shauna said emotionlessly. The amount of pressure coming off this guy has increased. I'd better take him down now. Right now you have a broken arm and I've lost a significant amount of blood, Shauna said as she looked down at her bloodied clothes. So it's obvious that you and I have to finish this in one final attack. Enough talk, Zoro said roughly. It might be her imagination, but Shauna could swear that Zoro was multiplying. No, he was. 6 swords style, Azura. There were 6 swords and 3 Zoros, each face looking in every direction. It was a bizarre thing to see, to say the least. It looked like more than just duplication, or rather it wasn't duplication, but actually 3 bodies attached to one another that are looking in every direction. Regardless of what it was, Shauna looked relatively calm. Crazy technique, Veggie Top, Shauna said calmly as she got into a stance. But Demon Azura really doesn't compare to Demon Lilia, you know? Wish I could argue, he said, which was a bizarre sight to see, to be sure. But I can't, but it's not her I'm fighting. Point taken, neither one said another word. Shauna was covered in cuts, which stained her uniform the color red. Zoro had a broken arm, some swelling on his face, bruises on his arms, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Both were breathing hard. Both of them knew that their next attack would be their final attack. They charged at each other, metal was flying. Within a minute, Zoro landed a very serious blow on Shauna's arms. Blood flew out. For a brief second, he thought he'd won. Then Shauna pulled out her final attack. Impact Smash! With a downward motion, Shauna slammed her staff onto Zoro's whole body. The power with that attack was so incredible that it made the sand jump up, the earth to quake, and left an enormous crater that had to be at least 50 feet deep and wide enough that Nami, Robin, and Frankie's unconscious bodies fell in as well. Shauna was still standing. She was breathing hard, her face was covered in sweat, and her arms were bleeding profusely, but she figured it wouldn't be too hard to patch up her wounds, considering she survived much, much worse. She looked down at Zoro's unconscious body. He wouldn't be moving for a while. He was beaten. Shauna had won. The next thing she did was tear off the lower halves of uniform into 2 pieces and wrap them around her wounds to stop the bleeding. Not exactly a first-class treatment, but it will do till the doc checks me out, although he'll probably yell at me for getting so badly injured. Shauna glanced at the 3 other unconscious bodies, which were spread across the battlefield. Frankie was hanging limply at the top edge of the crater, and Robin and Nami fell into the crater while it was forming. Shauna decided to perform a small kindness. She used moon bounce to get to Frankie, lifted him up with her superhuman strength, then carried his unconscious body and laid it next to Zoro. After that, she hefted Nami and Robin and laid them with Zoro and Frankie. This is the least I could do, Shauna said as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. Whatever you call them, they still have taken care of Luffy and that can't have been easy. Well, I'd better get to where Captain Lilia is. I wonder if Ren managed his fight okay? That blonde guy really seemed to dislike him. Shauna used moon bounce to get to the top of the crater, but when she landed, her wounds were agitated and a piercing pain spread across her whole body. Shauna winced. Guess I should avoid using moon bounce, at least until my wounds heal up. Shauna walked to where her captain was, leaving the 4 defeated Straw Hats, neatly placed, in the center of the crater that she created. Luffy was beaten. This was no surprise. Lilia was the she-demon. Lilia had the strength of an admiral. Lilia was the mother of the same guy who fearlessly, or recklessly, challenges warlords, fake gods, and even one of the world's most dangerous facilities. Well, I think I got my point across, Lilia said, as she reverted back from her hybrid form to her normal form. Hope I didn't rough you up too much, sweetie. No, Luffy lied. He was usually a pretty bad liar, but right now all he could manage was a moaning sound. He was lying on what appeared to be his front. It was hard to tell since all of his arms and legs were bent in awkward directions. He had bumps all over his head, a swollen eye, swollen lips, and a high degree of bruises all over his body that seemed impossible for a rubber man to get. It made anything Nami did to him look tame in comparison. Really? Well, anyway, get up here so I can give you a hug, sweetie, Lilia said as she held out her arms for a hug. Aren't you mad at me? Luffy moaned in a, presumably, confused voice. Mad? Why would I be mad? Lilia said in an innocently sarcastic tone. Because you without telling me? Because you didn't say goodbye? Now why would I be mad at that? So, are you mad, Mom? Even when it came to his own mother, Luffy was bad at taking the hint. Lilia giggled. Less mad and more disappointed that my own son never felt comfortable enough to tell me he wanted to be the Pirate King dash. You knew? Oh. Reactions made him hurt right now. How? I'm your mother, Lilia said as if it answered everything. There is very little I don't know about you, my sweet little Lulu. Luffy was thankful no one heard that, and unbeknownst to him, Lilia was glad no one heard her say that. They both had images to maintain after all. As for how, Lilia continued, I've known for about 10 years. It's not like you did the greatest job hiding it, you know? You'd always preach it whenever you thought I wasn't around, didn't you? Plus, Makino told me the full story. What dash? Ow. I thought she was my ally, Luffy moaned. A lesson you should know, Luffy, is that sometimes to help your friends you have to do things that they wouldn't like instead of what they would like. Do you understand, sweetie? Yes, ma'am. Luffy groaned with his face in the sand. First he was beaten up, now he's being lectured. It was like he was a kid all over again. Besides, it's not like I never knew that Red Hair Shanks and his crew had docked at Fusha Village and that you always hung out with them. If not as a marine, then surely as a mother, I know that my favorite little boy was chatting it up with one of the most notorious pirates of this era. Honestly, Luffy, I thought you knew me better than that. Luffy had nothing to say. For the past 10 years she had been hiding his dream from his mom, but now, right of the blue, she tells him she knew all along. What was that all about? You could have told me, you know. I was waiting for when you decide to tell me your goal, Lilia said. I really didn't expect you to leave without telling me first. After that, I decided to search for you. I feel played with, Luffy moaned. Even he knew how infuriating his mom is. Just to clarify, but were those people with your crew? Lilia asked. It's obvious, don't you think? Luffy said seriously. Don't tell me you thought what were you thinking? I thought they could have been people that have just been giving you lifts from time to time. Luffy said nothing. What he wanted to say was too dangerous to say to his mother. Anyway, she continued. Looks like your crew was beaten by Ren and Shauna. What? Luffy jumped up. His injuries magically disappeared somehow. How can you tell? Lilia pondered. I guess you're old enough to know about it. You see, Luffy, there's this thing called hockey. It's something anybody could use, but not a lot of people actually do. So, basically, Mom, what does this have to do with my crew? Luffy asked as politely as possible, so his mom wouldn't hurt him again. Oh, sorry. Basically, one use of hockey is the ability to sense people, so I can just sense your crew. Lilia finished. This ability is called observation hockey. You understand? It's a mystery power, Luffy surmised. Lilia sighed. She blamed Garp for Luffy's simplicity. In a way, yes, but it's a bit more than a mystery power. Sweetie, so Zoro and the others were beaten, huh? Luffy said almost sadly. Afraid so. Lilia nodded. Chalk it all up to Rin and Shauna having a bit more combat experience than them, minus Nico Robin, of course. If it wasn't those two who beat them. Luffy started. I'd never believe that even Zoro and Sanji could lose like that. If it makes you feel any better, Ren and Shauna didn't come out of the fight unscathed. Your crew gave them a run for their money. Besides, I did train them after all. They're not dead, are they? Luffy asked hesitantly. Luffy! Ren and Shauna aren't killers, Lilia said hotly. I know, Luffy defended. But Shauna can go a bit overboard, you know? Hello, Pot, my name is Kettle, Shauna's voice said sarcastically. The mother and son looked to see their niece/cousin approaching them at a steady pace. She looked considerably different than she did what must have been an hour ago. She was covered in semi-fresh cuts and sand, had been messed up because of fight, and the lower half of her uniform was torn into 2 pieces, revealing her lower half in a rather flattering way, and wrapped around both her arms. Judging by the blood stains, she used them to patch up a very serious injury. Shauna! Nice to see you're looking well, Lilia said brightly. Well? I was nearly chopped to pieces because of that stupid veggie top, and he was nearly electrocuted by that slutty citrus scalp, Shauna complained openly. Not to mention manhandled by Devil Child and nearly blasted by the cyborg. Shauna, are you taking a tone with me? Lilia said darkly and quietly. And no. Captain Lilia Mame. Shauna flinched. Good. Lilia smiled sweetly and evilly. Veggie top? Citrus scalp? Luffy repeated. You mean Zoro and Nami? Yeah, I think that was their names. Are they okay? Luffy, knowing his cousin pretty well, was feeling frantic. They're fine, more or less, a little banged up though, Shauna said dismissively. Your swordsman has some broken bones and they'll all be pretty sore for a while, but it's nothing serious. Good. Luffy sighed in relief. That aside, how do you know where to find us, Shauna? Lilia asked. I don't recall telling you where I'd be. I had hunch you'd go to the center of the island, Captain, Shauna answered. Guess I should adjust my habits so I'm not so predictable, Lilia said disappointedly. She did not like being called predictable, then she smiled as she looked at Shauna. But I have to say, Shauna, I like your bold look. It gives me a chance to see that the Aura D family specially designed training for women is doing its job. You know, to give women superhuman strength while also preventing their beautiful bodies from developing unsightly muscles. Naturally, they'd have to work 3 to 4 times harder than a man, but like they say on Amazon Lily, strength is beauty, or something like that. While I'm glad our family's training objectives are being met and all, could you please not stare at me so hard, Captain? Shauna said as her cheeks went slightly red. She didn't mind showing skin or anything, but didn't like being leered at. Plus, it was a bit insulting being looked at like some kind of successful lab rat. Anyway, where is Rin, Captain? It appears he's coming in our direction, Lilia explained as she looked at the empty space. Unfortunately, he seems to be in worse condition than you. I see, Shauna said with an impassive face. Then I'll just go get him. No need, Lilia said as the black gas substance formed in her hand. I was going to get you both soon enough, but I didn't think you both would be able to get here so soon. The black has formed into a mid-sized cloud, the same kind of cloud that whisked Ren, Shauna, and the Straw Hats to their respective battle locations and flew into the direction where Ren was. He should be here within a minute. That's good, I guess, she said unemotionally. After a minute, Ren arrived via the black cloud, limply hanging as he weakly flailed, and gently descended on the sandy ground. Shauna's eyes widened at the sight of her twin in such a beaten state, plus there were traces of dried blood on his face. However much she claimed to dislike him, no sister could enjoy seeing her brother in such a painful state. She ran to her twin brother. Run, HM, you sure do have powerful crew members, Luffy, Lilia said as she gazed at Rin. Ugh. I won, so there's no reason to yell, was the first thing Rin said when he got up, getting a bop on the head from Shauna in the process. No one's yelling at you, you wuss, Shauna said irritably. Oh, Rin said in understanding. When I saw Aunt Lily's black cloud thing come and get me, I thought she was angry that I was taking too long, so I got a little panicky. Understandable, Shauna nodded. I had you picked up because you seemed to be in bad condition. Lilia frowned. Besides, do I really seem like the kind aunt who'd yell at her niece and nephew just for being a little late? No, Ren and Shauna lied in unison. It was safer to just agree with anything their aunt/captain said. Ren, why's your uniform all burnt? Shauna looked at some of the burn marks. I was hit by a flaming foot, Ren said bitterly. What? So what now? Ren asked, ignoring Shauna. Then he saw Luffy. Hey, Kaus. You're still alive? I'm glad you're okay too, Kaus, Luffy said sarcastically. I wouldn't say okay, more not dead. Your black leg kicks hard, you know? The long nose and talking reindeer were trouble too. I guess the guys I fought were pretty strong too, I guess, Shauna said in a tsunderish tone. But I was able to handle them no problem. Honestly, they hardly gave me any trouble at all. Although, they did have me at several instances, but I countered them each and every time. Really, they were quite strong, but no challenge whatsoever, but quite skilled too. Geez, tell us how you really feel, sis, Ren said dryly. No, really. Are they strong or not? Hey, what happened to your arms? Ren gazed at Shauna's poorly wrapped arms with pure horror. The dried blood remains from the wounds was all the 2 pieces of fabric. Oh, this? Shauna gestured to her wounded arms. No big deal. That veggie top just cut me a bit. Looks more than a bit. If you asked me, Ren said as he continued to eye Shauna's arms. Well, you know, I did break several of his ribs, so it's not like we aren't even, Shauna said, then turned to Luffy. But I gotta admit, you've got a pretty okay crew with you, cousin. Your compliments feel insincere after beating them half to death, Luffy said dryly. So you two really beat all of my crew? Yup, the twins said in unison. Run with Sanji, Shauna with Zoro? Yup, Ren said cheerfully, while Shauna thought about her answer. I wouldn't say it was just Veggie Top, but also Citrus Scalp and Devil Child helped as well. What about Frankie, the cyborg? I guess he helped too. That long nose and reindeer were tricky too, Ren interjected. None of them are dead, are they? Luffy pressed. Just broken-boned, Ren answered as he tried to lift himself up, but then gripped his ribs and fell back down. Can't say I got out much better than them, though. I should have killed that black leg, so what did you think of them? Luffy asked curiously. He didn't like that they hurt his crew, but guessed that they were the unfortunate victims of his mom's little scheme. Honestly, how could his own mom be so insane? She just dragged him, his crew, and his cousins and got them into some crazy, life-or-death situation without any consideration for their feelings. Who does that? I'd also like to hear both of your inputs on Luffy's friends, Lilia interjected. They were okay, Ren and Shauna said in unison. That's a weak explanation, Lilia said unimpressed. Oh well, I'll find out pretty soon. We are going to pick them up after all. We are? Luffy and his cousins said together. We are, Lilia answered. Come on you 3, I'll carry you all. I'm fine, Luffy said hesitantly. The idea of his mom carrying him was just way too embarrassing. You sure? You seem pretty banged up. Whose fault is that? The twins thought sarcastically. Yeah, I'm fine. As quickly as they had left, Luffy's injuries resurfaced, and he collapsed and appeared to be unconscious. So I guess I'll be carrying Luffy then, Lilia said, unfazed at seeing her own son had collapsed. You two want me to give you a lift as well? Sure, they said hesitantly. The twins knew that with their injuries, trying to move would be difficult, but still, being flown by Aunt/Captain Lily/Lilia could get complicated. Lilia picked up Luffy and slung him on her back like a little kid, then the black substance came out of her back in the form of wide, long, thin pitch black strap-looking things that immediately wrapped around Luffy's unconscious body, and secured him on Lilia's back. Next she gestured at Ren and Shauna. The black, gas-like substance flowed out of hand and went near the twins, then formed 2 well-made chairs. Shauna blinked, then looked at her aunt/captain. Lawn chairs? What's wrong with it? Lilia said. I thought you two would want to be comfortable. It's nice, but why a lawn chair? Shauna seemed genuinely confused at her aunt/captain's choice of furniture shape. I mean, you could make anything, couldn't you? Lawn chairs are comfy and they fit the summer mood, don't they? Lilia said as her eyes narrowed. The topic of her furniture choice seemed to really matter to her. Normally, Shauna would have flinched when faced with her superior officer's intense stare, but for right now she wouldn't back down. I'm just saying that if I could choose what I put my rear on, it would be a couch or, better yet, a recliner. A recliner? Lilia repeated incredulously. My lawn chair is far superior to a mere recliner. I swear, you're just like your mother. Neither of you have any taste when it comes to seating arrangements. Oh really? By this point, you could see the lightning generated from the intense glares sent between the aunt/captain and niece/subordinate. Is this a girl thing? Ren thought awkwardly as he still laid on the ground. Were lawn chairs and recliners really worth having an argument over? He glanced at his unconscious cousin, who was still strapped to his aunt's back. Sure, stay unconscious while I have to deal with two crazy ladies. I'll have you know that the lawn chair is dash, you know, Ren said hesitantly, since he was interrupting his aunt, as he clumsily climbed on to one of the lawn chairs. I don't hate lawn chairs, so I don't mind riding on one, you see, Lilia said as she smiled victoriously. Even your own brotherilis the greatness of lawn chairs. Oh Rin, you were always my favorite sibling child. You can't possibly believe that I put any stock in my brain-dead brother's opinion, Shauna said dryly. Hey, but lawn chairs and recliners are not worth arguing about, Shauna conceded. Ren sighed in relief now that the ridiculous argument was over. Shauna immediately jerked her head in the direction of her younger twin, with Creepy's sweet, wide smile. However, Ren-chan, I will meet with you later to discuss your treachery. Understand? Ren gulped. Whenever his sister called him Ren-chan, it could only mean something terrible would happen. Why yes, ma'am. When Shauna finally sat on the lawn chair, the same solid black strips that strapped Luffy to his mother's back popped out of the midsection of the chair of Ren and Shauna's chairs, and wrapped around their waists, securing them to their chairs and startling them both. Lilia simply said, Safety first. You know, of all the devil fruit powers that I've seen, Shauna said as she fingered the leathery strap, Captain Lilia's ability is by far the most useful. You're right about that. Ren nodded. More useful than that scarf fruit, that's for sure, and it's definitely better than that peep fruit, Shauna said as shivered at the memory. The ability to see through other people's clothes. The things people give up the ability to swim for, honestly, I don't know, Ren said with a perverted smile. I could see the use in a power like that, like you'd actually use it, you pervert wannabe, Shauna snorted. Aside from passing what you think are smooth lines, you're nothing but a cherry boy. Remember your first date with Meredith? Hey, Ren blushed. You promised you'd never talk about that, but you were just so awkward, Shauna laughed. You couldn't even hold her hand, then you were so nervous you kept spilling drinks all over her, and at the end of it all you did was shake her hand. Please shut up, Ren said as he slumped down in depression. Enough chit-chat, demonic tool, strings, Lilia said as hundreds pitch black strings sprouted from her body and hovered over to the chairs, then subsequently attaching itself to the edges of the chairs, as if mixing with the otherworldly matter. Hold on tight. Immediately, Lilia sprouted her large, devil-like wings, and began flying into the sky, hoisting the chairs carrying Ren and Shauna, and Luffy, who was still strapped to her back, with complete ease, as they were nothing more than plush stuffed doll. There is nothing wrong with being nervous around girls, Ren, Lilia said to her nephew after a few moments in the air. They must have been at least 10,000 feet in the air by now. Being a cherry boy is nothing to be ashamed of, you know? Please, don't say anything else, Ren said as he sunk deeper into depression. In some ways you're preferable to other perverts, you know, bro, Shauna said as she laughed under her breath. She looked at her captain. So, what happens next? Are we going to arrest the Straw Hat Pirates? Oh, hell no, Lilia said immediately. I could never ever arrest my only baby, now could I? Okay, not Luffy, but what about his crew members? They've been taking care of Luffy, correct? So it would be ungrateful of me to just go arrest them, wouldn't it? Then what was the point of making us fight them in the first place? Shauna raised her voice, unintentionally at her captain/aunt. I didn't want any distractions while talking to Luffy, so I gave you kids something to do while we were chatting. Lilia shrugged. It was just a time waster. Ren and Shauna looked at each other with shocked looks. They both shouted in unison. You mean we did that for nothing? I wouldn't say for nothing, she replied nonchalantly. I'm sure both sides learned something, I guess. I got kicked by a guy with fire legs, Ren screamed. I nearly got my arms cut off by some creepy, multi-headed demon swordsman, Shauna shouted. Are you kids questioning my methods? Lilia said in a neutral, icy tone. No, they groaned in defeat. We've been toyed with, manipulated, made fools of. The next few minutes was mostly quiet. After a while, Lilia looked at the empty front with notable focus. Huh! They're here already. Who's here? Shauna asked. The demonic six have come back from their mission. Darn, that Najika is probably gonna annoy me about doing this whole thing. She can be such a pest. Ren and Shauna didn't hear anything after. The demonic six have come back. The six strongest warriors under their captain have returned. Yuki! Slow down! Ellie shouted over the wind pressure as Yuki continued to use moon bounce to boost the speed of her flight. Yuki naturally didn't need to use moon bounce to fly since she could already fly, but using the technique boosted her flying speed. It was good for her, but bad for anyone riding behind her. Can't, Ellie! Yuki shouted back. I want to get there as fast as possible. Yuki, you do realize that you just passed the island 2 minutes ago, don't you? Najika said. Oh. I did. Yuki said as she suddenly slowed down. Thank you for the warning, Miss Najika. Not a problem, dearie. Najika said. You're way too high-strung. Ridge complained. What's the rush? I mean, it's the captain we're talking about. She's probably got those pirates all bound up by now. Keep in mind one of those pirates is Lilia's son, Ridge, Najika pointed out. Right, I kind of forgot, Ridge said. You know, I've been thinking about it for a while now, but I just can't picture our captain having a son, Oscar suddenly said. A daughter I, at the very least, can picture. She'd probably be the scary type like her mom and be really good at fighting, but a son? I just don't know. Is he the strong silent type? No, Yuki answered. Then is he an intellectual? Not even close, Yuki said. Plus, I don't think you could call Master an intellectual, but maybe you could call her a free thinker, and if you are, I would definitely call Luffy a free thinker. Just a thought, but how should we act when we actually meet him? Ellie asked. I mean, we're basically meeting our boss's son. You got a point, Els, Oscar said, sweating a bit. I mean, Captain Lilia cares about her kid, right? She adores him, Najika answered. I do too, just so you know. So, how should we act? Casual? Businesslike? Ridge began to worry. Najika shrugged. I for one don't care too much. So long as you don't mistreat him, I'll be fine, but you know if you did something rude, well, I'd claw your eyes out. Najika added viciously as her fingers began to extend a bit, and her nails started to become unnaturally sharp. But that's just me, and this is Lilia we're talking about. She's definitely going to have her standards when the time arrives. Oh, really? Ridge said as he paled a bit. You should listen to Miss Najika, Yuki said warningly. I was just a 13-year-old girl when I met him, so it was fine, but you're all full-grown adults, and Master won't be merciful if she disapproves of the way you treat him. Is that so? Then I should prepare, since this'll be my first time meeting him, Ryzen said as he got into the thinker position. You've met him dozens of times, you Nimrod, Najika snapped. You're his gosh darn godfather, for Pete's sake. I am? You don't say? Ryzen said in mock surprise. Oh, you're messing with us, Najika realized dryly. Of course, Ryzen said coolly. I may forget everything else like it was nothing, but I'd never forget that I have a godson. You wouldn't? The other four asked in unison. No, I wouldn't, Ryzen said in an annoyed tone, then he whispered to only Najika. I wouldn't forget that I had an actual child either. Oh, Ryzen, Najika whispered back while she blushed, then she smacked him over the head. Don't think I forgive you for making a fool out of me. But about the whole how to treat the captain's son question, just be nice to him, Ellie suggested. You guys do know how to be nice, don't you? Well, yeah, but honestly, he might as well be royalty to us, Oscar said, catching everyone's attention. I mean, without his mom, most of us would be dead. A collective moment of silence occurred. Most of them looked deep in thought. My brother and I would still be stuck and impelled down, Ridge said solemnly. Another moment of silence. Ridge rarely talked about his brother since that horrible tragedy 3 years ago. I still can't ever thank the captain enough for saving my island, Ellie said softly. I wouldn't be dead, Najika said, before smiling meaningfully. But I can't deny that life is more fun with her than without. I'd still be a lost wanderer without her, Ryzen said softly. I forget a lot of things, but I can never forget how much I owe her. Master has done a lot for all of us, Yuki said in heartfelt manner. Oh, we're here. Below them was a desert island that seemed completely covered in sand. They were right above the shore, but not a body could be seen, but there was a ship with Jolly Roger with a straw hat on it. Yuki knew on sight that that was Luffy's ship. Great, Najika groaned. Where is that psychopath? I can sense the captain's presence on this island, Ridge said. Along with Ren and Shauna, plus there's a handful of other presences, Oscar noted. I can feel them too, Ellie said. But that handful's voices feel kind of weak, like they came out of a hard battle, and Ren and Shauna don't feel much better, but Lilia is with them, so it's good. There's also another presence I don't recognize. It's been a while, but I'll bet my right wing that that's Luffy!" Yuki exclaimed happily. "You all do know that I can feel all that too and that there was no need for the long-winded explanation, right?" Najika inquired. "Well, yeah, but doesn't it sound better with an explanation?" Ellie asked good-naturedly. "I can feel the ship approaching our location," Najika said as she looked at the open sea, ignoring Ellie. "Lilia will probably come this way, so it's probably best to wait here, even if you say that," Yuki began, as she continued to fly. "It's boring to just sit around and wait, don't you think? You're starting to sound like your master more and more every day." Najika sighed, but this time with a small grin. "I guess I'll wait here for the ship to arrive and explain the situation, but now that I think about it, I don't think I understand the situation any better than them." "Okay, roger that, Miss Najika," Yuki said respectfully, as Najika jumped off the sleigh contraption from what must have at least 100-foot drop and landed gracefully on the sandy terrain, creating a rather large cloud of dust as she dropped on the ground. As they flew farther, Ellie stared at Najika's fading form with eyes of admiration. Even before joining the demon unit, Ellie had looked up to the two women known as the two great ladies of the demon unit. She longed to be like them, strong, beautiful, courageous, but recognized that she still had a long way to be anywhere near where they are. Like back when Yuki had threatened to drop them from the sky, she, along with Oscar and Ridge, were genuinely scared, but Najika, and of course Ryzen, were completely calm. At that height her moon bounce would have proved ineffective. Even the special power, given to them by Captain Lilia, would have proved risky to use in that situation. "What you thinking about, Ellie?" Oscar asked her, snapping her out of her thoughts. "Oh, nothing," Ellie answered coolly. "Just thinking that we have a lot of cool people in our unit, HM? Well, I can't argue with you there." Oscar nodded. After 10 minutes of flying, the group came across 3 bodies lying in the sand. "You guys see that?" Oscar shouted. "Yeah, they're part of the voices we were hearing before," Oscar noted. "No wonder their voices sounded so weak. They look more beat up than a fishing boat in a storm in the Grand Line. And is that a raccoon dog over there? They must be a part of Luffy's crew, although I'm not sure exactly who they are," Yuki guessed. "I'm guessing Master has something to do with this. I'm gonna go help them," Ellie said suddenly. "I wouldn't feel right just leaving them. Moon bounce, I'm going to help her," Oscar said before using the same technique to follow after her. "Moon bounce, they could at least have asked us before leaving," Yuki complained. "It's fine, Yuki," Ryzen said. "Yup, everyone here is allowed to do what they believe is right," Ridge agreed. "It's been like that since before you and I even joined the captain." "I guess you're right," Yuki conceded. After another 15 minutes, the now smaller group came across another set of bodies. But this time, they were all at the center of a comically large crater. "This is definitely Shauna's work," Ryzen said with certainty. "Which means that other group we saw before were people Ren dealt with. Whoa! That hole's almost as big as the ones my hammer makes," Ridge bellowed happily. "I've taught that girl well. Please, all you did was teach her a couple of moves. It was Mr. Ryzen's bow staff lessons and Master Lilia's training that made her this strong." Yuki snorted as she used her hawk vision to gaze at the 4 unconscious bodies. "They must be more of Luffy's crew. That green-haired guy must be Roronoa Zoro, and that dark-haired woman has to be Devil Child Nico Robin. You know, after seeing this and that other group, I have a pretty good idea of what happened here, and it all goes back to Lilia," Ryzen explained. "And if I'm right, the Najika is gonna go ballistic." "Probably," Ridge agreed. "But for now, how about we go help them out?" "I'm fine with that," Ryzen said. "If you're leaving, could you please cut off Theseus' reins for me, Mr. Ryzen?" Yuki asked respectfully. "Sure, Yuki," Ryzen said before leaping off of his seat, unsheathing his sword at lightning-fast speed, and hacking off the reins, making the sleigh fall to the ground. Ridge, who was still in the sleigh, unstrapped his giant war hammer and smashed the sleigh with so much force it turned to dust. Yuki thought of it as him just showing off, but also knew, since the sleigh was just going to end up as a waste of space, it was better for it to be dust in the air. Actually, it would have been better to recycle it, but oh well. Finally, Yuki sighed happily. She didn't want to say anything since she respected and admired her fellow Demonic 6 members, except for Ridge of course, but carrying 5 full-grown adults is a tough job to handle, even with Master Lilia's training, which made her superhumanly strong. Although her limits weren't completely pushed, even after flying what must have been at least 1,000 miles while carrying her comrades, she still had energy to spare. Plus, now that her load was taken off of her back, Yuki felt like she could fly another 1,000 miles easy. Yuki used her haki to sense where the remaining presences from before were located and found them instantly. Easily the greatest presence was her master Lilia. Then there was Yuki's 2 close friends, Ren and Shauna, who felt quite worn out, not that it was surprising considering that they must have fought really intense battles. Finally Yuki's heart skipped a beat as she felt it was her master's only son and the boy she loved, Monkey D. Luffy. It is not as though the only reason she loved Luffy was because he was her master's son, although it would be a lie to say that it didn't play any part. To her, Luffy had a lot going for him, such as his cuteness, his sense of humor, his strong will, his ability to make her feel good, and even, occasionally, make her smile. Yuki didn't let herself smile often. She thought back to the very first day she met Luffy back on Dawn Island's Fusha village, 5 years ago. She could very easily remember what she was thinking and feeling that day, despite it being such a long. On a boat different from the main marine ship, Lilia, Najika, Raizen, and a considerably younger Yuki had docked on the Fusha village docks. "We're here, everyone." The moment Lilia had said that, she caught the attention of the entire dock. "Lilia? Is that you? Hey, it is her. It is great to see you." "Wow," Yuki said in awe of how popular her new master is. "Is Master Lilia famous or something? You could say that," Najika answered in a yawn. She seemed very tired after the long boat ride and Raizen was completely passed out. "She's well liked in this village at least." "Yuki! Nagi! Raizen! Come on!" Lilia called. "Let's head out. We have to get to the mountains before nightfall. Let us rest a bit, would ya?" Najika shouted back at her. "Raizen and I had to fight schools of Sea Kings all night while you and Yuki slept through it all." "Who sleeps through giant Sea King attacks anyway? Stop complaining," Lilia said unsympathetically. "At least I got my beauty sleep, so it's a win for you, right? You selfish wench," Najika snapped. "What was that, you eternal virgin? What did you call me? Whore? At least I'm experienced." Yuki kept her ears covered by the middle of their argument, realizing this was not something a 13-year-old should be hearing, while everyone who had crowded around Lilia began inching away as the women yelled at each other. Eventually, the 2 women agreed to let Najika and Raizen rest for an hour and Lilia would go visit a woman named Makino, then they would leave for the mountains. Lilia asked Yuki if she was coming, but she replied that she wanted to look around the village a bit. "There really isn't much to see, you know," Lilia said, "but I've never been outside Komodi Island before," Yuki countered, still in the boat. "And I want to see the difference between here and there." "Suit yourself," Lilia shrugged. "Just head to the party's bar when you're done. Everyone here is sincerely nice, so just ask if you need directions." "I forgot to ask, but why are we here?" Yuki said as Lilia exited the docks. "And why do we have to go to the mountains? Does Master Lilia have a house there?" "No, not a house," Najika answered. "Did we not explain before? The mountains is where Lily's son is." "Son?" Yuki repeated in shock. "Master has a son?" "Yup," Najika nodded. "Actually, Raizen and I are his godparents." "A son, wow!" Yuki looked a little shell-shocked. "Is it that surprising? Lots of women Lily's age have kids, you know." Yuki would have said that the same could have applied to her, but refrained since she was actually a bit intimidated by her master's best friend. Instead she asked, "How old is he?" "He's 12, a year younger than you, actually," Najika answered. "Oh," Yuki said hollowly. They were practically the same age. "What's he like?" "He's a sweetheart. He's a little hyper, blunt, and slow-witted, but honestly he could have turned out much worse with Lilia's mom." "Does this bother you, Yuki?" Najika noted the young girl's expression. "It doesn't bother me. I'm just surprised. Is this going to affect my training somehow?" "Well, because of her work as a Marine, she tries to spend as much time with him as possible. But keep in mind that it was Lily who offered to train you in the first place, so I know she'll spend the appropriate amount of time training you," Najika explained. "Anyway, didn't you want to explore the village?" "Oh yeah," Yuki said, knowing Najika just wanted her out of the way so she could catch up on her sleep. Yuki jumped off the ship and landed with less grace than how her master would have done it. I'll see you later, Miss Najika. True to her master's words, there was not much to see in this quaint little village. But that's what caught her attention. There were no muggings, no people getting stabbed or shot, no thugs to do the muggings and the stabbings, just regular, peaceful people who went about their day. It might as well be another world to Yuki. Her train of thought was interrupted by a voice. Excuse me, miss, may I ask for your name, please? Yuki turned to the direction of the voice. It belonged to an elderly man with a cleft chin. He was short and had a cane. He wore yellow-framed glasses and a yellow coat and had a hat with red stripes on it. He had a kind-looking face, but despite that Yuki habitually asked in a forward, mannerless way. Who wants to know? Now don't take that tone with me, the old man said while scowling. I merely asked for your name. I am sorry, Yuki said while blushing, knowing she was being rude. My name is Yuki. I'm sorry for my tone, sir. Quite all right, dear, he said kindly. You're not from around here, are though? You can tell, aside from a few obvious differences. I've just never seen you before, and as mayor I should know everyone in my own village, he declared. You're the mayor? Yuki said with surprise. Mayor whoop slap, if you want to be specific, Mayor said with a wink. So I'm guessing you came from a different village then? Not exactly, Yuki started. I came from a different island with Master Lilia. Master Lilia? You don't mean our Lilia, do you? Mayor looked shocked. She seems pretty famous in this village, Yuki noted. Well, yes, but that isn't really the point, Mayor said. What is it with you and calling her Master Lilia? If you don't mind my asking, Master Lilia is going to be my teacher, Yuki explained. She's taken me in as her main disciple. As she puts it, oh, so she's… never mind. The mayor seemed to have more to say, but she didn't press it. When he finished talking, someone yelled, Pirates! Pirates! They're here! We have to hide the children! We really need a better way to warn people that pirates are coming. Mayor sighed. People panicking will only cause a worse disaster. Shouldn't you be more worried, sir? Yuki asked. It will be fine, I think, Mayor assured her. Right, Master Lilia is here, Yuki said excitedly. Not to mention Mr. Ryzen and Miss Najika are also here. Well, yeah, they do seem to be the best people for the job right now, Mayor agreed. But you should probably look away. Lilia's fights aren't something a girl your age should see. I agree with you, but I've already seen her fight, Yuki choked. Master is very brutal, agreed, Mayor Whoop Slap said solemnly. Within the next few minutes, they saw a dark pillar of energy sprout out into the sky like a geyser. Then they heard the agonized screams of the pirates begging for mercy, as Lilia was no doubt giving them the worst beating they've ever gotten. After a few minutes the screaming stopped. Well, that ended as quickly as it started, didn't it? Mayor mused to lighten the mood. Yep, Yuki choked. She flinched when she saw Lilia fly towards them in her hybrid form, the descending right in front of them. The already tall and terrifying Lilia seemed even taller and more terrifying in her hybrid form, though, in some ways, even more beautiful. Hello, Master. So you were here, huh? Lilia said. Did you see my fight? No, but I heard it, Yuki said. Oh. I see you've met the mayor, Lilia said as she noted the mayor. Hello again, Mayor. Good to see you again, Lilia, Mayor Whoop Slap replied. Don't you think you went too far? I mean, we could hear the screams from all the way over here. You don't mess with a lady's hair, Lilia muttered as she fingered her beautiful and long black hair. Anyway, Yuki, come to Party's bar with me. I want to introduce you to my son and my niece and nephew. You have a niece and nephew? Yuki asked, feeling surprised. Yes, they are my little sister's kids, Lilia explained. Actually, they're twins and the same age as you. Luffy and the twins are here? I thought they'd still be up in the mountains, Mayor said. Apparently he got into an argument with Ace and came down here to blow off a bit of steam. Then Ren and Shauna came down here to make sure he didn't get hurt, Lilia explained. But anyway, Mayor, you want to come with us to see them? I would, but I have to finish some important business of mine. But I'll see you all when I'm done, Mayor Whoop Slap explained. I see, take your time then. Come on, Yuki, Lilia said as she reverted back into her normal form and grabbed Yuki by her wrist, that dragged her along. Not long after, they arrived at a place called Party's Bar. When they walked in, Yuki guessed that most of the customers must have left because of the pirate attack or today was a slow day. There were only 5 other people in the bar, and most of them seemed too young to be guessed by their pale faces and the way they flinched when Lilia walked in, that they had seen her brutally beat the invading pirates. "Hey, kids!" Lilia greeted. "Hi, Aunt Lily." A raven-haired boy and girl said in unison. They sounded a little shaky. They must be the twins and Master's niece and nephew, Yuki surmised. "Nice work beating the pirates, Lilia," a green-haired woman said. "She must be that Makino woman Master was talking about from before." "Hey, Lilia!" A tall, dark, curly-haired, muscular teen wearing nothing but an open yellow coat, an orange hat, and shorts said forcefully. "Who is he?" "He looks too old to be a 12-year-old, so I guess he's not Master's child, then that means." "Hi, Mom," said a young boy wearing a straw hat. Yuki's eyes immediately fell upon him. So he's Master's son, Yuki realized. "Aunt Lily, who is she?" the young girl asked, pointing at Yuki. "Oh, right, let me introduce you all," Lilia said as she gestured to the twins. "Those are the twins and my niece and nephew, Shauna and Ren." Then she gestured green-haired woman and dark curly-haired boy. "That woman is Makino, the owner and barmaid of this bar, and he's Ace. Our relationship is a bit hard to explain, you could say that again." Ace grumbled, then flinched when Lilia shot him a look. "Finally, but not leastly, is my cute and adorable son, Luffy," Lilia continued as she gestured to the last person, the boy with the straw hat. "Mom!" Luffy groaned in embarrassment when his mother called him cute and adorable. "You're embarrassing me." "Well, that's your fault for being born with that adorable face, now isn't it?" "Oh, wait, I guess it's my fault for passing on my genes to you," Lilia joked, making Luffy groan even more and the boy known as Ace snicker. Yuki looked at her master with a look of confusion. It was unusual, if not unheard of, to see her tease or joke with anyone other than Miss Nijika. But she guessed that's just how a mother would act with her child, though she wouldn't know since didn't have a mother of her own. Lilia put a hand on Yuki's shoulder and finally said, "This is Yuki. I've decided to take her on as my main disciple." "Your main disciple?" Makino repeated in shock. "You mean like Reisha? Reisha?" Yuki said in confusion. "I haven't seen Reisha-wan-san in a long time," Luffy said good-naturedly, making the teen known as Ace and the twins, Shauna and Ren, look at him quizzically. "Yeah, kind of like her," Lilia said with an annoyed frown, as if the topic of this Reisha person was a sore one. "Master, you had another student before me?" Yuki asked in the tone of a curious young girl, not a future Marine. "Yes, but that was a long while before your time, so put it out of your mind for now at least," Lilia said evenly. Yuki obeyed without question. She'd never disobey her master. "Anyway, say hi to everyone, you're being rude." "Yes, ma'am." Yuki complied, then bowed to everyone respectfully. "Hello everyone, my name is Yuki. I hope we can all get along from now on." To Yuki's displeasure, the people in front of her were silent. For a brief moment, she wondered if she had done something wrong. After all, her experience actually interacting with other people was spotty at best. The silence was broken when they started laughing. Yuki's face illustrated her confusion. "Sorry, sweetie," Makino the barmaid said after her laugh. Her smile made Yuki appreciate her beauty and graceful appearance. "But you don't need to act so formally with all of us. If you are going to be Lilia's student, then that practically makes you a part of our family." Yuki wasn't sure of what to say. "Yeah, I agree with Miss Makino," Shauna said joyfully. "You are our friend now, so you can relax. Every once in a while, you say the right thing, sis," Ren said teasing, making his twin bop him on the head. "I always say the right thing, you jerk," Shauna yelled. "Ow, that hurt, monster girl," Ren moaned as he rubbed the new bump on his head. "Anyway, I hope that we can be friends." Ren then looked at Yuki with a lustful eye. "Maybe more than friends if you want. Ignore him," Shauna said as she elbowed him in his ribs. "He's just a pervert wannabe." "Don't call me that," Ren shouted. Yuki was now even more lost. "I think what those two are trying to say," Ace began with warm-hearted grin, which Yuki found a bit surprising since up until now, Ace had seemed rather standoffish, "is that, since you're now that woman's student or whatever, you don't need to put on any formalities. Basically, just be yourself." "Ace isn't any good with words," Ren said. "I got to agree with you there, bro." Shauna nodded. "That was really awkward. You should leave speeches to someone smarter than you, Ace." "You two shut the hell up," Ace snapped. "You guys are just as bad." Yuki's confusion did not end. Sorry, this is more hectic than I'd thought it'd be, Lilia said apologetically. Luffy? Lilia's son had ran up to Yuki excitedly and without hesitation said, I'm Luffy, let's be friends, as you can see, Lilia said as she laughed a bit. My boy is quite forward and demanding. I'm not sure where he gets it from. Probably from the same woman who asked a girl she barely knew to become her disciple 1 hour after they met, Yuki thought. She gave a quick once-over of Luffy. Up close, Yuki could see that she was just a bit taller than Luffy, although his straw hat might have added an inch or two, and he had a babyish face, although that wasn't a bad thing to her. Aside from their raven black hair color, she didn't see any discernible similarities between him and her master. Then she saw it. They had the same eyes. The eyes that held 1,000 stories behind those alluring black eyes, although his seemed, for lack of better words, weaker, which was probably because he was so young. Yuki then noticed that she was staring a bit too hard at him, but, at the same time, she was compelled to keep looking, as her face felt warmer. He was cute to her. Hey, are you okay? Luffy asked as he waved his hand in front of her face, snapping her out her thoughts. Your face is all red. Yeah, I'm fine, Yuki said as she shook her head, and ignoring her master's playful giggle as she watched the 2 younger kids. So hi, Luffy. Like Master had said, I'm Yuki, just Yuki, so you know. And I'd really like to be your friend, since, you know, I'm going to be your mother's student. It would be better if we got along. Cool, Luffy said happily. You're as nice as Reisha-one-san. Thanks, and you know. Yuki began nervously. I hear you're a year younger than me, so, if you want, you can consider me your one-san. That sounds good, Luffy said with an ear-to-ear smile. Well, then it's great to meet you, Yuki-ne. Hearing you call me that makes me really happy, little brother. And that was how Yuki met her first love and began her life as Lilia's main disciple. As for how she started seeing Luffy as a lover instead of a little brother, that was story for another day. It's kind of embarrassing thinking back on it, Yuki said to herself as her cheeks reddened, which was kind of hard to see because of her black feathers. Not more than a minute later, Yuki felt 4 familiar presences closing in on her: her master, the twins, and Luffy. In the next second, they came into sight and Yuki sped up towards them. Master Lilia! Ren and Shauna! You guys are not horrible looking. Gee, thanks, Yuki, Shauna said sarcastically. Yuki couldn't help herself though. Shauna and Ren had definitely seen better days. Ren looked as though he was run over by a herd of stampeding bulls with all those bruises and obvious broken bones, plus his clothes had burn marks on his uniform. Shauna was in relatively better condition, but there were cuts on her face and body, and she poorly wrapped 2 pieces of uniform over what was obviously an awful wound on her arms. Both twins were on solid back lawn chairs that were no doubt created by Master Lilia's devil fruit power, and were tethered by at least 100 black strings attached to the woman. As for her master, she looked the same with her devil wings and deadly aura. Sorry, but wow, what happened? I flew over like half a dozen unconscious bodies on the way over here. Basically, Aunt Lily made us fight with Luffy's crew in a 1 versus many survival tournament format, Ren explained. We managed to win, but, as you can see, barely. Oh. Yuki wasn't really surprised by that. It was totally something her master would do. Anyway, I assume you and the others finished your mission with success? Lilia asked in an official voice. Yes, ma'am, Yuki replied in an official voice. I, Lieutenant Yuki, along with Lieutenant Raizen, Lieutenant Najika, Lieutenant Oscar, Lieutenant Ellie, and to a lesser extent, Lieutenant Ridge have successfully resolved the Regal-Aten civil war. We have too many lieutenants in our unit, Ren muttered, while Shauna nodded in agreement. So, Master Lilia, where is Luffy? Yuki asked anxiously. I sensed his presence with you. HM? He's right here, Lilia said as she gestured to her back. Yuki didn't notice that strapped to her master's back, via the black stuff that came from her master's body, was her crush, Luffy. He's unconscious, Yuki realized. Master, what did you do? I just gave him a light scolding for his irresponsible behavior, Lilia explained with an evil smile. What's her definition of a heavy scolding? The twins wondered to themselves. Aside from that, where are the others? Lilia asked, ignoring Yuki's stare. Like I said before, we all flew over unconscious bodies, who I'm guessing are Luffy's crew members, before so Mr. Raizen, Oscar, Ellie, and Ridge went to deal with them. Also Miss Najika is at the shore waiting for our ship to arrive. That Najika, Lilia grumbled. She is going to nag me about doing this stunt, for sure. Meat! The four conscious people blinked when they heard the familiar moan. Sanji, give me meat! The younger Marines suddenly started laughing. This guy hasn't changed one bit, Yuki said in between chuckles. Glad to see having a 300 million berry bounty hasn't changed him. Which one was Sanji again? Shauna asked as she giggled. The blonde one with the drawn unwanted poster. Ren answered as he laughed. Not sure why you all are laughing, Lilia said. Everybody knows a good heaping helping of meat is great for an empty belly. It only made them laugh harder to see yet another similarity between the mother and son. Master, do you even realize how similar you sound to Luffy when you say things like that? Well, we are mother and son, but you know I feel like I'm being made fun of, Lilia said as her eyes began to glow bright red. I'm not, am I? She added in a threatening voice. No, ma'am, the three said simultaneously. Good, Lilia said. Now let's get Dash. Where am I? Luffy mumbled as he awakened. Gah! Why am I tied to Mom's back? I prefer to use the word strap, dear, Lilia said. Mom, why are you here? Luffy asked, genuinely confused. Why am I here? You know why I'm here, don't you? Lilia said, confused. She beat him so bad that he actually developed amnesia, the twins surmised. I remember now. Luffy tried to break out of the black restraints his mother conjured, but they were very sturdy. My crew, where are they? Are they all right? We're about to find out, sweetheart, Lilia explained. They are being looked after by my subordinates. At least that's what Yuki said. Yuki? Luffy looked up to finally notice the gigantic black hovering next to them. Yuki-ne? Is that you? Yeah, it is. Or have you forgotten what I look like when I'm in my full hawk form, little bro? It was hard to tell behind her black feathers, but Yuki was blushing. So you're Luffy's godfather? Nami said in surprise. Just a few minutes ago, Nami had awoken in the middle of a gigantic sand crater lying next to unconscious Zoro and Frankie, and Rob, who had also begun to awaken. If that wasn't strange enough, two men, a tall, good-looking, dark-haired man with a sword strapped to his waist, and a large mountain of a man with a gigantic hammer strapped to his back, had come up to them and asked them if they needed help. Nami and Robin tensed up when they introduced themselves as subordinates of Captain Ora D. Lilia. It didn't help that the swordsman had grabbed the two beauties of the straw hats by their waists, and jumped what must have been a 50-foot climb out of the crater. He must have used moon bounce, without their consent, when the big man with the hammer came up with Zoro and Frankie's bodies slung over his shoulders, and the swordsman explained that they had no desire to harm or arrest them and only wanted to escort them back to the shore. The ladies, reluctantly, agreed to their help, feeling it would be difficult to escape them in their current condition. As they walked through the desert, Nami and Robin learned the two men's names were Ryzen and Ridge, and Ryzen mentioned he was Luffy's godfather. Yes, I am, Ryzen confirmed. And what is your name again? It's Nami, Nami snapped. I've told you 5 times already. Sorry about him, Ridge said sincerely. His memory is worse than a rock's. It took him 20 introductions before he finally memorized mine. So anyway, we'd like to take you back to shore with us, Ryzen said. You already said that. Nami, I think it's pointless to get mad at this point, Robin whispered. But Robin, Nami whispered back. Is it really okay to just go along with these guys? I mean, even if the sword guy is Luffy's godfather or whatever, it doesn't exactly prove he's an ally. I mean, it's not like being a relative of Luffy has given them a reason to go easy on us lately. I know, but we don't have much choice. Robin nodded. I can't explain right now, but Ryzen and Ridge are not men we can escape from in a half-beaten condition. How are you feeling anyway? Well, the spot where she hit me is still really sore, Nami said as she rubbed her solar plexus. I can't believe a person who can make 50-foot crater hit me with a metal rod. Actually, it's an iron bow staff, Ryzen said. Oh, sure, you can remember that, but you can't remember my name, Nami said bitterly. Well, anyway, Robin said. Is there any reason for you two to help us? None, Ryzen said. Absolutely nothing. Ridge nodded. Nami and Robin blinked. These Marines were strange. Why are you two not wearing the usual uniforms anyway? Nami asked to change the mood. Lilia doesn't really care about formalities like that, Ryzen answered. Although she does make the lower officers wear them. Does that answer your question, Naki? It's Nami. Pretty close, though, Ridge humored. He's called Reggie, Ricky, and even Ribbit before he finally learned my name, so Saint Swordsman. Robin began. You said you were Luffy's godfather, but exactly how did that happen? I forgot. You forgot? Nami and Ridge shouted together. Can I assume that it was Luffy's mother who asked you to be his godfather? Robin asked. Yeah, I think that's right, maybe? Raisin said. She, Najika, and I did travel a lot together before this whole Navy gig. Is that so? Nami said. Wait, who's Najika? My fiancée, and Luffy's godmother, also she's Lilia's best friend. Really? Then she must be as crazy as her friend. The opposite, actually, Ridge interjected. She's certainly no ordinary lady, I assure you, but she's a lot, well, saner than the captain. Najika, yes, I've heard stories of her, Robin said mostly to herself. Well, that's 3 members of the Demonic Six, so where are the 3? You seem to know a lot about our unit, miss, Raisin noted. Who are you anyway, Robin? She answered. I've told 3 times already. Demonic Six? Nami said questioningly. They are the top 6 fighters of the demon unit under their captain, or a D. Lilia, that's us in a nutshell, Ridge said lightly. It was actually kind of impressive how upbeat he was while having to carry both Zoro and the even heavier Frankie over his shoulders. Plus he was carrying Zoro's 3 swords on his waist. I'm ranked 6th, by the way, and Raisin here is 2nd best. 2nd best, huh? Nami said. Are Ren and Shauna a part of this so-called Demonic Six? Nope. Oh? Nami said, feeling a little surprised that there were monsters even stronger than a girl who can make giant craters just by swinging a staff. So, who's number 1? Before anyone could answer, a familiar groan was heard. Ugh, where are my swords? Zoro's eyes widened when he realized that he was slung over Ridge's shoulder. Then he pushed himself off and Ridge made no effort to stop him. As Zoro clumsily landed on the sand, Nami and Robin went to him. Easy, Zoro, Nami said with concern. You're in really rough shape. Indeed, you're most likely in a worse shape than the rest of us. Robin nodded. Your ribs must be in pieces. If you move, you'll cause internal bleed from multiple vital organs, and in the worst-case scenario, you'll die. Robin! Nami squealed. Where are my swords? Zoro asked, making Nami hit him over the head, leaving a large bump. That's all you can say? You mean these? Ridge said as he held all 3 of Zoro's swords in his one giant hand, then tossed them by Zoro, who carefully picked them up. There you go. Someone explain, Zoro said as he glanced between the 2 new faces. Nami and Robin exchanged glances. Let me start at the beginning. Nami sighed. Oh, a beautiful angel has descended upon our lands, Sanji declared dramatically as Ellie looked over him. How dare you say that? Ellie said, insulted, before smacking Sanji on his head. I can't believe he called her an angel, Oscar said with equal disgust. Is that a problem? Usopp asked as Oscar gave him and Chopper a look over. Well, yeah, Oscar snorted. We're the demon unit, so calling us angels is kind of dash. Wohat! Usopp and Chopper screamed, interrupting Oscar. You guys are a part of Luffy's mom's crew. Guess we never did introduce ourselves, did we? Oscar said as he laughed a bit. We thought you were nice people here to help us. Usopp squealed. But instead you are here to arrest us. Chopper cried. It only makes sense that a beauty like you would be working for Lily-san, Sanji said poetically, then he coughed up blood. Bleg! Sanji! Chopper shouted in concern. Careful, Ellie warned. You're very badly injured and shouldn't move around much, and… Lily-san. You don't mean our captain Lilia, do you? Oh yes, Lilia. Sanji continued his dramatics. I heard her glorious name from that not-so-great Run? Oh right, he calls Captain Lilia Aunt Lily, Ellie realized. Word of advice, you shouldn't call her that, Ellie added morbidly. Enough about that. What's your purpose? 'Cause if you're here to arrest us, I warn you, I have 80 million men on my side. Usopp lied proudly. You do? I didn't know. Chopper, gullibly, believed every untrue word of that shameless lie. That is such a lie, Ellie said dryly. She found me out. Usopp squealed. That was a lie. Chopper was genuinely shocked. Too bad, I wanted to fight 80 million men, Oscar said disappointedly. Anyway, we aren't going to arrest you unless our captain orders it, Ellie said. Also, you guys were only fighting Ren? If the captain just wanted to arrest you, she would have just bombarded with our soldiers like usual. And why was it just Rin and you guys here when the rest of the ship is still on the sea? And why is there a talking reindeer here? I ate the human fruit, Chopper answered casually. Basically, your captain made us fight Rin, and made our friends fight that Shauna girl, Usopp summarized. She all but made it into one big survival tournament. Wow. And apparently our leaders are mother and son, Ellie humored. Apparently. You don't really know? Chopper asked. No, not really at least. My friends and I just learned about it a couple hours ago. I'm guessing your captain never told you either? No, Usopp answered. He never really tells us anything about his family. Huh. Well, anyway, we all should head to the shoreline, where our ships are. At least I think your ship is the one with the sunflower's figurehead, right? It's actually a lion, Usopp said. But wait, how can we be sure you're not going to just arrest us or worse when you take us to our ship? You can't, but you don't seem much of a choice. Besides, in your guy's condition, can you really escape us? Ellie said calculatively, making Usopp even more wary of their help. Usopp! How dare you be suspicious of such a beautiful lady ga? Sanji coughed up blood in the middle of his rant. Sanji! Usopp and Chopper squealed in fear and shock. We need a doctor! Chopper wailed frantically. You're the doctor, Usopp reminded. Even if he is a doctor, Ellie said calmly. Can you really help him without any equipment? I can't, Chopper admitted, depressed. No way he could treat someone in Sanji's condition without some of his medical supplies. Sanji sighed in his usual bliss. How fortunate I am to be cared about by such a wonderful lady. I do wonder how I came to deserve such a blessing. You guys should hurry, Oscar said. He seems to have brain damage. He sounds like Ren, now that I think about it. Ellie noted. No, he's always like that, Usopp said dryly. No medicine can cure him. Chopper said bleakly. Okay, whatever. Let's just go, Ellie said as she scooped up Chopper and Usopp by their waists. What are you doing? Usopp said frantically. It'd be too slow to just let you two walk on your own. Moon bounce! Ellie exclaimed as she leaped into the air and jumped on the sky at a rapid speed, much faster than any of the CP9 agents Usopp and Chopper had seen at Eni's lobby. Oh yeah, I forgot to say before, but I'm Ellie. I wanted to be carried by her, Sanji whined, as the three faded into the distance. Stop complaining, Oscar said bitterly as he lifted Sanji up on his shoulder. He had no desire to be doing this, but he had already come this far and Ellie would probably get mad at him for not following through. I'm Oscar, by the way. Moon bounce! At speeds equal to Ellie, Oscar leaped into the air and went to the shoreline. So you're Luffy's godfather? Zoro asked for the 5th time. Yes, and what is your name? Ryzen asked for the 5th time. Zoro. So you're Luffy's godfather? Zoro asked for the 6th time. Enough! Nami screamed, pulling at her hair. You two have been asking the same thing for the past 10 minutes. You know, I wonder if all master swordsmen are wrong in the head, Ridge said, equally annoyed. I find it amusing, Robin said with a small smile. You would, Nami said dryly. Anyway, Zoro, are you sure it's a good idea for you to be walking? I mean, you were in the worst condition of any of us. It's fine. Zoro grunted as he limped forward. She just broke a few ribs is all. Dang, she sure can hit. Zoro added in a mutter. Yup. That girl is a cut above the rest, I can assure you as her teacher, Ridge said with pride. You taught Shauna, Nami said, shocked. Well, I guess it'd be more accurate to say I tutored her more than actually teaching her, Ridge explained. Ryzen here is the one who taught her the basics, but I taught her the move that created that big hole in the ground. So you're the one I can blame, Nami screamed, smacking Ridge over the head. Ow! Ridge rubbed the big bump that was now on his head. Don't go blaming me for all this. It was the captain who made you guys fight each other, not us. We weren't even here. Dang, you hit hard, Ridge added, rubbing his head. Do you have any idea what it's like to always reap the consequences of your psychotic captain's insane orders? Yes, we do, Nami and Zoro said dryly. Well, I guess you guys would understand since the captain's son is your captain, but since I've never even heard of the kid, I wouldn't even know. You mean Lilia doesn't even mention she has a son? Robin inquired. Nope. Come to think of it, she hardly talks about herself at all. I wouldn't even know she had a sister if Ren and Shauna hadn't joined the unit. Her sister is Ren and Shauna's mom? Nami asked. That makes her Luffy's aunt, doesn't it? Well, that's how it usually works, ain't it? Ridge replied. Although, it's not like I've ever met the woman. Hold on, if you taught Shauna, then why doesn't she use a sword to fight? Zoro asked. This guy used a sword, so why didn't his student? Raisin here is well versed in all types of weapons, but his preferred choice is the sword. Ridge explained for his partner. As for why I didn't teach Shauna the sword, well, let's just say if there's one thing Lilia and her sister have in common, it's how protective they are over their kids. Lilia's sister nearly tried to kill me when I attempted to teach Shauna how to use a blade. Raisin explained with a hollow smile. And when I tried to teach Luffy, Lilia she. Lilia. Suddenly, Raisin dropped to his knees, grabbed at his hair, and started screaming very loudly and fearfully, startling the Straw Hats. What's wrong with him? Nami exclaimed, her heart racing from the sudden scream. He's remembering one of Captain Punishment's. Ridge explained excitedly. This happens to all of us from time to time. What happens? Nami and Zoro exclaimed. Raisin! Raisin! Get a hold of yourself! Ridge yelled in a commanding voice after running to his friend, not even noticing he dropped Frankie. Go to your happy place. Nijika, swords and weapons, good sake. Hurry, this is disturbing. Nami gawked at the strange scene. How horrible is Luffy's mom with her punishments. I have heard of cruel the she-demon can be, but this. Robin actually looked amused at the thought. She certainly seems different from our captain. Sake and swords are my happy place too. Zoro mentioned. What does that have to do with anything? Nami screamed. I'm fine now. Raisin sighed as he slowly got up. Sorry, it's just that Lee Dash. No! Don't think about it, you fool! Ridge shouted loudly. It will only make you suffer. You're right, thank you. Raisin said tiredly. No problem, man. Ridge dismissed. I remember when. Gaha, Ridge! Go to your happy place. Raisin ordered and shook Ridge rapidly. Alcohol and oranges! Alcohol and oranges! Alcohol and oranges! Very different. Nami's sweat dropped, suddenly feeling thankful that Luffy wasn't like his mother. At this point, Frankie had finally regained consciousness only to see a very large man crying into the sky while another man was comforting the other man. How long was I out? Finally they've arrived, Nijika said to herself, as the marine ship approached the shore. It had taken longer than Nijika expected for the ship to finally arrive. Haki didn't seem to be very accurate for time-related decisions, it seems. A couple minutes later, the ship docked onto the shore and stairs were dropped. The first to come down was, what was his name again? Jack? Jim? Tom? Well, she knew he was the best sniper on the crew. Hello, soldier, Nijika greeted. You forgot my name again, didn't you, Lieutenant Nijika? He whined. Of course I didn't. Jeff? It's John. Sorry. Out of the way. Out of the way. A giant yellow fishman came tumbling down the ship's stairs. He was Tom. When he ran, he bumped into Nijika, nearly knocking her over. This could be the worst mistake he'd make today. Tom, I'd love to hear your reason for bumping into me. Nijika's eyes grew red and a dark aura surrounded her. Tom yelped. Sorry, Nijika. I just got excited over that ship over there. I saw it through the port window and was disappointed when the captain snagged it away. That ship? What's so special about it? Nijika asked after taking a few breaths. You know, besides its unique appearance, what's so special about it? You aren't a shipwright, so you can't see that this ship is made from head to toe with atom wood. Oh, that's a rare wood, right? It's the strongest type of wood there is. Nijika was underwhelmed. You got arrested because you made Gold Roger's ship using atom wood, right? Correct. I'm surprised a pirate crew would be able to get it. It's very expensive. Maybe it was stolen. I hope not. It would break Lily's heart knowing her son became a thief. Yeah, it sure would. Tom's jaw dropped to the ground, along with John's. The captain doesn't have kids. It's impossible. I'm getting tired of telling this story. Nijika sighed. Yes, she does. He's a pirate. No, he's not bad. Ask her yourself if you want to know who the dad is. Do you get all that? No. Good. Nijika. So you all have returned. Nijika inwardly groaned at the voice of their doctor, Kurito. The very tall and very old man walked down the steps. He wore a black leather jacket and black leather pants. Despite his old age, the elderly-looking man was quite spry. Explain why we all had to go completely off course to a desert island. I hate sand. I don't know, old man. I wasn't even here when this all happened. Najika explained, more than a little annoyed. I wasn't even here when this all happened. Who are you calling old? Kirito yelled. I'm only 141 years old. Wait, you being here means the rest of you finished the mission, right? That's right. So where are the rest of the demonic six? They went to find Lily and the other people she brought here. Najika answered. You mean the pirates, I assume. I don't understand why she just didn't arrest them then and there. Kirito complained. Who are they anyway? The Straw Hat Pirates. Najika answered. Who? John, Tom, and Kirito said in unison. Wait. Najika blinked. Don't you guys look at the new wanted posters over 300 million? Nope. All three of them said, making Najika hit them. Ow. All three of them groaned. You idiots! Najika roared. There are only a handful of rules to follow in this unit, and one of them is to memorize all the bounties 300 million and above. Do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am. All three of them moaned dejectedly. You know, you shouldn't treat the elderly so roughly, Kirito said, rubbing the bump on his head. I thought you weren't old? Najika asked. I am old when I need to be, Kirito told her cheekily. Pathetic. She sighed. As for who the Straw Hats are, they're a group of pirates who are regarded as quite the annoyance to the world government. Really? Tom became intrigued. What did they do? Their first big campaign was defeating the ex-warlord Crocodile, who tried to take over the country of Alabasta a while back, but the official credit went to the Marine on the scene over there. The world government wouldn't want people knowing that someone from their system was defeated by a pirate who was trying to protect a country from said person, you know? Figures. All three of them said dryly. Their most recent actions really got under the government's skin. Najika continued. They attacked and defeated Eni's lobby. What? Tom was shocked. But the most amazing thing about them is that Straw Hat Luffy, the crew's captain, is our captain's son. 3, 2, 1. What? Why are you two surprised? Najika asked Tom and John. I just told you two this a minute ago. That doesn't make it any less shocking. Tom exclaimed. You guys are hopeless. Najika sighed, then she looked to the other direction. Oh, look, Oscar and Ellie have come back and they've brought friends. I don't see anything. John said. Me neither. Tom said. I'm telling you, that hockey stuff is amazing. Wait, don't change the subject. How can our captain have a kid? She hooked up with Ahmad Dash. Don't finish that sentence. The three of them slumped down into depression. A long life truly is unfortunate, Kirito said sadly. You only meet a woman as wonderful the captain once, and now I find out she was taken before I had even got a chance. Short or long, if no one remembers your name, then that is an even worse existence, John said gloomily. Lilia is the only person who didn't make me feel like a nobody. Granted, she forgot my name as much as everyone else, but she treated me better than anybody else. I was going to rot and impel down, but then a beautiful heroine came and whisked me away from that hell, Tom said depressingly. Najika could only say one thing. Najika, I'm here. Ellie had appeared in a blur of speed carrying a reindeer thing and a long-nosed man in her arms. I need the doc to look over some guys, and Oscar is coming with another potential patient. What is with those guys? I'm not sure. As Najika said that, Oscar appeared with a blond man on his back. Sanji! The long-nosed boy and reindeer thing cried out. Hey guys! Sanji waved from Oscar's back. Sup everybody! Oscar waved. Yo doc, I brought a patient for you, check out. Hey Oscar, let me ask you something, Najika said suddenly with a thoughtful look. Yes, ma'am? Oscar stood attentively. How do you think Lily has a son? Najika asked. That was sudden, Ellie said. Oh, I think I know now. He's adopted. Oscar said this with the utmost confidence. I mean, there's no way that there's a man out there who can handle our captain. That would make more sense, Sanji said, getting off of Oscar. That woman was way too gorgeous to be related to Luffy. Well, you both are wrong, Najika said. Luffy is 100% Lily's son, or 50%. However genetics works. No! Oscar and Sanji slumped down into depression. Impossible. Not fair, eh? Ellie went. My thoughts exactly, Najika said. Looks like you have some competition for Oscar. Humph, like he ever had a chance with the captain, child or no child. Ellie said, annoyed. Sanji is more of a pervert than even I thought. The long nose said dryly. I don't understand the big deal about Luffy being his mom's son. The reindeer thing said innocently. It's an adult thing. Ellie, who are these guys? Najika asked. I think they're a part of the captain's son's crew. She explained. Is that so? Najika looked down at the two pirates with impassive eyes. Tell me your names, please. I am Usopp. Usopp stuttered. I am Chopper. Chopper stuttered. Chopper? Kurito began to rise from his depression. I am Lieutenant Rem Najika. She introduced. I am also the godmother of Monkey D. Luffy. What? Usopp and Chopper screamed. You are Luffy's godmother? Usopp was hysterical. Why does everyone yell? Najika groaned. Godmother? Sanji rose up and got a good look at Najika, then he, predictably, went into love mode. What a gorgeous woman! Sanji dashed to her. So you are my beloved captain's godmother, eh? Ah, yes, you truly look like the maternal type. I would just love if you Najika smacked Sanji in his chest, making him go down in agony. You shouldn't move so recklessly, you're badly injured. Probably some broken ribs. Kurito, check all three of them out. Yeah. He nodded lazily. And the rest of you? Najika began. Get off the ground. It would have been hell even if you did get to be with Lilia. Oh, to be cared about by such a woman. Sanji sighed blissfully. I'm truly blessed. Did that guy receive brain damage or something? Ellie asked Usopp and Chopper. No, he's just insane. Usopp said dryly. While you're being treated. Najika looked at Usopp and Chopper. You guys can explain what has happened here while all of us were gone. The scary look in her eyes made them immediately answer. They explained how Lilia, who they called Luffy's mom, made them, the Straw Hat Pictures, fight Ren, who these three fought, Shauna, who had to fight 4 other members of their crew, and Lilia, who took Luffy with her. Well, Ellie said after a moment of silence. That's one way to discipline your kids, I guess. As expected, the captain has a unique style of parenting. Unique my asterisk. Najika said in a dark undertone. She started stomping forward, passing the depressed Oscar. She seems angry. Usopp whispered. Oh, she is. Ellie backed up a bit. I suggest you get ready for a show. What do you mean, Dash? What the hell is with that woman? Najika roared so loudly that no one would be surprised to hear that they heard it back in Water 7, interrupting Chopper. She swung her right arm with so much incredible, inhuman power that she created an air slash that blasted right through the sand, and it rose so high it went straight to the sky. It continued forward and easily destroyed a hill of sand and keep on going. Usopp, Chopper, and Sanji were left open-mouthed. She just destroyed an entire mountain of sand! Usopp yelled, feeling frightened. She's so strong! Chopper gasped. She's so beautiful when she's angry. Sanji sighed. You're a complete dunderhead! Usopp yelled at Sanji. That's Najika for you. Ellie said cheerfully. If it were me, I'd only be able to destroy part of that mountain of sand. This a whole unit is full of monsters. Usopp said as he trembled. What's going to happen to us? Chopper said, also trembling. You three. Najika said. Hurry up and get treated. Yes, ma'am. Usopp and Chopper scrambled to their feet. Okay, you three, where's the other one? Over there. Usopp said dryly as he pointed to Sanji, who was flirting with Ellie. He's the flirtatious type, I see. Najika said. He and Ren would have gotten along. No, they wouldn't have. Usopp and Chopper said together. Hey you, the reindeer thing. Kurito waved his hand towards Chopper, who turned to face him. Me? Chopper asked. Yeah, you. Kurito said as he walked to Chopper. Your name is Tony Chopper, right? How do you know my name? Oh, right, my wanted poster. Chopper realized sadly. Wanted poster? What did a doctor do to get a wanted poster? Kurito wondered. How did you know I was a doctor? Because I am Kurito, older brother of your teacher, Kureha. It was explained to Frankie what had happened after he was knocked out. After that, Ridge realized that they were moving far too slow and told the Straw Hats that he and Ryzen would carry them. But they were reluctant to be carried by 2 Marines, so Ridge and Ryzen forcefully grabbed the 4 injured rogues and immediately used moon bounce to speed up their trip. Hey! Put me down, now! Nami demanded as she and Robin were slung over Ryzen's shoulder. Hey, relax, lady, Ridge demanded. He had Zoro and Frankie slung over his shoulder. Zoro attempted to struggle, but his injuries held him back. This is a quick ride to your ship. Enjoy it. Yeah, this is real enjoyable, Zoro said sarcastically. I don't mind, but… Frankie glanced. I can't believe you lost to Shauna, bro. I knew she was strong, but to think she was that strong is impressive. Yes, she was, but next time, I will win, Zoro stated. Hopefully, you won't get a next time, Ryzen said. This whole whatever was just one of Lilia's whims. Her whims nearly got us killed. Nami seethed. Shauna's no killer, and neither is Ren, Ryzen said. They were just doing what their captain/aunt ordered them to do, so I hope you don't hold it against them. Well, we can at least understand what it's like to have to follow unreasonable demands from your crazy captain, Nami muttered. Even if the kid is her kid, I doubt he's half as bad as his mom, Ridge said. I'm curious, what is this Lilia really like? Frankie asked. Well, despite a few quirks, she's really a great woman. No one's better, Ridge said with pride. I owe my whole life to her. She saved my brother and I from impelled down. Impelled down? Nami, Zoro, and Frankie shouted together in shock, while Robin's eyes widened. Yeah, my brother and I were infamous criminals before joining up with Lilia. Our parents died when I was a kid, so we had to resort to piracy to eat. Over time, we even started a crew and became more well-known. We never killed anyone, but we did rough people over whenever they tried to resist. After a while we got bounties, and that's when things started to go south for us. Marines and bounty hunters started to attack you, I presume, Robin said. Yup. You're as intelligent as expected, Nico Robin. Anyway, we managed to fight off the Navy and bounty hunters for about a year, until we had the misfortune of encountering the demon unit. That must have been rough, Ryzen said. Guess I wasn't there at the time. You were the one who fought me. Ugh, well, we tried to escape, but Lilia commands her ship well, so we could never get away. When we realized that escaping wasn't an option, we decided to take the fight to them. Ridge paused for a moment and shook his head. Biggest mistake ever. We managed to find out that the highest ranking officer was only a captain and a woman, so we thought it would be easy to beat them, but Aura D, Lilia was no ordinary lady, was she? Robin interjected. Even from when she was just a rookie officer, it was said her strength surpassed that of an average captain. You said it best, Nico Robin. Ridge nodded. We had beaten other captains and commodores and even a couple of rear admirals before then, so we got pretty full of ourselves, except for my brother, who had heard a few stories about Captain before then, and let me tell you, they were not child-friendly. Anyway, despite what we had heard, we were about to raid their ship, but they beat us to the punch. The captain, Ryzen, and Oscar had forced their way onto our ship. Just 3 people versus our 100. WW honestly thought they were suicidal, but we were wrong. To make a long story short, Ryzen kicked my butt, the captain beat my brother, though I didn't actually see the fight, and the rest of our crew fell in an instant. Our crew, which had won so many battles, lost to a mere 3 Marines. Funny, don't you think? The Straw Hats took a moment to analyze the huge Marine's tone. He didn't remotely sound bitter. On the contrary, he sounded amused and nostalgic. It was confusing, but understandable. How many times had their own captain done exactly what his mother did to Ridge's crew to his own enemies? Nami and Robin understood more than most how surreal such a thing looked. Who would have thought, after 8 years of oppression, a tiny crew of 4 or 5 would utterly crush a tyrannical and powerful crew of fish men? Who would have guessed that a 3-year plan to overthrow an entire nation would be stopped by a rookie pirate who, at the time, only had a 30 million berry bounty? After our loss, the crew and I were sent to Impel Down. Terrible place. If you kids ever get unlucky enough to get caught and sent there, I don't know, kill yourself. Kill ourselves? Nami shouted incredulously as Zoro, Robin, and Frankie became stone-faced. Don't give the pigs in the world government the satisfaction that you suffered, Ridge pressed. I was only there for 2 days, but they pushed me to near death during that time. Aren't you a Marine? So doesn't that mean you work for the government? Frankie said with a dark tone. I may be a Marine, but I am only loyal to the captain and my comrades and no one else, Ridge said proudly. But to tell us to kill ourselves, Nami said. I'm just saying that death is better than that place. Still, you were once a pirate set to rot and impelled down, but now you're a Marine. Zoro started. How'd that happen? The captain got my brother and I out. Ridge grinned. But she was the one who put you in there in the first place, Nami pointed out. So why would she get you out? Why indeed? Ridge said distantly. It was 8 years ago. There was a long, awkward pause. The Straw Hats were waiting for him to speak, but he never did. And? Nami was the first to ask. And what? Ridge said. What happened 8 years ago? Why'd Luffy's old lady save you from impelled down? Frankie asked. You kids don't want to hear that boring story. Ridge chuckled. We kind of do, Nami said. I don't, Zoro said. Although, he refrained to say how annoying he thought it was to not finish a story after starting it. But what happened to the rest of your crew? They in your unit too? No. Lilia did indeed get them out of prison, but had them spread out to join the units of other marine friends of hers. Really? And you guys were okay with something like that? Nami asked, thinking she would hate to be separated from her crew, her friends. Lilia said they weren't strong enough. Ridge answered without hesitation. What? Nami was shocked to hear that Luffy's mother would use a reason like that to refuse people onto her ship. Then again, if Luffy was asked by someone who he didn't like, wouldn't he reject them? Of course, there was Robin, but she was a special case. It may have seemed like an unkind thing at the time. I certainly thought so, but we are usually stationed in the New World and that isn't such an easy place to be in. Pirate or Marine, if you're weak, you're dead. Like it or not, it was either prison life and impelled down, die like fish food in the New World, or live as Marines. Plus, it's not like I never get to see them again. I see them all the time and they're actually quite happy their lives. And it would be pretty unreasonable to cram 100 new members on our little ship. How did she even get permission for you and your crew to get out of jail? Frankie asked. I mean, a captain doesn't tend to have that kind of authority, right? You may not have noticed, but the captain isn't an ordinary captain, Ridge said as if that explained everything. She's had more than a few offers to move up the ranks, but she always rejects them. There's not a doubt in my mind that she'd be an admiral by now if she had accepted her promotions. Is there a reason she declined moving up the ranks? Robin inquired. She just likes the name captain. Ryzen smirked. What a simple reason, the 4 Straw Hats thought together. Hearing this story made them see a bit more of Luffy and his mother. Or maybe it was the other way around. As for how she got us out, while I'm not sure about the ifs and buts, all I know is that the captain worked out a deal with the higher-ups to get us out so long as she takes responsibility for us. Seems to me that already, Lilia isn't as cruel as the rumors and stories make her out to be, Robin said. I wouldn't go that far, Ridge said grimly. When I reunited with my brother after leaving impelled down, he was covered in bandages, had 5 broken ribs, a shattered knee, and a cracked skull. The captain is a truly good person, but she is also a true sadist. Ridge, we should probably move out of the way, Ryzen said in a slightly worried tone. Why, oh, got ya. Ridge nodded, making the pirates a bit confused. What are you? What the hell is that? Nami screamed as she and the others saw an impossibly large blade of air ravaging through the mountains of sand like a hurricane through houses. Ryzen and Ridge immediately jerked out of the air blade's path and allowed it to pass them harmlessly, and watched it. What was that? Frankie wondered aloud. That was my fiancée's work, Ryzen explained. Guess she found out about Lilia's little stunt. Your fiancée, oh, the woman who's Luffy's godmother. Nami realized as she and her crewmates gazed at how the gigantic blade of air left behind nothing but a frighteningly deep, black canyon. It made the huge holes Shauna had made look small. She must be really strong. She is strong in more ways than one, Ryzen said with a grin. She has to be strong. She and Ryzen are the only ones who can control the captain, Raj said. I can calm her down from time to time, but it's Najika who can really keep Lilia on her leash, Ryzen explained. Being friends since they were young girls has its pros and cons, you know? Such power and range, Zoro whispered. It looks like it would go all the way to the other side of the island. It could, but it will stop once it gets to where Lilia is, Ryzen said. But Luffy's with her, Nami exclaimed. If that thing hits them, it will cut them clean in half. No, it would reduce them to a bloody stain, Robin said calmly. Don't say that, Frankie and Nami shouted. Well, I wouldn't worry, Ryzen shouted. This happens all the time. Yuki-wan-san, that hurts, Luffy complained, as Yuki the giant black hawk continued to peck the restrained boy. Good, do you have any idea how mad I am at you? Yuki scolded in between pecks. How could you just leave me or home without telling me or master? I'm sorry, I thought it was a good idea, Luffy said as he endured his older sister figure's powerful pecks. You know, isn't Yuki's beak just a morphed version of her lips? Ren said suddenly. Yuki's pecking slowed. You're right, Ren, Shauna said. So, basically, Yuki's been kissing Luffy for over 2 minutes now. Wow, Yuki, I wish I had that kind of courage. Yuki stopped pecking. Despite her pitch black feathers, Yuki's blush could be clearly seen. Master, I swear that wasn't my intention. Besides, whatever they are originally, my beak, for right now, is a beak and nothing else. Yuki, Lilia said darkly. She had remained silent for the duration of Yuki and Luffy's reunion. Why yes, master, I'll forgive you for now, but in the future I won't tolerate any form of UAL harassment on my own son, understand? Lilia's eyes grew bright red. Yes, master, Yuki said dejectedly. What's UAL harassment? Luffy's asked. When you're older. Lilia answered automatically. You always say that, but I'm older now. Luffy pouted childishly. More importantly, there's something I want to talk to you about, Luffy, Lilia said in a serious voice. It's about your father. There was long silence before Rin spoke the question that was on all 4 of the teenagers' minds. We've never heard of Luffy's dad. Luffy, Garp told you about your dad, right? Yeah, how did you know, Mom? Luffy inquired. He used a transponder snail to tell me he met with you a few days ago. He's kind of the reason we're reunited now. Great, Luffy groaned. So he told you Drago is your dad, I assume. That's what Grandpa said. Funny, Dragon is the same name as the world's most wanted man, Shauna said. That's my husband, Lilia said lightly. The 3 other teenagers needed a second to process this new bit of information. What? They shouted in unison. Why do you guys always shout? Lilia asked, rubbing her head. The most wanted man in the world is Luffy's dad? Shauna exclaimed. The revolutionary leader is Master's husband? Yuki exclaimed. That would mean Dragon is our uncle. Ren realized. Dragon is my dad? Luffy shouted. You already knew that. The other 3 shouted at Luffy. I wanted to join in. Luffy laughed. But Master, how? Yuki was unsure of what to ask. How? Really, Yuki, you of all people should know the how, considering your strange obsession you have over my child. Yuki's cheeks went red and she unconsciously looked at Luffy, who was oblivious to the meaning behind his mother's words. That has nothing to do with anything. Anyway, Luffy, I heard that your father saw you off at Logtown. That true? That's what Grandpa said, but I didn't actually see him. All I heard was a voice. That's so. Lilia paused for a moment. Was there a powerful gust of wind? Yeah, there was. It was really sudden. It was a mystery wind, so it was him, Lilia whispered. Isn't that just typical? He leaves saying it was for Luffy's sake, but then goes and appears before him all of a sudden without even introducing himself. What a little. I need to hit something. Please don't be me, Yuki hoped. Suddenly, she saw something fast and big coming straight towards them. A gigantic air blade that was as tall as a giant was hurtling straight at them. What is that? That's one of my moves, but it's way more powerful than anything I can make. Ren analyzed. Looks like Nagi sent me a present. Lilia grinned evilly. I'll accept it with a closed fist. I think you mean open arms. Shauna corrected. I said what I said, Lilia said as the black substance took shape in her hands to form a pitch-black sword. Demonic weapon, sword! Lilia swung with almost all of her power. Demonic technique, black slash! A wave of black as large as the air blade was created by Lilia's swing, and it clashed with Najika's tempest slash. The 2 attacks exploded on contact, causing the sand to blow away in every direction. The 4 teens had to cover their eyes to avoid getting the sand in their eyes. Unfortunately for Luffy, his arms and legs was restrained at the moment, so he could only close his eyes. When the dust cleared, a huge hole that was so deep that it made the one Shauna made look like a little dent in comparison was created. Whoa, that was one at Najika's attacks? Luffy was starry-eyed. She's so cool. Hey, I was the one who countered her attack. Lilia hated it when Najika got more admiration from Luffy than her. She was his gosh darn mother for Pete's sake. Though, I meant to do more damage than that. That hole looks bottomless. Shauna sighed. Why is it that every island we go to gets destroyed? Say the girl who made a gigantic hole not too long ago. Yuki said teasingly. Hey, that swordsman left me no other choice. Shauna claimed. Swordsman? "Oh right, my crew!" Luffy remembered. "I need to get them. I'm guessing they were those unconscious bodies me and the other flew over," Yuki surmised. "Don't worry, Ryzen-san, Ridge, Ellie, and Oscar got to them and probably took them to your ship by now." "Oh really, thanks, Yukine," Luffy thanked. "I haven't seen Uncle Ryzen in forever, but who are Ridge, Ellie, and Oscar?" "They're my subordinates," Lilia answered. "I've never met Mom's crew before," Luffy mentioned. "What are they like? What are they like?" Sean repeated, then began to think. "What are they like?" Ren began to think with his arms crossed. "They are." Yuki paused and thought to herself. The three of them seemed to be thinking of rather unpleasant memories. "Unique," the three said in unison. "That aside, let's get back to the previous topic," Shauna said. "Dragoni's our uncle? Since he's my husband and I'm your aunt, then yeah, he is," Lilia answered nonchalantly. "But why didn't you tell Luffy?" Shauna pressed. "Garp made me promise not to tell Luffy until he was ready." Lilia sighed, then glanced backwards to her kid. "He didn't want you to know, because he feared you would hate yourself." "Oh, like how he's always acted like a big baby whenever someone mentioned his dad," Ren realized. "Yeah, kind of like that," Lilia nodded. "Not that it ever mattered, you probably never heard of Dragon before your grandpa mentioned it to you, did you, Luffy?" "Nope," Luffy said. "But why did he leave you, Mom? Did you scare him away? Is he trying to get himself killed?" The three young Marines thought in unison, but to their surprise, Lilia only giggled. "I'm not sure where you get it from, but you really have no sense of drama, sweetheart," Lilia said lightheartedly. "Probably a quirk that idiot Garp gave you." Master always seems so much more kinder with Luffy than with anybody else, Yuki thought. It's because he's her son, of course, but is it so much to ask that I get a little kindness too? She can bully that other girl as much as she wants, though, I guess. Luffy laughed. "Laugh it up, kiddo," Lilia said darkly. "You're going to get the rest of your punishment once we get back to the shoreline." "What?" Luffy wailed. "But I thought I was already punished when you beat me up before." "You were punished by Master and aren't unconscious for 2 days. Yuki wondered. "Come on, Luffy, she's your mom. You should know that one of her punishments will leave you traumatized for at least a week, maybe more." "Like I was going to forgive you for leaving the island without telling me just like that," Lilia muttered. "Run, Shauna, you got to save me," Luffy begged. "Sorry, Kaus, but we're powerless against Aunt Lily, you know that," Ren said, then he started tearing up. "I'll do my best to send you as many good vibrations as I can. Be strong, Cousin Luffy." "Oh no, my cute little cousin is going to experience the worst hell on the entire planet." Shauna was actually crying into her hands. "I'm the one who wants to cry," Luffy whimpered. "Wow, you're a mess," Kirito said as he examined Sanji. 3 broken ribs, more than a dozen deep cuts, and a cracked leg, not to mention a fried leg. A normal person would take months to completely recover from this kind of damage, but you look like the strong type, so I'd say you need a week of rest. "You," Sanji said after a moment of silence, "seem different from that old hag." "I guess I am," Kirito shrugged. "Kureha is a psychotic witch. I still can't believe you're Doctorine's older brother," Chopper said. "I knew she had a brother, but I never thought I'd actually get to meet you. And I never thought you were actually real," Kirito said. "Huh, I kind of thought the little brat finally went senile and made you up as a way to escape loneliness," Kirito admitted. "Can you blame me? I mean, I read in her letters that she had an apprentice, but who would seriously believe that someone out there took a talking blue-nosed reindeer on as a student?" "He's got a point, you know," Sanji nodded. "That aside, who would have guessed that Chopper's teacher's brother would be here?" Usopp said with a hand on his head. "And in Luffy's mom's crew of all places. It's almost laughable." "Ha ho f. Usopp held his stomach. "I'd suggest you keep your laughing to minimum," Kirito said. "Your two's injuries aren't nearly as bad as Blondie over here, but you should still take it easy for a while." "Got it," Usopp groaned. Then he noticed someone looking at the Sunny, that big yellow fishman named Tom. For some reason, that name sounded vaguely familiar. "Why is that guy looking at our ship, Tom?" Kirito said. "He loves top-quality ships. He's a shipwright, you know? A shipwright, huh?" Usopp said to himself, now putting his thumb and index finger on his chin to illustrate his thinking position. "Tom the shipwright. What's up, Usopp?" Chopper asked. "It's just. Don't you feel that you've heard the name Tom before?" Tom's not exactly an uncommon name, you know, Sanji said. You're probably just imagining it. Tom the Shipwright? Well, Sanji began to think. I have to admit that does sound somewhat familiar, but I'm not sure why. Hey, excuse me. Tom the Fishman approached the three of them. You guys are a part of the captain's kids' crew, correct? Yeah, that's us, Chopper answered. That means you can tell me where you got that amazing ship, Tom said, pointing his thumb at the Sunny. You mean the Sunny? Chopper asked. It's called the Sunny? I knew the figurehead was a sun. Our shipwright built it. He's really good and he's a cyborg. A cyborg? And I thought our group had weirdos. What's his name? It's Dash. Hey, you guys, Majika called, interrupting Chopper. Ryzen and Ridge are back and they brought company. Get ready for more patience, Kurito. I got it, Kurito muttered. Hey, miss, Chopper said to Najika. I don't see anything. How can you tell that someone's coming, Haki? She answered, only making Chopper more confused. The game? The skill. Oh, and I'd suggest you take a few steps back, lest you want to get sand in your eyes. What? Then out of nowhere something or someone fell out of the sky and caused sand to blow Chopper and Najika's faces. Although Najika seemed unfazed by this. But Chopper was coughing profusely. I warned you, Najika said somewhat teasingly. As the dust cleared, 6 figures were revealed. Ryzen carrying Nami and Robin in a kind of romantic fashion, and Ridge carrying Zoro and Frankie in a rather crude fashion. Chopper cheered at seeing his 4 friends again, while Najika scowled a bit at the sight of her fiancé carrying other women. She knew it was innocent, but a woman had to keep her man on his toes. Honestly, Ryzen, we haven't even gotten married yet and I'm already seeing you with your arms around other women. Hey, don't even. Nami blushed a bit, while Robin didn't react. Wait a minute, are you Luffy's godmother? The one and only, Najika said with a little flair. Well, Lily actually wanted to make more people the godparents, but decided that she'd just stick with one per child. But she never had any other children. Kind of sad, really. Luffy is so adorable. I can only imagine what more of him would be like. Nami had nothing to say to that. More of Luffy is something that the world isn't ready for. I have to agree with that, Robin said. That would be very cute, and Nico Robin, Najika said with a stoic expression. Of all places, you end up on my godson's crew. What are the odds? You know, if this was any other situation, you'd be arrested on the spot, but since you're on Luffy's crew, guess you're safe. I suppose I should be grateful then, Robin said. Of all the Marines in the Navy, your unit has the best reputation. Aside from that, Najika looked at Ryzen dead in the eye. Put these 2 girls down before I cut your head off. G got it, babe. Ryzen obeyed as Nami and Robin got down from the tall man. Am I being ignored? Ridge spoke. Hey, Ridge, didn't see you, Najika said offhandedly. Sometimes I gotta wonder what it takes to be in the center of attention for once, Ridge said in a mopey tone as Zoro and Frankie got off of him. Didn't take you for an attention seeker, Zoro said. You have to be Dash. Frankie was about to do his signature pose, but then stopped abruptly and looked stunned when he saw a yellow fishman, who looked old and had a big bushy white beard. Said fishman looked at Frankie with an equally stunned expression. Both men looked like they had seen ghosts. Frankie, Zoro said with concern. Everyone could feel the tension in the air. Tom, what's up? Kurito asked in concern for his comrade. I remember now, Usopp whispered. What do you mean? Sanji asked. Things are going to get heavy. Tom limped to where Frankie was in a zombie-like fashion, like he had seen a ghost. Frankie limped to him in a similar way. Everyone remained quiet, not sure what to make of this. Ridge! Ryzen! You're back! Did you bring the captain's son with you? Ellie came running in cheerfully, but then she too felt the mood. She saw Tom and another person and immediately sensed the tension between them. Kurito-san, what's going on? I'm not sure, he said. What's going on with Frankie and that fishman? Nami asked anybody. I wonder, Majika muttered. That guy's name is Frankie? Then that means he's... Majika smirked. I guess blood is more than just a liquid. Could that guy be... Ridge whispered. Tom, is that you? Frankie asked hollowly. Frankie, can it really be you? Tom said hollowly. I thought you were dead. They both said. I don't understand. Frankie roared. They sent you to Eni's lobby. Why are you out? I saw you get hit by the sea train all those years ago, Tom said in a shaky voice. I thought you were killed, because of me, Frankie. Chopper whispered, I need to step in here. Nijika muttered as she moved so fast she teleported right above Frankie and Tom. The young-looking woman slammed both much bigger men with her arms as easily as slamming a ball and pinned them down. Hey! Frankie shouted. Nijika! Tom shouted incredulously. Both of you need to calm down now, she said threateningly. Neither of you are in your right minds right now, so just wait for Lily, she'll be able to explain everything. But dash! Both men attempted to speak, but Nijika didn't listen. I said wait for the captain, she hissed. The darkness that surrounded Lilia also started oozing out of Nijika and started to move in a controlled path. The black substance split into two parts and wrapped around Tom and Frankie's wrists, binding them like rope. Then it went to their faces and covered their mouths like duct tape. MPH! MPH! The two of them tried to speak, but couldn't make an audible word, the black material sticking to their mouths. Sorry, but I'll have you two restrained until Lily gets back here. For now, just focus on calming down, Nijika ordered. Both men made sideways glances at one another, then sighed, accepting Nijika's terms. And you, green hair! Nijika jerked her head at Zoro, who flinched. You can act tough all you want, but anyone with eyes can tell that you're badly injured, so go get treated already. Right. Zoro conceded. Chopper, if you wouldn't mind. Sure, but... Chopper glanced at Frankie. What about Frankie? Zoro looked at the crew's most recent addition. Frankie looked back at him, implying to just let things be. It's a bit rough, but that woman's way is effective. Let's just do what she says for now. Good, Kirito, please help treat them, Nijika requested. Why yeah, Kirito said half-heartedly as he looked at Tom. It really isn't any of my business. Ridge spoke up. But in my experience, Nijika has always been effective in situations like these, so for now you should listen to her. And if it's of any consolation, I know how you feel. Tom doesn't usually act like that. Chopper, for now let's just get treated. Robin spoke in a soft tone. You too, Nami. Right. Nami nodded weakly. She didn't know what to say in this situation, and still didn't know what to say. The four of them walked to where Sanji and Usopp were. Hey guys, Nami Swan! Robin Schwan! Oh, how I miss you, OF! You just killed the mood! Nami shouted after smacking Sanji over the head. Though she admits that she wanted the mood to be killed. She started to worry when she saw Sanji grip his chest. Hey, I didn't hit you that hard, did I? No, this is that darn Ren's fault. Sanji muttered. So you got your butt hooped, huh? Zoro said. Can't say I'm surprised. What about you, Sanji roared. Look at Nami and Robin. And you let this happen. What a disgrace. And you better have not hurt a hair on Shauna-chan's head. What did you say, worthless cook? You heard me, pathetic dash. Would both of you calm down and get your treatment? Kirito jumped in. None of you are in any shape to be arguing. Chopper can treat us, Nami assured. You feel up to it, kid? Kirito asked Chopper. Your injuries aren't the worst, but no shame in wanting to take it easy, especially when there's someone else who's willing to do the work. I want to help my crewmates, Chopper said determinedly. My sister raised a good student. Kirito smiled. Sister? Nami wondered aloud. Oh yeah, this is Kirito, he's Doctorine's older brother. Chopper introduced. Nami and Zoro went wide-eyed. He's that witch's brothers? Zoro exclaimed. And he's on Luffy's mom's crew? Nami exclaimed. Isn't that an interesting coincidence? Robin said in an amused voice. Our captain seems to have inherited more than just blood from his mother. Yeah, Nami said softly as she glanced at Frankie. What was up with Frankie? That fishman is Tom, Frankie's shipwright teacher, Usopp revealed. What? You can't be surprised, Usopp said. I know Frankie mentioned him at least once to all of us. Apparently he was arrested several years ago and was executed, but now he's here, alive. How is that, Dash? Nami remembered the story Ridge told them about how Luffy's mom had rescued him, his brother, and their crew from impelled down, and if she did that for them, then she must have been able to do that for other prisoners. She looked at Zoro and Robin. They were thinking the same things. Frankie must be thinking along the same lines. Look, just have your injuries nursed, Kirito pressed. Just wait for the captain to sort everything out. She's always got things in control. So, that's Frankie, huh? Kirito thought to himself. You sure do have a lot of loyalty towards her. Robin noted as Chopper started to give checkups to everyone. Seems like more than just typical superior and subordinate relationships. It seems like everyone we've met in the demon unit has genuine feelings of love for Lilia. Well, she's just the kind of woman you want to go the extra mile for, you know, Kirito said, making the 6 Straw Hats think. The way he described his loyalty to Luffy's mom was kind of like how they felt about Luffy. We get it, Nami said in understanding. Still, what's taking Luffy so long? I've never sensed him before, but I know the captain is coming here with Ren, Shauna, and Yuki are flying here right now with one other person, Ellie said, coming from out of nowhere, startling everyone. Where did you come from? Nami asked irritably as her heart raced. Ellie, stop doing that, Kirito yelled at the young woman. I don't need a heart attack at my age. Sorry, Doc, Ellie said. Oh, Ellie-chan, Sanji swooned. I'm so happy to go. I keep telling you to not move around. Kirito yellow. You're Ellie? Nami asked. That's right, red, or I guess orange would be more appropriate. Ellie greeted her. Hey, don't give people nicknames when you've just met them, Nami warned as she touched her own hair. She never thought of her orange-colored hair as something to be embarrassed about, but between Shauna calling her citrus scalp and this new girl, she was starting to feel a bit self-conscious. No need to get self-conscious, Ellie said, picking up on Nami's insecurity. Your hair's pretty. Yes, beauty recognizes beauty, Sanji exclaimed, then gripped his chest in pain. Must I repeat myself? Kirito sighed. Anyway, Chopper, Usopp, and Sanji, nice to see you looking better, Ellie said kindly. How do you know them? Zoro asked. Ellie and another guy named Oscar took us here, Chopper explained. Thanks again for that, Usopp said. No problem. Ellie waved dismissively. So you're Ellie, the one they called the Demon Unit's Wonder Girl, Robin said with intrigue. Ugh, Ellie groaned. I always hated that nickname. I always hoped I'd get a more edgier alias like Captain Lilia's. You'd want to be called a demon? Nami asked the older woman. Of course, she replied wholeheartedly. Ever since I was a young girl, all I've ever wanted was to rise to Captain Lilia's and Najika-san's level of greatness. Unfortunately, that plane of existence is still a long ways away from me. You really seem to admire her, Nami said. All of you do. I noticed that as well, Robin said. Your feelings seem to be less of your typical superior and subordinate and more like familial, Ellie guessed. Not exactly how I was going to word it, but yes, she nodded. Well, the captain is someone you can't help but love, Ellie said softly. You're brainwashed, all of you, Najika said as she approached them. Najika-san? Ellie was surprised to see her. Weren't you pinning down Tom and that guy a minute ago? They're big boys, Najika dismissed. Frankie and Tom were a distance away, bound and restrained with their backs forcibly turned to each other. They can lay around bound and gagged, without disobeying my orders. She glanced at the Straw Hats. Although, it is quite a surprise that you guys have Tom's apprentice on your crew. Guess Luffy and Lily share the same tastes. You knew that Frankie and that guy were master and student? Nami said. Then doesn't that mean you could explain this whole everything? I could, but I won't, she said. That's Lily's job, mine is just to set things up. It is a leader's responsibility to act as ambassadors for their subordinates, but Luffy doesn't act like that at all. Nami couldn't help but blurt out, he'll grow into it, I'm sure. Najika dismissed, then, as if just noticing Nami, she scanned the younger girl with her eyes. Hey, have we met before? I don't think so, Nami said. You have orange hair. Why does everyone here have to talk about my hair like it's so weird? Nami complained as she held said hair. Calm down, I was just thinking that I should know someone with hair like yours, but I can't remember why, Najika said, thinking about it. Oh, Nami said. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it? That power you used to restrain Frankie and his teacher. It looks a lot like Luffy's mom's power. Well, let's just say that we're not called the Demonic Six just for show, Najika said mysteriously. Okay. Nami was still curious and didn't find that to be a satisfactory answer, but refrained from pressing the issue. She was more curious about something else. Your name is Najika, right? Yes, it is. Then were you the one who sent that huge air blade at us? Oh, you saw that? Najika was nonchalant. Yeah, that was me. I copied it from Rankun, actually. I call it Giant Tempest Slash. So it was you! Nami shouted angrily and then was about to smack Najika, But the older woman disappeared like she faded away, shocking Nami, who stumbled. Najika reappeared from behind Nami and grabbed both of her arms and pressed her foot against Nami's back, making the latter fall as the former twisted her arms. Ow! 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 You know, little girl, I've been friends with Lily longer than you've been alive, so I think I know what you and the rest of your crew have gone through. Najika began, while ignoring Nami's cries of pain. You do it a lot, right, Angry Smacks? Speaking as his loving godmother, I recognize my godson can be a little hyper, so he must make you want to beat him to a bloody pulp sometimes. No. Here's a bit of advice for the years to come, it never gets better, so I suggest you choose your outbursts more wisely from now on. It will just leave you with gray hairs in the future. Oh, and I apologize for almost killing you with my attack earlier. Najika added as she let go of Nami, as she blocked Nami's attack. Usopp gaped. Then she restrained her. Chopper gaped. Then she twisted her arms. Zoro gaped, all while lecturing her. Sanji gaped, then switched to love mode. Najik-san is so cute when she's lecturing someone and Nami-swan is so cute when she's in pain. All of you, shut up! Nami screamed as she rubbed her sore arms. It didn't make her feel better when Kurito offered to treat her next. That's Najika-san for you, Ellie said. I apologize for her, my fiancé plays rough, Ryzen said, appearing out of nowhere. Yeah, she's the only person here that can control the captain, and there's a reason why, Ridge said, also appearing out of nowhere. She's probably one of the strongest women in the world. Where'd you two come from? Usopp and Chopper screamed. Excuse us for being here, Ridge muttered bitterly. He scanned the pirates present with his eyes. So, this is everyone on the captain's kids' crew? Apparently. Najika shrugged. You know, a thought has just occurred to me, Ridge said. I don't know what the captain's kid even looks like. Neither do I, Ellie said. Nor I, Kurito pointed out. Me too, Ryzen said. Yes, you do, Najika yelled after pulling out a wanted poster from inside her shrine maiden's outfit. This is him. The Marines looked at it with undivided attention. They looked at it hard as if trying to find the meaning to a work of art. Suddenly, Oscar appeared out of nowhere, startling the Straw Hats, and studied the poster with them. Tom was also trying to get a good look to his captain's son's bounty. That's... Ridge began. That's... Ellie began. That's... Kurito began. That's... Oscar began. MMPH. Tom's voice was muffled, but most likely said. That's so unexpected. They yelled in unison. Wow, that beach really is far, Lilia commented as they continued to fly at a leisurely pace. Luffy, at this point, had stopped crying and was prepared to face whatever wrath his mother would throw at him. Ren and Shauna had begun to bicker about the amount of injuries they had gotten, and which of their opponents were stronger, and which of their fights was tougher. Oh come on, I had to fight for guys, Shauna said. I obviously had a tougher fight. I had to fight a guy with burning legs and now my ribs are broken, Ren countered. I had to fight a guy with 3 heads. I had to deal with a sniper with explosives. I had to dodge bullets and lightning. There was a reindeer with transformations. There was woman with multiple arms and there was a cyborg. Luffy! Who's strongest on your crew? They yelled at their cousin. I don't know, he answered. Well, who's stronger? Blackleg Dash or Pirate Hunter? I don't know. They're both strong. Probably the 2 strongest fighters on my crew, but I think Shauna had the hardest fight. Fighting Zoro along with Frankie and Robin is a tough fight. It was safer to agree with Shauna in these kinds of situations. Ha! Shauna smirked. Humph. Ren pouted. But it was good that it was Shauna that fought Robin and not you, Ren. Luffy continued. What's that supposed to mean? Ren asked. It's just. Luffy looked like he was thinking of something unpleasant. Robin plays rough. Eh? Shauna said. Surely, if she wasn't moving around so much, she would have been ensnared by that woman's strange power, but calling her rough didn't sound right. If anything, Devil Child was a careful type of fighter like Ellie-san and Aunt Najika. What do you mean? Ren asked. Well, you know Frankie, the cyborg, right? Shauna said. Yeah, him. He's the most recent member, and he was really rebellious about joining, not really sure why, so he stole his underwear dash. You did what? Yuki, Shauna, and Ren exclaimed. Oh no, I think he called them Speedos. That's not the point. Anyway, he chased us across the whole city dash. He chased across an entire city in broad daylight with any pants or anything to cover up. Yeah, now stop interrupting. So, we lured him to where he built our new ship, the Thousand Sunny, and he was still saying he wasn't going to join, so Robin crushed his balls. What? Rin burst. How could she? So, he's not a man anymore? No, they survived, but barely, Luffy said morbidly. By crush, you mean with her devil fruit power? Shauna asked unfazed, which Luffy confirmed. Not a bad way to convince a guy. Maybe I'll do that to my next opponent. Are you crazy? Luffy and Rin roared. Hey, I've always wondered, does it really hurt as badly as they? Yuki asked innocently. I mean, I know it's a man's most sensitive area, but are you really asking that? Rin looked at her incredulously. You're pretty innocent for a student of mine, Lilia said. She had been silent and uninterested in Luffy's story. You know, hearing you name Nico Robin made me remember something important. What's that, Mom? Luffy asked. You'll see soon enough, Lilia said. Mom, Luffy said, suddenly sounding bashful. Could you let me off? Up here? When we're thousands of miles up in the sky? No, I just mean on the lawn chair thing. Luffy was still strapped to his mom's back, his entire body restrained like on a lab table. Why? It reminds of back when you were a little kid, Lilia said fondly. You and I used to take walks through the forest, and towards the end you'd always get tired as I'd piggyback you back home just like this, flying in the sky. That it sounded completely normal until the end. Yuki muttered to herself. But it's embarrassing, Luffy whined. My crewmates will laugh at me. If they do, I'll just lop off their heads. Lilia smiled darkly. No! Don't lop of their heads. Please! Luffy begged hysterically. Oh, you're so easy, sweetie. Lilia giggled innocently. Obviously, I was just joking, was she? The three young Marines wondered to themselves. Oh, looks like we've arrived, Lilia said. It was hard to tell at this distance, but it looked like they could see the shoreline. Wanting to waste no more time, Luffy's mother increased her speed by a few miles per hour and eventually descended onto the sandy floor. I have to remember to kill that Nagi-chan for firing an air blade at me a few minutes earlier. What do you mean, unexpected? Najika asked after seeing the reactions of her comrades when seeing her godson's wanted poster. Look at him, Ridge demanded. He's smiling like a doofus. That's my godson you're talking about, Najika exclaimed. I think it's a cute photo. Should a pirate's poster really be cute? Kirito asked. Well, I guess what we're trying to say is that we were expecting Captain Lilia's son to be a bit more intimidating and more like. Ellie said. The image of a hulking brute popped into everyone's minds. Lily-chan will kill you thinking that, you know. Najika sighed. Look, this is Luffy, Lily-chan's son, so deal with it. Should we say something? Nami whispered. Remember how surprised we were when we found out that Luffy's grandfather was Garp? Robin whispered back. They're probably feeling the same way. Hey, it's the captain. Ellie pointed at the sky. Is that a giant hawk? Usopp asked. Like he said, flying closely with Lilia was an enormous black hawk. That's Yuki, Kirito said. She ate the bird fruit, hawk model, so now she's a hawk woman. Oh, Usopp said unfazed. It's not the first time he saw a devil fruit. Are those lawn chairs? Chopper asked. The captain's power lets her make anything in any form. How cool! Chopper's eyes sparkled. It's Ren, Sanji snarled. And Shauna, Zoro growled. Speaking of which, Love Cook, I heard you got your butt kicked by that flirt. Oh, don't even go there, Sanji yelled. What about you, Mosshead? You had better not have hurt a hair on Shauna-chan's head, Love Cook. I lost, Zoro admitted shamefully, throwing Sanji off. Yeah, I lost too, you guys. Usopp began. Crash. Lilia and company descended flashily, creating a huge cloud of dust that covered the entire shore. Everyone coughed profusely. Cough! Cough! Why'd she crash like that? Ellie coughed. Because she's an attention whore, Vegeta said, not coughing at all. I'm back, Lilia announced. Captain? Her subordinates, minus Najika, said happily. Why did you land so hard? Shauna asked. It makes an entrance, Lilia answered. Yeah, a painful one, Ren moaned. Can I get off now? Luffy asked, still strapped to his mother's back. Oh yeah, sure, sweetie. Lilia nodded. The black straps converted to gas and faded away, allowing Luffy to be set free. Master, wait for me, Yuki begged Fly down, quickly. Lily-chan! Nijika was angrily stomping over to her friend. You have a lot of explaining to do. Yeah, she dismissed. But first, get Kurito to treat Rin and Shauna's injuries, would you? Oh, and call me Captain. Injuries? Nijika looked down at Ren and Shauna, who looked worse for wear, to say the least. My God, this is what happens when I'm gone for a week. So where's Kurito? Right here, Captain. The tall old man walked over to her, followed by Luffy's crew. Guys! Luffy said ecstatically. Luffy! Chopper said happily. You're alive! Why wouldn't I be? Kurito said that anybody who fights your mom always dash. Up. I didn't say anything. Kurito insisted, covering Chopper's mouth with his hands. Kurito! Lilia said in a cold voice. If you're done spreading lies about me, then get to work treating Ren and Shauna. Why yes, ma'am. He nodded fearfully. Okay, Ren, Shauna, let's get a good lord. What the hell happened to you two? We won our fights. Ren answered. This is what you call winning, HM? Kurito, what are you screaming about now? Ellie poked her head past the crowd and gasped. Rin-kun! Shauna-chan! What the hell happened? Long story short, we won. Shauna answered. It was a bit touch and go for a bit, but we won, Ellie-san. Ma said. Sanji roared at Zoro after seeing Shauna's arms. How could you harm Shauna-chan? You're nothing but garbage. Human garbage, what did you call me? Seriously, Zoro, what were you trying to do? Cut her arms off? Nami asked incredulously. All she did was knock us out. Hey, I was trying to finish a fight. Zoro retorted. And they don't always end cleanly. Still, Sanji, you aren't any better. Usopp added. Was it necessary to go that far against Rin? Hey, I was trying to avenge you and Chopper, yet we came out with the least amount of injuries. Okay, everyone, shut up. Lilia commanded loudly, silencing everyone in earshot. Kurito, do your job and treat the twins and anybody else who needs it. Why is Tom and another guy tied up? Lily-chan. Nijika sighed. There are a lot of things I want to say to you, but right now, you have something more pressing to deal with. What happened? Nijika explained the newly discovered relationship between Tom and Frankie. Funny. Wow, who would have guessed that Tom-san's student would be here on Luffy's crew? Rin said, surprised. To add to further surprise, Luffy didn't know about any of Captain Lilia's subordinates, so this is complete coincidence. Shauna added, You never mentioned us? Ellie sounded disappointed. Like I have to. Lilia shrugged. So I have to play mediator between Tom and his old student, huh? Well, I guess I can do something. Let's go, Luffy. Me? Yes, you are a captain, are you not? Since one of your subordinates is involved, don't you feel it's your responsibility to be there for him in this kind of situation? Lilia asked in a motherly. Not really. Me neither, but I have to anyway. Lilia nodded. She converted the lawn chairs the twins were sitting in into 2 wheelchairs and separated the threads attached to her. Kurito, I've said it twice already. You know what to do? Yes, ma'am. Kurito obeyed as he and Chopper took the wheelchairs. Lilia and Luffy went to Tom and Frankie. The Straw Hats had some things they had wanted to say, but were unsure of how to say it. It was different with Garp in more way than one. When reaching Tom and Frankie, she grabbed both of them and Luffy by their shirts and flew them to another part of the island. She manifested a sword to cut off the bindings on the two. I thought we should move somewhere more private, she explained. Thank you, Captain, Tom said nervously. There could be no doubt of why he was so anxious. No problem, she said. I'll introduce you. This is my son, Luffy. Luffy, this Tom, my shipwright. It's an honor to meet you, kid. Tom lowered his head to Luffy. Nice to meet you too, Fish Pops. Luffy smiled. Fish Pops? And your cyborg Frankie? Lilia asked the one in question. Yeah, but enough introductions, Frankie demanded, sounding uncharacteristically angry. I want to why my master is alive on your ship, while I thought he was dead for the past 8 years. Luffy and Tom's jaws dropped, and they weren't the only ones who were flabbergasted. Nijika had planted a transponder snail onto Tom when she had tied him and Frankie up, so they could listen. Nami asked, Is it really okay to listen in on their talk? It's private, isn't it, little girl? I want to listen, Nijika answered. That's such an irresponsible answer. Nami burst out. I would like to listen as well, Robin said. Et too, Robin? Nami sighed. I want to watch too, Ellie chimed. Sounds fun. Ridge agreed. Should be interesting. Kirito nodded. Besides, the twins' injuries aren't so severe that I have to attend to them right away. What an irresponsible doctor, Ren grumbled. Shauna and I were fighting for our lives. But I do want to listen. I do too. Shauna nodded. Pretty soon, every member of the demon unit, including Oscar and John, surrounded the transponder snail in a big circle, eager to listen. And no one here has any sense of privacy, Nami said, appalled. Don't any of you have the slightest bit of decency? Yuki questioned them. Oh right, I kinda forgot about that Zoan, Nami muttered. Man, we're really at that point where huge talking birds don't even faze us anymore. Usopp sighed. It's kind of scary if you think about it. Yuki-chan, be honest, you want to listen too? Nijika accused her. What? And no, it's not about whether or not dash, then you should listen. Nijika instructed, her voice sounding hypnotic. But dash, Yuki, you're allowed to do what you want. Oh, okay. I'll listen too. She admitted defeat. What just happened? Zoro asked. I'm not sure. Nami admitted, equally confused. Nijika-san, you could convince a pirate to give charity. Ellie giggled. You kids too. Nijika eyed the Straw Hats. Sparing you the details, Nijika easily convinced the young crew to drop their morals and eavesdrop with them. By the way, Yuki-chan, why are you still in your hawk form? Oh, right, I'm a human. She as if just realizing it. I've been stuck in this form for 3 days. Stuck fine you 5 from place. Yuki added, glaring at her fellow demonic 6. Well, we needed you. Nijika reasoned. But was it really necessary for me to fly you to Spa Island dash? Sure. She's talking, Nijika said as Lilia began to speak. I thought we should move somewhere more private. She explained. Guess that's out the window. Nami muttered. Tom thanked her. Lilia introduced him to Luffy. Fish Pops? Ellie repeated. Luffy loves to give people he's just met funny-sounding nicknames. Shauna explained. More like names that he won't forget. Ren mused. Kind of different from the captain. Oscar noted. I didn't get a chance to talk to him since Captain Lilia dragged him with her. Ellie added. Maybe if I get him to like me, Captain will give me a raise? That's such an impure reason to be friends with someone. Yuki scolded her, still in her hawk form. Some of the other Marines' eyes started to sparkle with greed. Besides, it wouldn't matter, Nijika said. I'm his beloved godmother, and I still get paid that meager sum. Nijika-san, you know, I was thinking this before. Usopp started. But this is a weird unit. Zoro finished. Yeah, but enough introductions. Frankie demanded, sounding uncharacteristically angry. I want to why my master is alive on your ship, while I thought he was dead for the past 8 years. Minus Nijika, every single member of the demon unit's eyes widened and jaws dropped. What's with this mood? Usopp yelped. Are you kidding me? Shauna said in shocked voice. I didn't take that guy as smart, but he's a total idiot. Only Aunt Nijika, Mom, and Grandma can talk to her like that. Well, guess you guys will be down a crewmate in a second, Ren said, his face pale. And Mom! Luffy got in front of Frankie to protect him. I'm sorry Frankie yelled at you, but it's not his fault. He's stupid. Listen to him, Captain. Tom begged. He has brain damage. He knows not of what he's saying. Both of you, move it! Lilia ordered and they complied. She knelt in front of Frankie, who started to shake. I prefer to start out serious conversations with a little small talk. It eases the atmosphere a bit, eh? Tom and Luffy were dumbfounded. What? Frankie was confused. As she's just going to let it slide? Ellie asked, unsure. Wait for it, Nijika instructed. Oh, and one more thing, Lilia said conversationally as she manifested a sword from he black energy and chopped Frankie's left hand. Never yell at me, Frankie yelled. As she chopped my hand off, Frankie! Luffy and Tom yelled in distress. She cut off his hand? Usopp and Chopper screamed in horror. She's crazy! Nami shouted. Yeah! Most of the Marines agreed with somber looks on their faces. The rumors of her brutality weren't exaggerated, I see, Robin said calmly. Robin! Usopp cried. Don't sound so calm, but it was just a prosthetic hand, so it can be reattached, Robin reminded. Why yeah, but it's a fake hand, so it can be fixed easy enough, Lilia said unemotionally, unintentionally paraphrasing what Robin had said. Fake hand? Tom just noticed that the hand was metallic. It is. Oh, right. Luffy remembered. Guess I worried for nothing. There's a lot to worry about. Frankie yelled angrily. It isn't easy reattaching metal to yourself, you know? Want me to cut off your other hand? Lilia asked darkly. No, Mame. Frankie shut up. In an instant, Lilia conjured a table and chairs for them to sit in. Take a seat, no need to stand, she said hospitably. Luffy and Tom immediately obeyed, but Frankie was hesitant. So, as you already know, my name is Ora D. Lilia. I was born and raised in West Blue, but about a year before Luffy was born I moved to East Blue. You, Frankie-kun? Well, my parents were pirates, and one day they just left me on an island and left. He began explaining, not wanting his other hand to be chopped off. Guess they weren't good parents, Lilia murmured. Either that or there was a reason for doing something so cruel. I remember finding Frankie on Scrap Heap Island shooting cannons. Tom started laughing. Guess his parents couldn't handle his rambunctiousness, so they ditched him. It isn't something to laugh about, Tom. Lilia sighed dryly. That said, Luffy was also a wild child as a kid. One time he ended up finding a melon farm near our village and ending up eating a third of their crops. It was a real pain to clean up that mess. I ended paying for everything he ate. I remember that, Luffy said. Those were good melons. I ended up buying a couple for myself, so I have to agree. Lilia smiled beautifully. Frankie-kun, why'd you join my son's crew? Huh? Why do you care about that? It's my job to know, she answered vaguely. Well, he didn't leave me a lot of choice, and after what Robin did, I heard she crushed your balls, Lilia said bluntly. You told her, Luffy? Yup. He nodded. Ren, Shauna, and Yuki too, don't yup me. And you told people? Did you really think that I'd want people to know about that? What's the big deal? Everyone in Water 7 saw it happen. Everyone in Water 7 saw your balls being crushed? Tom laughed, clutching his stomach. That's marvelous. Stop laughing, you jerk! Frankie yelled. Whatever you say, Mame. Tom still laughed. Ha ha! I'm still male. So, she actually did it, huh? Ren and the other men paled. You're a brutal one, huh? Ajika glanced at Robin, who smiled innocently. Like you're one to talk. Ridge joked. What interests me most is how Luffy's mother easily changed the mood of the conversation. Robin said. That small talk before an important talk philosophy she has is pretty effective. Ellie said. More like she doesn't take the topic seriously. Ajika muttered. But that Tom doesn't seem to take anything seriously either. Things seem to be going well, right? Chopper asked. Yeah, but they haven't gone to the reason they're there. Nami reminded. But at least Frankie sounds more Frankie-like. Usopp added with a smile. Okay, since the mood has been dropped, Lilia started. Let's get to the main topic. Why is Tom alive? The mood deepened again. Tom and Frankie stopped with their banter. Luffy looked unemotional, but looked at Frankie curiously. Tom, should I tell this story or should I? I will tell it, Captain, he said seriously. I guess it started the day I was arrested by that guy, Spanda. Yeah, him. The day I saw you get hit by the puffing Tom. Frankie, you got hit by that sea train? Luffy shouted out, shocked. He actually got hit by a sea train? Nami screamed. How did that happen? Is that why he's a cyborg now? Chopper exclaimed. Guess we'll find out. Zoro said. Frankie was stony-faced when Tom mentioned how he was hit by the puffing Tom. The cyborg began explaining how he was so desperate to save Tom, he intercepted the train on the tracks with the intent of destroying their creation. Unfortunately, the train was so tough, it wouldn't even dent when he shot it with cannons. Frankie joked that they may have been too good at being builders. As the train got closer, he was crazy enough to try and stop the train with his bare hands, which, naturally, was impossible and ended up getting mowed down by the puffing Tom. Through sheer luck, he somehow ended up on an abandoned ship and, in order to stay alive, began operating on himself, but could only get his front side since he couldn't reach his back. Oh, so that's why he only had metal on his front, Shauna said. He would have lasted longer if had metal on both sides. He's alive, so he must have done it right, but I have the desire to look over him to see if there is any problems, Kurito muttered.